They dragged him into a game world where talent decides everything, and his was the absolute worst. But a weak player isn't dangerous until he starts pulling the strings. Warriors, mages, even regressors from the future, he studies them, manipulates them, uses them. Every monster they kill, every death they avoid, every secret they reveal, it all becomes his weapon. In a world where everyone fights to survive, he's the only one treating survival like strategy. If the world is a board, then why not become the one moving the pieces? Let's find out. From all directions, distant, indignant voices of people were heard, asking someone to get them out of here. Because of this noise, Lee Kyung woke up and immediately found himself in an unknown place, surrounded by a bunch of panicking people. He looked around and wondered who all these people were. When he looked down, he found something written and glowing on the floor. This made him anxious, and he looked up, asking where they were, and saw a huge goddess in front of him. Outside the room they were locked in. There were monsters who really wanted to get inside. One of them punched the transparent wall, and people screamed in fear, after which one of them ordered the others to shut up and not provoke him. Someone asked, "Is it real?" This person was called a fool, because it can't be real, and the girl asked, "Is this some kind of hidden camera prank, right?" Her friend laughed nervously and said that it probably really was a prank. What monsters? The old man next to them said that otherwise, all of this absolutely defies common sense. MC listened to them and only became even more confused. What the hell is going on? How did they end up here? He was definitely at home just recently. He was just eating, and then he got a notification on his phone about an invitation to a game, and he thought, was some new game out? He agreed without a second thought, and then found himself here. That was his last memory. He doesn't remember anything else. Some man started banging on the wall, telling them to open the doors, and the guy irritably asked why they were yelling so much. It's getting crowded in here. It's irritating him. The guy next to Kyung nervously said that they are all in the same situation now. Does anyone remember anything? He grabbed Kyung by the shoulder and asked, does he know anything? He replied that he had no idea, and looked at the guy's back in confusion, thinking that he could touch other people, which meant that this was definitely not a dream or a hallucination. Moreover, there was no feeling of awkwardness. What was even going on here? After that, light began to emanate from the goddess. Everything around her lit up, and the monsters outside became nervous. She welcomed them to this world, and said that first she wanted to express her gratitude for responding to their invitation. They were chosen as warriors who would save this dying continent. They began to grumble and swear, and she asked them to pay attention to what she would say next. This is directly related to their chances of life. All of them cannot go to the continent. MC stared at her in shock, as did the rest of the people, and she said that only a few survivors will be given the right to go to the continent. They will start from the place they are currently in. This is the starting point. They can consider this a kind of waiting room. Here they have everything they need for survival. Drinking water, food, even different types of weapons. Here they can gain specialization. Some people will also gain a characteristic ability. There are 4 tiers: common, rare, heroic, and legendary. They can use the weapons available here to defend themselves. Kyung realized that he had entered a world he had seen in games or novels, and as soon as he took up a spear as a weapon, the walls began to crack under the blows of monsters. He turned around in fear and thought, is this wall going to break? The goddess said that everyone has different homelands, different characters. This place was prepared to maximize their individuality and help them grow. If they say the status window, they will be able to understand what she is talking about. Everyone immediately began to check it, and a status window appeared in front of them, showing all their stats and abilities. MC's status window says that he is a strategist. Profession: none. His intelligence is 19, luck 21, both stats are heroic level. Agility and endurance are 11, strength is 10, tenacity is 12, and mana is completely absent. These are normal level stats. He quickly scanned the status window and wondered if this was good or bad. At the very bottom, he saw the ability button, and immediately clicked on it, remembering the goddess's words. He had obtained an ability called Soul Eyes of the heroic level. He can open his own and others' status windows, as well as the hidden ability level. A multitude of system windows immediately appeared before his eyes, and he looked around, seeing people looking into them. He noticed a line about the growth limit on one girl, as well as an overall rating. He immediately decided to check what was written about him and opened it. His stats are extremely strong. There is no point in him trying. No matter how hard he tries, it will be difficult for him to overcome the 3rd class level. Almost all of his stats are disappointing. Even though his intelligence and luck are good, who knows? He may not even try to swing a sword or anything else. His end is obvious anyway. This made him very worried and upset. His face instantly darkened, but he wasn't going to give up so easily and asked, do they think he's going to die so easily? The monsters continued to pound the wall. The goddess wished them luck, and at that moment, the room collapsed, and the monsters attacked the people. The MC stood in the middle of this chaos and just watched the others. Suddenly, a guy named Park Deokgu ordered everyone to raise their weapons. Didn't they see the status window right in front of their eyes? Let them raise their weapons right now. This isn't a prank. Kyung looked at his system window, and, seeing that his durability was 30, heroic level, he smiled and thought that he had found his meat shield. The monsters roared loudly. Some of them had already managed to gnaw on a couple of people, and while Deokgu was calling for everyone to take up their weapons, the MC ran to him and told him to stay in front and that he would cover. He looked at him in surprise and asked, is he going to fight? He confirmed this and said that he couldn't continue to sit idly by. They needed to at least try to do something. The guy laughed joyfully and said that his few words made him feel better, although he looked rather frail. Kyung suggested that they run away quickly first, but when he looked at the guy, he saw a small goblin pouncing on him from above. He froze in fear, but the MC quickly reacted and hit the monster with a spear, knocking it aside. Dioku looked at him gratefully, and he excitedly exclaimed, "What is he doing?" He himself told them to fight. They need to fight back quickly. Otherwise they could die. He ordered him to run now if they value their lives, and they rushed forward. Dioku ran after him, dealing with the monsters, and he breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that for starters, he was able to shelter one pig. A pair of goblins charged at them. Kyung immediately swung his spear, killing one of them. But the second attacked him from behind. Dioku came to his aid, shielded him from the attack, then turned to him with a smile and asked if he was okay. MC thought he was really helpful, thanked him, and suggested he go get some water. They ran as fast as they could and saw a huge door ahead. They were already overjoyed that they could finally get out of there. But from behind them, they heard someone crying for help. Kyung immediately stopped and turned around, seeing a whole bunch of goblins pressing on a guy, and he was calling for help. Dioku called out to Kyung, but he still couldn't bring himself to leave. He clenched his fist, and the sight of the guy's tear-stained face spurred him into action, and he rushed towards him. But everything turned out differently. The guy was happy, thinking that he would save him, but instead, he just took the bags of supplies that were lying nearby, and the smile immediately disappeared from his face. He looked at these bags and thought, is this what he was aiming for? The MC ran back to the door and Dioku excitedly called out to him, then took a deep breath and ran after him. They left, leaving the guy to die, and while he was tormented by the goblins, he tearfully extended his hand to them and asked for help. After that, his loud scream was heard. Kyung felt uneasy and mentally apologized to him, after which he thought that he should say thank you, because thanks to him, he can live. After passing through the passage, they found themselves in a long corridor, which was lit only by torches, and they hid in one of the prison cells. Dioku asked what they were going to do next, and the MC asked if he'd be sitting there now if he knew. The guy looked at him awkwardly, and he turned away, thinking he even felt sorry for him. He said that first they needed to figure out where exactly they were. Had he ever played games? He confirmed it, and he asked if he had any ideas where he could see the status window, stats, equipment, and so on. Dioku immediately understood, and Kyung told him to imagine they were in the game now. What should they do? He replied that he didn't know, and he said they needed to level up. Perhaps there's a system where stats rise by killing monsters, but you can also gain specialization during battles. It will be difficult, but first they need to get stronger. Luckily, they have weapons, drinking water, and food. Their situation is a little better than the others. As soon as he said this, a huge eye appeared next to the prison cell, staring straight at them. They looked at the monster in fear, but it didn't attack, and this confused Kyung a little. He immediately checked its status window. It said that it was a below-level monster with very poor eyesight and low intelligence. That's why it didn't attack them. He looked at Dioku and gestured for him to be quieter, then took a spear and quietly asked, "Is he really going to kill it?" Immediately after that, MC pounced on the monster, stabbing the spear into its huge eye, and thought that he should kill it. Dioku felt uneasy, seeing how it was being cut, and Kyung screamed, stabbing the spear into its eye with renewed vigor, and told it to die quickly. Finally, the monster let out one last roar, after which it fell to the floor and didn't move anymore. The MC caught his breath, trying to compose himself, and the system notified him that his strength stat had increased by 1. He smiled, saying that as expected, his assumptions were correct, and Dioku looked at him with admiration. Kyung looked at him strangely, then patted him on the shoulder and said that if he could increase his stats, then he could too. He would be even better than him, mentally adding that his durability was 30, after all. The guy asked his name, and he said it, mentally telling him to remember it well. In the future, he would suck everything out of him, including his soul. After that, the guy told him his name and asked if he could address him informally. He agreed, and looked thoughtfully at his neck, then took a piece of skin and cut off a piece. He started circling the guy, figuring out how best to make him protect himself, then gave him a newly made durable collar, which increased his durability by 1 point, and he almost burst into tears from his kindness. MC also made himself one, after which he thought that the shield should be durable. Dioku thanked him for it and said that from now on he could completely rely on him in everything, and he suggested that they quickly get out of here, and then he wanted to try to stop being a slacker. They passed the monster's body, and when they looked out into another corridor, they were very surprised. A girl was running towards them in tears, asking for help, and 3 huge monsters were rushing after her. Kyung got very nervous and told Dioku to run, after which he thought, what is this? This is some kind of madness. How are they supposed to fight off so many? And who is this girl? He used the soul eye ability and saw her status window. It turned out she had legendary level mana, and this made him stop. Dioku called out to him, asking why he had suddenly frozen in place, and he, meanwhile, was surprised to think that Jung Hyan had legendary level mana. He turned to Dioku and said that they would fight to save her. He nervously noted that there were about 3 monsters there. Are they sure they can handle it? He answered him that they would go around the corner, and the guy said that he understood what he was talking about. Hyan saw MC peeking out from cover, and gesturing for her to go towards them, and she immediately ran towards them. As soon as the monsters emerged from the corridor, Deoku began to hold one of them back with his shield, and Kyung decided to attack. Pointing his spear forward, he jumped high and stabbed it into the monster, after which he began to strike. While Deoku was trying to catch his breath, he noticed something off to the side and warned Kyung about the danger. There were more monsters there. Hearing this, he immediately turned around, but it was too late. The monster's hand was already very close to him. Luckily, a skilled swordsman came to their aid. He dealt with 3 monsters with just 1 blow, greatly surprising Kyung. He watched their bodies fall, then nervously turned to the guy and wondered, what just happened? The guy approached them, dragging his sword along the floor with a clang, and glanced at Kyung. He was very surprised to meet him, and wondered where he had come from. He immediately used his ability and checked his status window. It said his name was Kim Hyun-sung. He was a good-natured peacekeeper, specializing in normal-level swordsmanship. He has several titles: Regressor Altanus, the swordmaster who started the second round, the one who failed to win, the one who carries victims on his back, and the one who realized. All of his stats are practically heroic level. Only 3 are legendary. MC was very intrigued by his title, Regressor Altanus, and thought, is this a return to time? While they were getting to know each other, he glanced at his overall rating. It said, an amazing sight. An accurate measurement of the potential of the strength, agility, and endurance stats is impossible. If compared to player Lee Ki-young, no, the comparison itself is disrespectful to this man. He should understand how great an honor it is to just have a few words with him. He noticed his stats and thought it was complete nonsense. This isn't his first time. Hyun-sung wiped the blood from his face and, looking at Ki-young, told Deoku that he looked quite accustomed to battles. Who is his friend? The guy immediately threw his arm over MC's shoulder and told him with a smile that his name was Ki-young. And in response, he remarked that he seemed much more accustomed to combat than them, having cut them all down in one fell swoop. Hyun-sung told him that he was just lucky, and MC wondered if he could by any chance look up his ability. A system window appeared in front of him with a description of his legendary level ability. With it, he could get an additional point for all actions involving the sword. The longer he used the sword, the greater his attack power would be. It was such a cool ability that Ki-young even felt jealous, and he glanced at the guy, then wondered why he was staring at him. Had he been caught peeking at his ability? He gave him a displeased look, then smiled kindly and extended his hand, thanking him for his help. He decided to act as friendly as possible and asked if he was alone here. He must be having a hard time. Han-sung shook his hand and said it was true, but he was currently gathering survivors. He had also prepared a base for them in a suitable camp. He smiled and then cautiously asked how many people there were in total. He thoughtfully answered that there were about 30 who were capable of fighting. Honestly, if he had his way, he would want them to come with him too. MC looked at him suspiciously and thought he was dangerous. He sounded good, after all. He was a good-natured peacekeeper. But what kind of survivor camp is this? Doesn't he know that such a gathering would only become a hindrance? However, he is a regressor, and he definitely knows how to get through this location. Most likely, even all the secrets here. But it is most profitable to maintain good relations with him. He answered with a smile that they would join him, and Deoku inquired about his specialization. While they were chatting, Kyung noticed the girl who had been sitting against the wall with a frightened look the whole time. He approached her, distracting her from her sobs, and extended his hand to her, telling her to get up. She looked at him with confusion and thanked him, after which she accepted his help, and Hyun-sung, seeing her, was very surprised. He immediately approached her, and she, looking at him questioningly, said that her name was Jung Hyeon. His mood immediately improved, and he said that he was very glad to meet her, after which he told her his name, and the MC wondered what this joy was about. Hyun-sung asked if she was okay, and she told him that everything was fine. She put her arm around Ki-young's shoulder to feel safe because his reaction seemed strange to her. Hyun-sung asked if he could call her just by her first name. If she suddenly felt uncomfortable, then she should say so right away. His strong goodwill towards her made her very tense. She pressed herself even closer to the MC and nervously told him that everything was fine. MC glanced at the guy and immediately remembered his rank. He wondered if he was looking for her. He was the strongest man, having already seen the end of this world once. If he wanted to change the future by reversing time and catching it off guard, he would probably first try to get everything that could be useful. And this girl was definitely one of those useful. Noticing his upset look, Hyeon became worried, after which she sheepishly said that it was a little late, but she wanted to thank him for saving her. He smiled and told her to contact him if anything happened, and she immediately hid her embarrassed face from him. All his goodwill instantly evaporated, and he looked at her with a gloomy expression, thinking that she was a person with wild, magical potential. And Hyun-sung was the warrior who started the second round. They were both treasures. He smirked and thought that he should be with them until the very end. When they arrived at the camp, Deoku was quite surprised. There were many survivors there, resting and working. He asked how he found such a place, and Hyun-sung told him he stumbled upon it by accident. Ki-young immediately realized he already knew about it, and a girl ran out of the crowd toward them, affectionately calling Hyun-sung Big Brother, and then asked if they were finally back. Apparently, he had brought some newcomers with him. Ki-young gave her an interested look, and she said he was running late, which was why she was worried. Who are these people? He told her they would now be living with them in the camp, and Ki-young looked at her status window. Her name is Lee Ji-hye, 29 years old, and she is a selfish cynic by nature. She has no specialization and no titles yet. Now that he learned her age, he was surprised that she was flirting with this guy so much, calling him senior. This made him uneasy, so he decided to look at her stats. Her overall rating was low. It said she was his soulmate and the perfect match for him. Naturally, she has low stats, as well as terrible potential. She is not recommended to carry a sword or a club. When he saw the words about soulmate, he grimaced in disgust and wondered what kind of idiot wrote her overall rating. She's also a selfish cynic. Jihye had just met Deoku and asked him to introduce everyone else. He mentioned the MC's name, and Hyeon decided to introduce herself and asked her to take care of her. For some reason, a tense atmosphere immediately settled between them. Jihye noticed a bruise on her leg and gave her a displeased look, and Kyung wondered if she was judging people now. Deoku was big and armed, so she liked him. In comparison, Hyeon, who limped, and the skinny guy supporting such a girl by the arm, were a complete failure. Jihye turned to the guy with a smile and asked if he was a tank by any chance. For some reason, she thought he'd killed a lot of monsters. He excitedly confirmed this and pointed admiringly at Kyung, saying he'd already killed a couple of monsters, and all thanks to him. If it weren't for him, he really would have been finished. Jihye looked at him thoughtfully and took him in from head to toe, then smiled kindly and said she was glad to meet everyone. Then she would first escort them to the camp. Men and women lived separately, so Hyeon would go with her. She turned to Hunsung, asking if she could do so, and he allowed her. After that, she approached Kyung and, smiling, asked him to take care of her too. And he, remembering all his bouts of hypocrisy, thought that this woman was so similar to him. He smiled back just as brightly and said that the feeling was mutual. After that, he turned his gaze to the people who had been staring at them the whole time. They were very happy about the warriors' arrival, because now it would be much safer here. As he walked past them, he thought that this really was a safe zone, not for him, but for them. He glanced at Deoku, who was currently chatting with the old lady, and wondered when he had become a meat shield. The next day arrived, and the MC woke up to Hunsung's voice. He approached him and asked if they had slept well. Deoku, who had long since gotten back on his feet, said that it was all thanks to him. Kyung, meanwhile, stood up and called out to his new acquaintance, saying that according to what he saw yesterday, there weren't that many capable people here. How was he keeping this place safe? He answered that, to be honest, the situation wasn't that good. Drinking water, food, there was a shortage everywhere. And there weren't enough people capable of fighting, so they needed to take special care of those 30 people. Things could get worse. The MC said that the food they brought would run out in no time, and given that they were constantly facing fights with monsters ahead, people unable to fight would only become a greater burden. Hyunsung immediately told him that they were not a burden, but Kyung insisted and said that he was not involved in charity. The guy dejectedly hung his head and remained silent, which made Deoku uneasy. After which he worriedly asked Kyung, "He's not going to leave, is he?" He answered him that this is not true at all. He's just saying that there's no point in waiting for a miracle here. Because of his words, Hyunsung was very upset, and the MC told him with a smile that if you fight together, you can overcome anything. Of course, this applies to him too. His mood immediately lifted and he thanked him, after which he said that, to be honest, in general, he understood what he was thinking. He probably wants to be saved together with all these people. He understands and accepts his intentions, but he is different from him. He's not the type of person who easily sacrifices himself for others, and moving as a group was not part of his intentions. It's okay if he finds him a little selfish. Hyunsung shook his head and said he could understand. Of course, he wanted something. Kyung immediately looked at him with interest, then grinned faintly, wondering what he should do if he offered to sacrifice himself for friendship, as befits a good-natured peacemaker. But he understood everything much better than he thought. He approached him and said that they, too, wanted to be privy to his future plans. The MC couldn't leave his adorable regression alone to reap all the benefits. Hyunsung looked at him in surprise, then looked down with a smile and remarked that he knew everything. Kyung said that at the start, this strange announcement presented two options, cleanup and survival. However, he believed that survival was actually impossible. He doesn't know how feasible it is for a small number of people to appropriate most of the resources, but if his goal isn't cleansing, but survival, then such a crowd of people unfit for combat is even more undesirable. Even if they aren't eaten by monsters, they will die of starvation anyway. This is obvious to absolutely anyone. Hyunsung looked down, disappointed, and said that he understood perfectly well what he was talking about, then extended his hand and asked him to take care of him. MC smiled and mentally said that in fact, he had gotten close to him simply because he was a regressor. Then extended his hand to shake and realized that he now looked at him completely differently. He knows he's not strong, but for him, he has become a competent specialist, something like a tactician or a manager. Soon after, they went monster hunting. Many small and large goblins wandered around the dark castle, and Deoku attacked them first. He hit one of the monsters on the head with his shield, then began to hold it in place and called out to Hunsung, who drew his sword and rushed to attack. Leaping high, he swung and then struck from above, cutting the monster's flesh, and looked at his opponent, who was now howling loudly in pain. Having finished him, he landed, and Kyung meanwhile watched them from the side and thought that the eyes of the soul do not lie. He is so strong. Hyunsung said that there were still a few more ahead. He will hold them off, and the two of them. MC did not let him finish and said that he understood everything, then asked Deoku to grab food, and he replied that he was already taking it. Still, In the area of the starting point, there are far fewer monsters than expected. They caused such a fuss at the very beginning. Kyung approached him and said that it is possible that the area has already been cleared. He asked, is he talking about Hyunsung? Or maybe he was into fencing when he was still on Earth? He leaned him against the wall and told him that he had no idea either. He also thought that he could have done something similar, or maybe his specialization affected his abilities. Just the mention of this made Deoku upset and continued collecting food, after which MC encouraged him, telling him not to worry so much. They would also unlock their specializations soon. He helps them a lot without this. He asked what he did. All this was that guy's work. Kyung answered him with a smile that was not true at all. He would not have gotten here without him. The guy almost burst into tears from his kindness, after which a system window popped up in front of him, and he excitedly called out to his friend, who also saw it. Finally, the specialization was revealed to them. MC himself can choose a warrior, archer, mage, or commander. MC was very happy and thought that it happened faster than he thought. The rare level commander class caught his attention, but first he decided to look at the warrior description. Any team needs a warrior capable of fighting at the front. He's not exactly effective, but he's capable of handling any weapon, a sword and shield, a spear, or an axe. It's possible to later switch to other related specializations: barbarian, knight, paladin, cavalryman, and mercenary. This class also adds 1 point to stamina, endurance, and strength. The next class is archer. An archer strikes at long range, and basic knowledge of bow and arrow handling will be gained. It's also possible to later switch to other related specializations: thief and assassin. Higher level archers are also unlocked: spiritual archer and archer mage. This class adds 3 points to agility. The next is mage, a ranged fighter who uses magic. If he chooses this, he will gain basic knowledge of magic. There's the option to change your occupation to other similar specializations: dark mage, alchemist, summoner. It adds 3 points to mana. Kyung thought the archer was really cool with his long-range attacks, and the mage would boost his mana, which was at rock bottom. Now it's time for the commander. This is a specialization with virtually no combat capabilities. Representatives of this specialization do not fight on the front lines, but only assess the situation from the back and give orders. It is unknown what specialization you can switch to later. It adds 1 point to intelligence. MC wondered if this would expand his capabilities, and Hyunsung, noticing how they were staring thoughtfully at one point, remarked that a specialization had apparently opened up for them. Kyung confirmed this and said that they were offering him a warrior, archer, and mage of the common level, as well as a commander of the rare level. Hearing this, Hyunsung was slightly surprised, and MC thought that for some reason the commander seemed like a good specialization to him. Could this really be a trap? Deoku was very happy and said that he didn't know why, but he thought the commander would be perfect for him. He smiled awkwardly and asked if he really thought so. He replied with an admiring look that he hadn't said so, but he was the perfect type for a commander. If he was in charge, they would definitely win. He could just picture him waving his hand behind him, and it made him happy. Kyung laughed awkwardly, and thought that, frankly, he was closer to a rogue than a commander. He knew nothing about strategy. Hyunsung noted that the commander's bonuses were rather limited. Other specializations primarily added 3 stat points. Because of this, MC began to doubt this specialization less and less, but Deoku insisted that this class would definitely suit him. Hyunsung noted that an archer would also be a good option, and Deoku, trying to drown out his voice, began repeating louder and louder that he should be a commander. Hyunsung continued listing the advantages of an archer, but Deoku was very persistent. Everyone stood their ground, and this began to irritate them both, after which they began to argue heatedly. Kyung, meanwhile, walked away from them and thought about what he should do now. Because of them, he was even more confused. He looked through the descriptions of each class again and finally made a decision. He accepted the specialization, after which a bright light appeared around him, and the guys, noticing it, immediately ended their argument. They rushed towards him, pushing each other, and excitedly asked who he chose. Each of them really hoped that he chose what they told him, but contrary to their expectations, he chose the mage class. Deoku was very upset and said that this was so absurd. Hyunsung asked why he chose this specialization. He laughed awkwardly and told him that it was just a premonition, and he thoughtfully said that he understood everything. MC mentally called him an idiot. He wished he were an archer. To be honest, he has a reason. Physical activity isn't his style, so archer is out. He was drawn to the commander, but he can only get 1 point. Meanwhile, a mage, it would be a good idea to go the route of maintaining high intelligence. He has 19. Besides that, he can also increase his mana by 3. This is a completely untouched area, so these points are incredibly valuable. After that, the system gave him basic knowledge of magic and increased his mana by 3 points. He immediately felt new knowledge flowing into his head, one after another, as if I were building a tower in his head. After that, he decided to check his status window, abilities, and overall rating. Now it said something different. It's okay, but still disappointing. But still, he should be congratulated on finding a specialization. With Lee Kyung's talents, it was difficult to even feel his mana. Increasing his mana by 3 gives hope, but it is recommended not to expect to reach the heights of magic. The higher the expectations, the more painful to fall from them. MC was a little upset, but that was to be expected. It's still pretty good, worthy of instant use. After that, he called out to Deoku and asked, have you chosen a specialization? Why is he still so upset? He raised his head and scratched his head in confusion, saying that he was offered a shield warrior and a priest, but he had no idea what to take. They both told him to take a shield warrior, and he suggested they at least discuss the priest, but they insisted. Under their pressure, he chose a specialization, and Kyung asked what exactly he had chosen. Deokgu showed him the shield with a smile and said that, as they said, from now on, he was a shield warrior. He smiled and remarked that he had made the right choice. In fact, he was very happy that he was now the official meat shield. Hyunsung congratulated them both and suggested they return. But how would they divide the food? The MC told him that 2 bags would be enough, but he became stubborn. So Deokgu threw the rest of the bags into his hands, telling him to stop so he could at least feed the people. The guy looked at him gratefully, then hid his embarrassed face behind the bags and thanked them both for their concern. Meanwhile, at the survivors' camp, Haeyoung asked where Hunsung was and said that she was so hungry. Jihye approached her and said that he would come soon, so she should be patient a little longer. She said that she wished he would come soon, and a noticeably emaciated man behind her excitedly leaned forward, seeing bread in the girl's hand. Jihye offered her friend the bread for now, and she thanked her. After that, she noticed a hungry man reaching out to them and asked, "What is he looking at? Is he hungry?" He nodded excitedly, and she divided the bread into 2 parts, saying that nothing could be done about it. She handed half of the bread to her friend, and crumbled the other piece and threw it on the ground, saying that it was for their unemployed, begging parasite. He immediately began to pick up all the crumbs and she smiled, telling him to eat well. Hearing excited voices behind her, she turned around and saw that the warriors had returned. People began to rejoice at the food, and Jihye immediately ran to Hyunsung and said that Deokgu and Kyung had also done a good job. They would bear everything from now on. He asked her to take care of it and said that he still had things to do today, so he would go. She wished him a safe journey, and a man approached Kyung with an ingratiating smile, asking him to give him the bag. But the MC only looked at him, then turned around and left. Deokgu followed him and asked if he really didn't plan to share with them. He replied that he had told him already they weren't volunteers. He agreed with him, but still had doubts, and said that it didn't look good. He told him that if they wanted to eat, they should pick up their swords and go hunting. Perhaps Hunsung brought them to stir up the other people. His gaze fell on Jihye, who was distributing food to everyone with a friendly smile, and he thought that in Hyunsung's absence, this woman was in charge of managing the camp. She is the type of person who is strong in front of the weak, but weak in front of the strong. She is the local king in Hyunsung's absence. He looked around, noticing people around him rejoicing over the food, while others, meanwhile, were carrying stones with an exhausted look, and Hyeon was among them. The guy told the workers to hurry up in case the monsters invade again. Especially Hyeon. Why is she so slow? She irritates him so much. She apologized to him and continued working, and the guy exclaimed that they would be left without food if they didn't meet their quota. Kyung looked at her and thought with a smirk that he generally understood the treatment she received here. He called out to Deokgu and asked if he remembered the girl they met yesterday. He immediately remembered her, and the MC handed him a bag, asking him to take it to her, but only that he keep an eye on her. Deokgu asked why he suddenly wanted to help her, and he immediately found the answer. He smirked strangely and said that he could trust him with this matter. Kyung looked at the girl with sympathy and thought that she was so lonely and hard. No one but them could take care of her. After that, Deokgu walked towards her and smirked, thinking that she should be extremely grateful to them for their care when she was weak and grieving, so they will immediately be trustworthy, and she will want to rely on them. Deokgu was about to approach the girl, but froze, seeing a man offering her a loaf of bread. She thanked him, and the MC, looking him up and down, thought, what kind of idiot is this? How dare he approach his dear treasure? Okay, in any case, it is obvious why this good attitude is necessary when he himself does not have enough food. It is obvious he cannot have any other goal. Deokgu looked doubtfully at Kyung, and he gestured for him to just keep walking, and he nodded in response. Meanwhile, they were chatting about something. A man named Yusokwu said that he and she were not on bad terms, so he secretly brought it to her. He asked her to take it, but she doubted and began to refuse, and he told her to just take it. She had been having a hard time all this time. She awkwardly thanked him for his concern and took the bread, after which she took a bite and thought that she was so grateful to him. In fact, if it weren't for Yusokwu and Kyung, she would have had a hard time. She remembered his smiling face and immediately blushed, wondering what he was doing now. The man called out to her and said that if she didn't mind, he would like to get closer to her. Realizing that he was asking her to be friends, she happily reciprocated, but then felt something strange. He touched her hand, and his gaze instantly changed, causing her to panic. She asked him to let go, and fearfully asked what had gotten into him. He sighed tiredly, then gave her a displeased look and asked how she could be so stupid. She thinks he was doing some kind of charity here? If you receive something, you have to give something in return. She still doesn't understand? He pulled her close and said that if she wants to continue to live well here, she needs to grovel before him. She still doesn't understand the situation. She nervously asked him not to behave like that, and then Deokgu came up to them and flexed his fists, saying that he better let her go if he doesn't want his arm broken. He looked at him with displeasure and asked, what kind of idiot is he? Immediately after that, Deokgu hit him on the arm with such force that he howled in pain, and then said that he didn't think such trash existed in the world. His arm isn't broken, so he should stop whining. The man got really angry and started swearing, after which Deokgu grabbed him by the collar and his body flashed before Hyan's eyes. Deokgu threw him aside and a crash was heard, causing everyone to immediately go towards the noise to check out what was going on. The MC, meanwhile, watched this from the sidelines and calmly ate a bun. The man, meanwhile, screamed loudly as soon as he saw his bleeding nose and then began whining, just like a little child. Deokgu noted that anyone looking at this would think a baby was born. He should stop whining. He didn't even put any force into that punch, but he kept crying, which made him angry and wanted to hit him so that he would finally quiet down. Hyan stood in front of him and asked him to stop. Everything is fine, so let him stop. At this rate, he will really die. Jihye immediately intervened and ordered them to stop, then went up to the man and asked, "Is he okay?" He told her that he was fine, after which she turned to Deokgu and sternly said that violence was prohibited in the camp. "What is he doing?" He said that the man grabbed Hyan's hand tightly and mocked her. That's why he hit him. He clearly saw everything with his own eyes. Hearing this, she was very surprised and turned to Sokwu, asking, "Is this all true?" He told her that it was not so, and said that of course, there could have been a misunderstanding because he was holding her hand. To some extent, it happened by mistake. Deokgu got angry and said that this idiot just wouldn't shut up, which made him flinch, and Jihye asked him to tell her again what exactly happened. He told her that he told Hyan that he wanted to get a little closer to her since she said she felt the same way. Apparently, he still misunderstood everything. After that, Jie turned to Hyan and told her not to hide, to tell everything. Was Sokwu telling the truth? She hesitated, started mumbling something, and someone asked what they had done here. The person was told that they had a fight because of that girl. They all started looking at her with smirks and asking, "Is she the main character of a romance novel?" This made her feel uneasy, and she thought, why is everyone looking at her like that? She didn't do anything wrong. This made her burst into tears and thought that on Earth and here are the same thing. No one is ever on her side. Her sisters left after their parents died, leaving her alone. She cried even harder and said it was true, but then he pulled her arm hard. She couldn't speak clearly because of her tears, so Jie didn't understand what she was trying to explain, and Hyan only became more nervous. The woman sighed heavily and asked if it was true that he said he wanted to get closer to her, and that she also agreed. She stared at her, choosing her words, and then said that she didn't know he meant getting closer in that sense. She apologized to them, and Jihye said that she wasn't a little child. Does she think everything will be resolved if she cries? And the same goes for Deokgu. Of course, in a situation like this, helping a girl who seems to be in trouble is a noble deed, but you first need to figure out what exactly is going on before you start throwing punches. At least this time it was pretty frivolous, especially in a situation where it was unclear who was the culprit and who was the victim. Hyan bowed and apologized to her, and she, placing her hand on Seokwoo's shoulder, asked if she really needed to apologize to her. She smirked and leaned towards him, saying that she needed to apologize to the one who was the victim in the situation. Hyan stared at her in shock, and she asked why she was frozen. Shouldn't she fall face down right now and beg for forgiveness? She trembled, trying to squeeze out an apology, and when it almost happened, Kyung smirked and thought that now was his turn. He emerged from the crowd and asked with a displeased look what was going on. No one answered him, and he thought that he actually never imagined that such a commotion would arise. Honestly, it wasn't his business what happened between them. What mattered right now was the fact that she was cornered. Jihye greeted him happily and noted that he was just in time, but he didn't let her finish and asked if she was in her right mind. She was slightly taken aback by his words and asked what he was talking about. He asked if she thought they were using some kind of neighborhood playground here. What if their screams brought monsters running here? His words immediately made everyone nervous and started whispering, and Jihye said that they needed to resolve this situation now. He said that he had also been watching from afar and basically understood everything. As she had said earlier, it was still unknown who the perpetrator was and who the victim was. When a group corners one person, anyone would be scared. She didn't think so? She exclaimed that Hyan was definitely to blame, and he asked if she could really be sure that Sokwu was innocent. She remained silent and nervously looked away, and he, hiding his smirk, thought that she couldn't. The moment she says she's sure of it, then all the responsibility will fall on her. He sighed demonstrably with disappointment and said that if Hunsung saw the scene of them poisoning a completely innocent person, he wouldn't be happy about it at all. His words made them nervous, because if he left them, then it would really be the end for them. After that, the MC approached Hyan and said that in his opinion, she was not that kind of person at all. She stared at his smiling face in surprise, after which Jihye indignantly exclaimed, how could he know this? After all, they had only known each other for a few days. He sighed heavily and asked if you say to a new school friend, let's be closer to each other, does that mean, let's sleep with each other? How is physical contact related to intimacy? She should not give in to public opinion and think everything through carefully. She couldn't find the words to answer him, and when people started to take his side, she nervously turned to them. They started supporting him. She realized that she was losing control of the camp, and turned to Kyung, exclaiming, is he serious? This is too much. But when she saw his face, she stopped in shock mid-sentence. He looked at her with a victorious smirk, which made her nervous. Now he was the king of this camp. The argument died down. Hyan looked at Kyung and he asked, why are they all crowded here? First, it would be better to heal Sokwu. He called two people from the crowd and told them to move him, and they told him that they understood everything. After that, he said that before Hunsun returned, they need to clean up and make it so that they can immediately join the schedule. Monsters might attack because of what happened, so Dioku should inspect the area. He smiled and answered that he understood everything. After which, he turned to Hyan with a smile and said that they needed to talk a little. Her mood immediately lifted, and as they were leaving, people started whispering. Some guy asked if that girl definitely didn't seduce him. His friend asked if he hadn't agreed with Kyung's words just now. He told him that they had ended with Yusoku being a pervert, but all of this definitely started because of that girl. He hadn't liked her from the start. She of course heard all of this, and the MC mentally told her not to pay attention to such things. The important thing was that she had received the position of the power holder's favorite. Jihye meanwhile nervously bit her nails, thinking about the situation, and Kyung led Hyan away from prying eyes. He offered her a seat, but before that, she burst into tears again and decided to apologize to him, saying that she really had no such intentions. He told her that he knew she was not to blame for anything. She could just tell him however she felt comfortable. Looking at his smile, she immediately trusted him, after which she wiped away her tears, sat down opposite him, and began her story. She said Sokwa's name and fell silent, trying to hold back her tears, and he nodded, showing that he was listening to her. After that, she said that he grabbed her hand and yelled, and she started waving her arms, showing how it happened, and burst into tears again. He looked at her sympathetically, after which she continued rambling incoherently, and he just nodded. To be honest, he wasn't listening to her at all, but the most important thing right now is sympathy. He said that it must have been really hard for her, and she told him that it wasn't like that at all. Now she felt a little better thanks to him. He wanted to say something, but she didn't let him finish and exclaimed that she didn't mean it at all. She is grateful to him for believing her. He has been constantly helping her since their first meeting. She hasn't done anything for him, and so she wants to ask, why is he so kind to her? He smiled back at her and said that he only did what he thought was right. If he were to look for a reason, he had a younger sister at home. Looking at her, he couldn't help but think of her. Of course, it was a blatant lie. His sister was rude and not at all like this naive girl. He forced the words younger sister out of himself to make it sound more believable. She felt uncomfortable, and he said everything was fine. And what about her? She told him she had 2 older sisters, but they hadn't spoken for a long time. He asked about her parents, and she nervously told him they didn't. He noticed that even here they looked alike, and she looked up at him, asking if he didn't have parents either. When he confirmed it, she was happy, saying that they really did look a bit alike, and he smiled, thinking that it was good to have something in common. It was so easy to achieve mutual understanding and interest. He said he hoped it wasn't a burden, but he'd like her to communicate with him more freely, although this was entirely his wish. This made her very nervous and embarrassed, so he suggested they start with informal speech. She looked down, embarrassed, and said she understood, and he smirked contentedly. After that, he decided to check her status window. She still had no specialization, and her overall rating and stats were the same. She still had tremendous potential. Even if she became a mage, she would certainly be a completely different mage from Lee Kyung, so he shouldn't waste his nerves. He thought that now, he needed to develop her faster. Maybe he should broach the topic of mages after getting closer to her? After that, there was a knock, and Jihye distracted them and asked him if he could spare a minute. He assumed she would come to him after a while, but it was faster than he expected. He called out to Hyan and asked her to leave them for a moment. They needed to talk. She immediately stood up and said that she understood everything, and meeting the woman's gaze, she hurriedly left. Jihye took her place and the MC asked what was going on. She guiltily lowered her gaze and said that she wanted to apologize for causing that commotion. He told her that everything was fine. It was he who should apologize, that he had reacted a little harshly. She said that everything was fine, he just did what he had to. She sweetly called him big brother, and he thought that he still couldn't get used to this woman. After all, she was older than him. She asked if he could leave the resolution of this matter to her. She thought it over carefully. She was equally at fault before both Hyan and Sokwu. She would be grateful if he trusted her with this. He told her to do what she wanted. Initially, it was her responsibility to run the camp, and it was his fault for butting in so brazenly. She said that wasn't what she meant at all, but he didn't let her finish and said that he understood what she was talking about too. He just wished he didn't have to interfere like he had today. He thought that they were both people with nothing to their name, and no talent either. She knew perfectly well that people like them could only engage in politics to survive, and they both wanted to keep everything under control equally badly, so she shouldn't cross the line. She remained silent, then abruptly stood up and sat down next to him, then grabbed his arm and said that she understood him perfectly. She wouldn't cross the line in the future, and she was sorry that she had bothered him. He became nervous and wondered what had happened to her all of a sudden. After that, she laughed and asked if it was really that obvious what she was thinking. She called out to him, which made him a little embarrassed, and then said with a smile that she adored ambitious people. The longer she looked at him, the more she realized that he was her type. Why don't they get a little closer to each other? He looked at her doubtfully and asked what benefit it would give him, and she approached him, asking. He reined her in to make himself look like a hero in Hyan's eyes, right? She was weak, so she would have a lot of enemies even without Sokwu, but she could keep an eye on her, she thought. At least in this regard, she understood his intentions. He thought that she really was his soulmate, after which he moved closer to her face and remarked that they were so similar. She put her hand on his cheek and agreed with him, after which they kissed. A few days later, all the people gathered at the podium to watch Sokwu's demonstrative apology to Hyan and the others. He bowed his head and exclaimed that he had caused them trouble, and for this, he sincerely apologized, after which people started talking about everything. The guy asked if they heard that Jihye sided with Kyung. His friend confirmed this and noted that this is exactly why Sokwu is now apologizing. But Jihye also had no choice. To be honest, Kyung's position is higher now. Hyan is very dear to this guy. But who is she to make so much fuss about? Isn't she pretending to be an innocent lamb? His friend asked him to stop speaking so loudly and glanced at Kyung, who was standing nearby and keeping an eye on them. That night, he asked Jihye to deal with Sokwu herself and start keeping a close eye on Hyan. If something serious suddenly happens, she should report it to him immediately. She agreed and asked if he wanted to end things so that people wouldn't make any more noise. In such a situation, it would be completely natural to create an environment in which Hyan would have no choice but to rely on him. He confirmed this, and she asked with a smirk. Apparently there really was something in this girl, since the elder was so obsessed with her. He was starting to get tired of her calling him that, and calling her that too, said that she didn't need to know about it. Because of this, she became very nervous and asked why he suddenly called her that. He was so weird. At the moment, he thought that Jihye was an excellent politician. She quickly changed the atmosphere. In fact, it was good that they started collaborating. But thanks to this, he had been listening to Hyan's mental anguish for several days in a row. She burst into tears again and said that it was such a relief that he was there. Now he also taught her magic every day. He reciprocated her with a smile and thought that after all, learning together was best for getting closer. He asked if she could use basic magic now. She told him she wasn't sure yet, after which he decided to demonstrate it to her once again. He extended his hand forward and cast a spell, causing a flame to appear on the tip of his finger, and she clapped her hands in delight. Lately, MC wasn't only with Hyan. He and Diaku were also training so that everyone would get used to their specialization. He told the girl that imagination was important. If she wanted to summon fire, then she should cast the spell while imagining a real flame. He thought that the problem was that all the spells he knew were second-rate. He sighed tiredly and said that they hadn't made any progress for several days. Perhaps she wouldn't be able to cast spells properly until she received her specialization. Well, in some time, he and Hinsun would be going hunting together, and so he wanted to practice with her until then. She was very happy and said that she would try her best, after which he suggested that they call it a day. She called out to him excitedly and said that, to be honest, there were still some things she didn't quite understand. Her mana had recently grown again. He was delighted and thought that his treasure was growing so well. After some time, she would get a specialization. He decided to see how much her mana had increased and used his ability. Her status window appeared in front of him, and then he found out that it turned out she had already chosen a mage specialization. She had the ability to master heroic level magic. She easily received and perfectly assimilated basic knowledge of magic and mana. She also had a constant increase in mana by 2 units. The likelihood of a sharp increase was increased. He was very surprised by this, but she distracted him, saying that she still did not understand how to properly manage mana, and he realized that this was a lie. But since when? He looked at her innocent face and thought, so she had been lying to him all this time? Since he didn't answer, she called out to him, and he nervously said that he was just thinking about something for a moment. He sat down next to her and asked if she was interested in how to properly control mana. She confirmed this and said that it was a bit difficult for her even after his explanation. He thought that this simply couldn't be true. With such amazing abilities, controlling mana shouldn't be difficult for her. He suggested that they try together again, and wondered what she was up to. He guided her hand forward and told her to first imagine a flame igniting in her hand. Could she repeat what he did just now? She confirmed this, after which a flame appeared on the tip of her finger, but she did something, and a second later, it disappeared. She pretended to be very upset, and he looked at her doubtfully, realizing that she had just done it on purpose. She asked him to repeat it again, but he refused her, saying that he still had things to do. She suggested that he meet tomorrow, and at that moment Park Hae-young approached them and asked Ki-young to talk to her. He glanced at her and thought that she was Ji-hae's confidant and her contact. Since that day, she constantly sends her to him. They had been crossing paths a lot lately because of the Sokwu incident. But what else did they want from him today? Hyan gave her a dark look, and the MC agreed to talk to her, after which he turned to the girl and said goodbye. She smiled at him and left upset under Hae-young's suspicious gaze. And when they were alone, he asked what had happened. She told him that nothing special. Will they announce the lineup for the next hunt today? He confirmed this, and she asked if she could join them, if it was not too late. He looked at her thoughtfully, then opened her status window, and glancing at her stats, thought that everything did not seem so bad. He told her that he wasn't sure. He had nominated Hyan first. She smiled and asked, they needed people who could fight anyway, Wouldn't she be better than this girl? She was like a child. He thought it was so rude towards the person who would become an archmage in the future. However, her potential for support was quite good. He thoughtfully answered her that he would first discuss everything with Hyunsung, but he wasn't promising her anything. Hyunsung smiled and said that even these few words gave her hope. After that, they climbed up to the podium, and Jie asked the camp residents to gather there for a while. There was an important announcement regarding the upcoming hunt. She handed the floor to Hyunsung. Meanwhile, Hyun sat behind the main crowd, and everyone turned to her, whispered, and discussed her. One of them asked if she would go hunting. This person was told that she follows Kyung everywhere, and someone said that he has specific taste, of course. What's so good about her anyway? Life is so unfair. He can do nothing, just fine too. She closed her ears, not wanting to listen to them, and thought about Kyung. Recently, it seemed like her heart was tearing out of her chest. He was the only one she could rely on here. Tomorrow they will meet. She is ashamed to deceive him, but at least this way she can keep his interest. Tomorrow he will praise her again, and they can be alone. She was distracted from her thoughts by Haeyoung. She accidentally bumped into her and said that she scared her. Was she really waiting here? Is she a stalker? So that's why she had such a strange look recently. Apparently, she really didn't like that she talked to Kyung. Hyun looked at her nervously and started to make excuses, but she didn't let her and said that in any case, she looked incredibly stupid. Everything was clear from her expression. She likes Kyung, right? After that, she put her hands on her shoulders and approached, asking if she really believed that he valued her. Hyun was very scared and asked what she meant, and she said with a smile that she was just lucky to be on the same team with him on the first day. She was deeply mistaken if she believed that he liked her. She can't speak for such naive children, but she knows his type very well. People like him don't trust anyone, quickly lose interest, ruthlessly abandon when they no longer need them. In her opinion, he would get tired of such a capricious weak girl very quickly. Just thinking about him leaving her, Hyun was horrified and thought that he was not like that. He was different from other people. She trembled with fear and told her that he wouldn't abandon her, and she pointed her finger at her, saying that she had that expression on her face again. Now she understood why he chose her. She was the perfect card to squeeze the most out of and then discard. Just show her a little kindness, and she would instantly become attached to that person. So she understood that she usually gets abandoned one after another by everyone who treated her well. The girl immediately remembered her sisters, and Haeyoung advised her to try to take as much of what she needed before he abandoned her. In any case, both she and the other people would drain her of her power. Hyun silently asked her to stop, and she said that the more important thing was that she suited him much better than she did. After that, Hyunsun announced that they would take Hyun and Haeyoung with them on the upcoming hunt, and she, hearing this, happily noted that this was expected of him. He added her to the main squad, as she requested. She pushed the girl aside, telling her not to get in the way. They would see each other during the hunt, well, if she could come, of course. After that, she left, laughing at her, and she fell to the ground and burst into tears, thinking that Kyung couldn't do something like that. They had agreed to go hunting together and practice every day. He said that she was like a sister to him, that there was nothing wrong with mistakes, that they would try together. She looks like a fool. She's not the smartest, but even she understands that he sincerely values her, and this girl only smoothly slanders. Haeyoung, meanwhile, went up to the podium, greeted each of the team members, and Hyun burst into tears, mentally asking Kyung not to abandon her. Seeing how he pulled Haeyoung towards him and they began to whisper about something, she froze in shock and began to imagine what they were talking about. Kyung said that, to be honest, Hyun is so stupid. She's annoying him. He was just kind to her, and she made up something and stuck to him. She irritates him so much. After that, many voices flashed through Hyun's head, all of them telling her that she's a stupid idiot, she was always abandoned, she needs to know her place, she's so annoying. Unable to stand it anymore, she grabbed her head and panicked, asking them to shut up. She feels so bad, so hurt. She doesn't want to hear, doesn't want to see. Watching them being polite to each other, she became more and more panicked and asked them not to take Kyung away from her. A few minutes ago, Hyunsung apologized to everyone for gathering them like this in the middle of work. As they all know very well, they are seriously short of people, food, and drinking water. So they decided to gradually conduct adaptation training outside with those who intended to fight. He handed the floor over to Kyung, who demonstrated his magical abilities, greatly surprising the people. Afterwards, he said that as they knew, they were now in another world, a window of state, features, and specializations. This place was more like the game world, and his specialization here was magic. Besides, he was still a beginner. He was an ordinary person, no different from them. At first, it was normal for him to run and hide from monsters and fear. However, if you aren't afraid to fight, you can gain the strength with which victory is possible. They all needed to become more active. Only by working together could they survive and escape. The people were very inspired and also volunteered to go to the training, and Hyunsung noted that they had a good reaction. The MC added that the reaction was so good that everyone's point of view would change. Soon, there would be people who would be against it, and conversely, would overexert themselves. Deoku smiled and noted that it was still better than starving to death. Hyunsung said that to start, they would take Hyeon and Haeyoung along as a model. Haeyoung took the podium and everyone began congratulating her, after which she extended her hand to Kyung and asked him to take care of her. He took her hand, then abruptly pulled it toward him, causing her to become embarrassed, and whispered in her ear that she had recently pushed Hyeon. She became very nervous and he said it was a warning. They needed to get along and maintain boundaries. If she touched her again, life here would become difficult for her. Did she understand? Haeyoung looked down and nervously agreed. After which, he smiled kindly and said that he would be happy to work with her on the same team. She stepped aside, looking frightened, and he thought that he should at least exercise this kind of control over her. Now is the perfect time to get closer to Hyeon. If he continues to provoke this fickle girl, then, noticing that Hyeon is not getting up, he turned his gaze to the crowd and saw that she is standing behind everyone with a creepy look, staring into space. This startled him, and Hyeon, noticing him looking at her, immediately regained her composure. He wondered what had just happened. Had he imagined it? He grabbed his head, and Deoku asked if something hurt. He confusedly answered that he was just feeling a little unwell, and he reminded him that there was a sortie tomorrow, so he needed to get a good rest today. He only took care of the people from the camp every day. He should at least think about himself a little. Had he even eaten lately? It wasn't that he was worried about him, but he could at least share some bread with him. Hyeon, meanwhile, waved at Kyung with a smile, and he, nervously returning the wave, realized that something had gone wrong. Hyeon, meanwhile, nervously bit her nails and glanced at Kyung. She remembered what he had just told her and thought that everything was very bad. She was trying her best to please Jihye. She had worked so hard to get to this position. Jihye pulled her out of her thoughts. She walked up to her and asked, "Will she do well tomorrow?" She especially needed to pay close attention to the comfort of people like Kyung. She raised one eyebrow in confusion and wondered if she was now asking her to wag her tail in front of him. She clarified, was she demanding that she serve him? She smirked and told her that, if necessary, then yes. Wasn't that what she liked so much? What's wrong with having common ground with capable people? She wasn't one to take risks, so she wanted to have as many guarantees as possible. Jiyoung agreed and thought that she had already ruined everything, then glanced at Kyung and thought that this idiot who came out of nowhere had instantly overthrown her and gained real power. He was not an ordinary person at all. She was wrong. What if she gets pushed out by Kyung's side too? Then she really will be inferior in every way to the useless and clueless Hyeon. All her efforts will be in vain. She can't sit idly by any longer. She must attract Kyung's attention at any cost. This is the only way she can survive. The next day arrived. They were ready to set out, and Hyunsung said that he and Deogu would lead the squad. Kyung and Hyeon, as well as Hyunsung, would support them from behind. Since this is their first sortie, they need to especially focus on safety, and he kindly asks everyone to help them adapt to hunting. He started discussing tactics, and MC glanced at Hyeon, who was listening intently, and wondered if the crazy expression on her face he saw yesterday was really just a figment of his imagination. He had been focusing too much on her lately, so he imagined it. Noticing his gaze, she immediately smiled, and he smiled sweetly back, deciding to watch her a little longer first. Haeyoung, meanwhile, looked at him nervously, wondering what to do. After that, they set out, no one knowing then how shocking this expedition would be. Very soon, they were already in a dungeon and fighting monsters. Many opponents of different sizes faced them. Hyunsung immediately rushed into battle, cutting everyone down with his sword, and Kyung tried to hold back the attacks with his spear and counterattack. The girls, meanwhile, stood behind and watched them nervously. When MC stabbed a goblin with his spear, Hyeon looked at him with admiration, and Haeyoung gave her a shocked look. With the bulk of the monsters dealt with, Deoku caught his breath and asked why there were so many small fry today. Hyunsung noted that this was a bad sign. They should be more careful. At that moment, a huge monster attacked Deoku from the left. He immediately put his shield forward, charging his body with electricity, and rushed forward, knocking the monster off its feet. He roared loudly. Deoku pinned him to the wall and told the girls to go ahead, but quickly, it was hard for him to hold him. Kyung called out to Haeyoung and told her to act, and she nervously asked how she should do it. He said that she just needed to chop at him with a spear, but she needed to do it quickly. She still hesitated at this point, and thought that it was more disgusting than she imagined. But she needed to pull herself together. She would definitely manage. She must look good this time. It was just some monster. At that moment, the monster looked at her, which scared her even more, and now she definitely couldn't attack. Noticing this, MC clicked his tongue in displeasure and thought that she had only recently pretended to be so cool. He came up behind her and took her trembling hand, after which he said that if she continued to act this stupidly next time, everyone would die. Did she understand him? She burst into tears and cast a frightened glance at him, after which he told her to put strength into her hands and, helping her, they struck the monster together. He told her that he was not dead yet, so it was too early to relax, and she pulled the spear out of him in horror, after which she struck him again, and he told her to perceive him as a piece of meat. She felt uneasy. She mentally called him a sick idiot, after which the monster growled loudly and fell to the floor. Seeing that the monster was finally dead, she let go of the spear from her hands and fell to her knees, trying to catch her breath. She was in a panic. MC told her that this was the first and last time he helped her. In this world, you can't rely only on outside help. Luckily for her, Today is adaptation day. Next time, she'll have to survive on her own. Hyunsung remembered what she told Hyeon about him and thought, what did she expect from someone like that? Basically, next time it might be her turn. After that, Kyung walked up to her and patted her on the shoulder with a smile, saying she did a great job, and she looked up at him with an annoyed expression. While they were interacting like this, Hyeon was getting more and more crazy. Night fell, and they made a fire. While everyone else was sleeping, Hyunsung and Hyeon kept watch, and he said that it was Daeogu's turn next. Let her go to bed, she'd worked hard. He went into the room where everyone was sleeping and woke Daegu up. He sleepily remarked that he had such good stamina, after which he got up and went out to keep watch. Meanwhile, the MC still couldn't fall asleep and thought maybe he was just overtired. He was tired after all. Unnecessary thoughts start to swirl in his head. After this hunt is over, which direction should he go in order to survive? What kind of continent is this? The one that strange woman mentioned at the very beginning. Why did he even come here? Although he doesn't particularly regret losing it, if you think about it, Hyunsung is a regressor, so he knows everything. What happened in the past that he came back? With these thoughts, he finally fell asleep. When he opened his eyes, it was still the middle of the night. He sleepily touched his head and wondered what time it was. When he turned his gaze to the side, he noticed Hyeon standing over Hyunsung and immediately rubbed his eyes. Seeing her expressionless face, he got scared and thought, what's going on? He rolled over on his side and closed his eyes, convincing himself that he was definitely imagining this in his sleep. This is a delusion. Hyeon is kind. With these thoughts, he finally fell asleep and Hyeon came up to him. For a few seconds she stood and just looked at him. Then she stroked his head and thought that he was so cute when he was sleeping. She smiled. All her thoughts were filled with only him. Her gaze became crazy. She will not let anyone take him away from her. Time passed. Since waking up, Kyung did nothing but sigh heavily. Noticing this, Hyunsung decided to ask if everything was okay, and he answered him that he was a little tired, but he was fine. He turned his gaze to Daeokgu, who was chatting with Hyeon and laughing, and, remembering her expression last night, thought that it was definitely strange. He turned his gaze to the pensive Haeyoung and wondered if it was because he had been with her lately. Was it jealousy? Hyunsung said that today they would go a little deeper. If they decide that it is difficult, then it will be better to return to the resting place. Do they all agree? They all agreed in unison, then walked forward down the corridor, and the MC looked back at the girls, deciding to test his guess. He slowed down, catching up with Haeyoung. Then he came across a small stone and threw it at Haeyoung's feet, causing her to almost fall. He caught her and told her to be careful, and she threw a nervous look at him, wondering what came over that idiot. Kyung meanwhile quietly turned around, and when he saw Hyeon, he was horrified. She was very fierce, just like a monster. Now he was sure that he hadn't imagined it. She really was jealous of him and Haeyoung. He got nervous and thought that this was wrong. He only wanted to take the position of an older brother, and he certainly didn't want something so bloodthirsty. How strange. Did he go wrong somewhere in his plan? At what point did everything go wrong? Meanwhile, Haeyoung glanced at him and clenched her teeth in anger, thinking that she wanted to make sure, but it was true. He dared to use her. Was he laughing at her? She'll see how long he'll neglect her. The corridor began to gradually plunge into darkness. MC heard some sounds and turned around, and Hyunsung noticed that, judging by the auditory hallucinations, they were gradually getting closer. Now let them speak more quietly. Their hearing is sensitive to human voices. Turning around, Kyung noticed some kind of glow and said that he seemed to sense something. Daeokgu asked if he saw any hidden monsters. Hyunsung said that, to be honest, he had also been feeling mana lately, albeit faintly. However, this was related to the cleansing that had taken place nearby. MC smiled and thought that he knew everything perfectly well. He was so diligently leading them to the clue. Daeokgu scratched his head in confusion, then ran forward to check what was going on, and Kyung ran after him, asking him to wait. Suddenly, they both froze. There was a staircase ahead. They wondered if this could be the path to the dungeon. Hyunsung feigned ignorance and asked, so, there's a system here. There must be something valuable hidden in the dungeon. MC looked at him and thought it was a relief that he was a swordmaster, but he certainly wasn't much of an actor. He decided to play along a little and said it was a pretty obvious pattern, but these stairs could lead to the tutorial dungeon. Hyunsung said he thought so too, and Kyung was convinced he was right. When they got down, Daeokgu asked if they should focus their search on this particular spot from now on, right? Hyunsung confirmed it. In any case, clearing everything right now would be difficult. They'll remember this place and come here during their next foray. Today, they'll start from afar. He left a mark on the wall and turned to the monsters, saying that there was just the right training material there. The girls became slightly nervous upon seeing them, and Haeyoung smirked, finally finding a good opportunity. Hyunsung began giving orders. Daeokgu and Kyung would take out 2, he would deal with 1, and they would save the last one for practice. He asked the girls to stay behind for now, and then they rushed into battle. Daeokgu threw his shield with all his might at one of the monsters, causing it to almost fall, and then the 2 monsters turned their fierce glares on them. One of them growled, and Daeokgu, picking up the shield, pounced on them and began holding them in place while the MC cast a spell. He enveloped his spear in flames, then struck, setting the monster on fire, and at that moment, Hyunsung appeared. He jumped, cutting off the monster's head, and its burning body fell to the floor. They pounced on the last remaining monster, and while Daeokgu held it back, Hyunsung turned to call the girls to kill it, but she had disappeared somewhere. He called out to her worriedly, and Kyung turned around, asking Hyeon where she was. She confusedly answered him that she was just next to her, and he said that this meant she would join them soon. Hyun-sung worriedly asked, shouldn't they look for her? He told him that it was unnecessary. Whatever happened, if she stayed here, she would be finished. She was with them just recently, so she would catch up with them. Right after that, something flew into the monster's head, and they turned to him in surprise. Because they didn't manage to eliminate the monster with one blow, it only became more enraged. Deokgu couldn't withstand the monster's blow and fell, and the MC immediately called out to him, worriedly. At that moment, the monster pounced on him, but he noticed it too late. After cutting off its head, Hyun-sung grabbed the boy and girl and led them away, then asked, are they okay? At that moment, a loud scream was heard behind them. Haeyoung appeared before them, and breathing heavily, said that she caught up with them late because she fell. She was so scared. They stared at her in shock, and she awkwardly said that she tried to help them, but threw the spear incorrectly. Kyung nervously clenched his teeth and thought she was a crazy idiot. The monsters would come running here because of her scream. He cursed loudly and exclaimed that it was too dangerous. First, they needed to run away further. Hyeon found herself in that state again because her beloved was in danger, and Haeyoung, watching them, chuckled and thought, what kind of nonsense is this about helping? Kyung was a shameless idiot. He acted like he was the king of this world. The camp was doing just fine without him. Was he trying to be the instigator? He'd stay here, and that would be the end for him. The MC called out to Hyeon worriedly, telling her to hurry, and she calmly replied that she understood. He was extremely nervous because they were slow, and while they were running, 3 monsters appeared in their path. Hyun-sung said he would distract them, and they needed to make a detour and return to the camp. Kyung noticed that the girls were not moving for some reason and called out to them, asking what they were doing. They needed to run faster. Hyeon cast one last glance at Haeyoung, who gave her the finger, after which they both ran after the boys. MC nervously gritted his teeth and wondered what he'd been thinking. It wasn't so thoughtless of him to bring this Haeyoung. It's good that Deokgu and Hyeon are nearby. The chances of survival are high. He called out to his friend and turned around, deciding to try using magic once, then ran up to the monsters and began casting a spell. He asked for power, and Deokgu happily said that he needed to ask for the power to kill. He mentally answered that now was not the time for that, and asked for the power to burn the enemies, after which a ball of flame appeared between his hands, which he immediately directed at the monsters. The fireball hit one of them. It immediately burst into a bright flame, and the MC was glad that everything worked. Deokgu supported him, happily saying that this was expected of him, after which he looked around and asked confusedly, why are they the only ones here? Where are the girls? Hearing this, Kyung nervously looked around. There was no one around except them. He thought, what's going on? Where did they both go? He asked how long they had been missing, and he answered that they were definitely running after them just recently. What should he do? He was so sorry. He said that it was not his fault. He should have kept a closer eye on them. After that, he thought that if only Haeyoung had disappeared, he wouldn't care. But the problem was Hyeon. Getting lost in a place like this is not even funny. He told the guy that they should go back. They were definitely somewhere there. He doesn't know when they passed each other. He answered him that they were definitely nearby when they encountered the recent monsters, and the MC thought it was strange. No matter how stupid Deokgu was, how could he not notice that 2 people were missing at the same time? Something was really wrong. He remembered Hyeon standing over her that night and began to guess what was going on. At that moment, he saw streams of mana, and this only confirmed his guess. He called out to Deokgu and told him to go left while he looked ahead. After that, they parted, and he followed the trail of mana, mentally asking Hyeon not to do this. Let it not be what he thinks. Meanwhile, Haeyoung walked along the corridor, picking up the stones she left to navigate the dungeon. She smirked and said that she had gone far enough away from them now. She really was good at studying the corridors earlier. It turns out that Hyeon had been following her this whole time and said that, as expected, her leg was fine. She deliberately pretended to fall, right? Does she want to kill Kyung? Hearing her voice, the girl turned around in fear and exclaimed, why is she here? They were both immediately covered by a magical cage, which made her even more nervous. And Hyeon apologized to her, saying that no matter how much she thought about it, it was no good. Haeyoung began to get angry and exclaimed, what nonsense is she talking about? And what kind of magic is this? Hyeon used a windblade spell, and Haeyoung felt a stream of wind quickly fly past her. And then she felt something missing below. She immediately fell. It turned out that this spell deprived her of her legs. Finally feeling pain, she screamed loudly, asking for help. And Hyeon smiled, saying that screaming was useless. She blocked out the sounds with mana. Monsters won't come here, so she shouldn't worry. She asked why she did this to her. She was wrong about everything. It was her fault. Can she spare her? Hyeon didn't care about her and said that she was so noisy. She decided to silence her, and when Haeyoung once again began to beg for mercy, her mouth was sealed with magic. She tried to say something, but she could only make some sounds, and Hyeon sat down opposite her, smiling and asked, does it hurt a lot? But she had to go through the same pain that she went through. When she tried to tee Young away from her, it felt like she was ripping her heart out of her chest. After that, she got up and said that her existence made her very unhappy, so she was sorry. Haeyoung extended her hand to her and thought that she couldn't die like this, and began to beg for mercy. Hyeon, smiling, cast a spell and waved her hand, causing the girl to scream, and at that moment, Kyung appeared. He called out to Hyeon and said that thank God she was okay. At that moment, Haeyoung's hand flew right in front of his face, and Hyeon turned to him. Seeing this, the MC froze in shock, and Hyeon was afraid that he caught her in the act of murder. Haeyoung was still alive. She extended her hand to the guy, her eyes pleading for his help, and he, looking at her, thought that he knew it. He wanted to stop her before everything happened, but she already did it. To be honest, he was very scared. Should he run away or play dumb? He threw the spear on the floor and resolutely walked towards the girl, after which he asked, "Is she okay? What happened to Haeyoung?" Hearing this, the girl was scared. She realized he would not save her, and he asked why she had no arms and legs. He mentally asked Haeyeon to give him the right answer, because it was not her. Haeyeon burst into tears, and while Haeyoung crawled towards him, she said that she did not know anything. At some point, she suddenly found herself far away from everyone. When she managed to pull herself together, Haeyoung was already like this. He asked sympathetically, "She's not hurt, is she?" She told him that everything was fine and, with a smirk, glanced at the girl before hugging him. He smirked too and patted her head, mentally telling her that she was smart. Haeyoung, meanwhile, reached out to them. She started cursing at them, and then her consciousness faded and she died. Ki-young said that she probably accidentally activated a trap. And since this is a dungeon, it's not strange that there are magical traps here too. He headed towards the dead body and told Hyeon that she must have passed through the wall of mana without even noticing. He glanced at Haeyoung and thought that the scenario was ready. The problem is that there are too many cuts. If they leave her like this, Hyunsun will definitely notice. He closed his eyes, thinking about a solution to this problem. She was dead anyway. This was the best option. He used the flame wall spell, deciding to burn her body and began to watch the fire. At some point, Hyeon called out to him, and he said that it would be better to move the body to the camp, but then their lives could be at risk. However, he couldn't just leave her like this. This was all he could do for her. This was the best choice. Hyeon smiled and agreed with him, after which she turned away from him, barely holding back her laughter, and he thought that it wasn't only she who had become a monster, he was absolutely the same. After a while, they returned to Deokgu. As soon as he saw them, he ran up to them and worriedly asked, "Are they okay? And where is Haeyoung?" MC just shook his head in response and he, understanding everything, nodded silently. They went on and Haeyoung asked, "What about the other monsters?" He replied that it looked like Hansun had taken them far away. They were completely invisible. Well, with his skills, there was no need to worry about him. He agreed with him and thought that it was a relief that he was far away and suggested that they quickly go to the camp, but suddenly, he felt sick. He almost fell, but Deokgu caught him and asked if he was okay. He answered that he probably used up too much mana, he just needed to rest a little, but he felt even worse. Deokgu said that this couldn't go on. It would be better to make camp nearby today. He turned to Hyeon and asked if she didn't mind, right? She agreed to this and burst into tears, thinking that he was really very shocked by what happened recently. They settled in a more secluded place and Deokgu, having lit a fire, said that, to be honest, it was so sad. He was talking about Haeyoung. It seemed that she, in a peculiar way, tried. MC said that in fact, they all almost died because of her. He agreed with him and said that now they should be grateful that at least they were alive. It may sound inhumane, but if he or Hyeon had died instead of her, he would never have been able to bear this loss. They both looked at him with admiration, after which, Deokgu awkwardly scratched the back of his head and said that he would have felt the same. Noticing the girl's embarrassed face, he awkwardly cleared his throat and said that he wanted to look around here a bit. Ki-young was scared to be alone with her and nervously asked if it was necessary. He answered that it had to be done. Besides, he had spent a lot of mana. He turned to Hyeon and asked if she could keep an eye on him for a bit. She immediately excitedly answered him that he could rely on her, and Ki-young told him not to even think about getting lost here. After that, the guy happily left and they were left alone. He opened the status window, his luck had increased, and his overall rating had changed. Mostly his stamina, mana, and intelligence had increased. Apparently he had to use his head lately. The strongest increase was seen in intelligence. Lee Ki-young's player abilities were still no better than monster excrement. He was surprised that his luck had increased and wondered if the situation really wasn't that bad. Hyeon asked if his stats had increased. He confirmed this, and asked what about her, to which she replied that even her mana had barely increased, nor had her stamina or strength, but he decided to see everything for himself. Her overall rating said that she was his #1 fan. He raised an eyebrow in confusion, and Hyeon called out to him, nervously asking if what had happened recently had saddened him. He looked down and thought if he said he didn't feel remorse, it would be a lie. Even now, whenever he thinks about what happened, his heart pounds with fear and his body trembles. But even so, he will do anything to survive, even if he ceases to be human. He hugged her and said that it was good that she was not hurt. What a relief that she was okay. She was very happy at his words and burst into tears, hugging him back, and he thought that she would definitely see him through to the end. He distanced himself from her and thought that the older brother-younger sister relationship was good, but quickly tying her to himself as a lover was also an effective method. She looked at him embarrassedly. At that moment, Deokgu awkwardly coughed. Her gaze instantly changed and he awkwardly apologized to them, saying that he had ruined the atmosphere. The girl became very agitated and exclaimed that they did nothing wrong, and he said that he was worried whether he had come too early. After that, she ran away embarrassed and the MC asked what kind of meaningless nonsense he was talking about. The guy laughed and told him not to pretend to be stupid. He knew perfectly well that he liked the older Hyeon. He thought about what kind of nonsense this idiot was talking about and asked why he called her that. He knew that she was younger than him, right? He told him that of course he knew that. But where has it ever been seen for a younger brother to address his older brother's fiancée as his younger sister? Kyung said that he was overdoing it, after which he nervously pursed his lips and thought that the fact that Hyeon was so fixated on him seemed pretty strange to him. Did this idiot really push her to do this all the time? Deokgu cleared his throat and said contentedly that he hadn't really said that, but after he asked him to keep an eye on her, he had been subtly pushing them towards each other. MC looked at him in shock, and he said that, to be honest, he is a famous professor of love affairs from Gangwon-do. He has never seen his blog. He is quite famous. He will in any case bring them closer so that everything will work out well for them both in the future. He may not even thank him. But Kyung now wanted to kill him and thought, does it mean that he and Hyeon were the main characters of the love play he staged from the very beginning? This idiot, what did he do? The next day came. He woke up first and approached Deokgu, thinking that he was living a trouble-free life and did not care about what might be going on in a person's soul. He approached him and told him to get up, and he sleepily asked if it was morning already. He called him an idiot and confirmed it, saying that they had to leave early, so he should get ready. After that, he approached Hyeon, and she frowned, saying that she did not want to get up, she would still sleep. He said that she needed to get up too, and she immediately opened her eyes, displeasedly saying that she wanted to sleep some more. Seeing her look, he was very scared, and thought that he had a feeling that the closer he got to her, the closer the death flag was to him. But still, he couldn't just avoid her. He glanced at her nervously, then pulled himself together and patted her on the head, telling her that she needed to get up. Now, at least just for the sake of survival, he could only get even closer to her. After that, she immediately jumped up and embarrassedly said that she was already awake, and he said that they would immediately go to camp. Even though she now looked like usual, even this appearance scared him now. He began to hope that nothing else would happen, and they set off. Meanwhile, Jihye was resting, and while someone was giving her a massage, she thought that they were very late. They were doing well, weren't they? After this, excited voices were heard near the barricaded entrance to the camp. The squad had returned. Hearing this, Jihye rushed to meet them. She ran out of the camp and joyfully greeted them, saying that they had done a good job. And where are Hyunsung and Haeyoung? The MC looked away and told her that Haeyoung was dead, and Hyunsung would be back soon. Hearing this, she looked at him in shock and asked how this happened. He told her that it would take a long time to explain. Something else was more important now. Why was the entrance blocked? Jihye didn't answer this question and asked him to talk for a while in private, and he glanced at his comrades. Hyeon was about to rant and rave, so to calm her down, he patted her head and asked her to wait for him at the camp. It seemed like this was an important conversation. She immediately agreed and left with Deokgu, and Jihye said that the person had died, but judging by the way he spoke of her as if she were some kind of discarded object, she had done something. How did she die? He sighed heavily and told her that nothing could be done. She screamed in a place teeming with monsters. They all almost died, barely making it out alive. She immediately realized it was a lie, and when he asked if she was interested in the details, she told him that she already knew what happened. He sighed with relief and thought that she was no longer interrogating him. It was so convenient that she understood everything quickly. He asked again why the entrance was blocked, and she sighed heavily, saying that yesterday morning, several people, including Seokwoo, came outside. Hearing this, he was very surprised and exclaimed, why did they do that? He cursed silently and thought he had guessed this. He was always haunted by this nasty premonition. Jihye told him that they said they would go to the rescue of the squad, or something like that. Kyung exclaimed indignantly, what kind of rescue team are they? Seokwoo is a sick idiot. Obviously, he decided to do something, since his situation is getting more and more pitiful. That's why they blocked the entrance? At that moment, a small squad began to approach the camp, and Jihye said that they did this in case they suddenly brought monsters with them. They could all die anyway, and there they are. The MC turned around and saw Seokwoo accompanied by several people, and Jihye sighed heavily, noting that one awkward girl had died. But the man who had been causing a commotion every day had returned alive, and with a trailer to boot. He noticed a man behind Seokwoo, which filled him with fear. He glanced at his smirk and thought that this guy was so creepy. He suspiciously told Jihye that he was seeing the people behind him for the first time. How many people initially left with Seokwoo? She answered him that there were 7, and now she saw that 6, besides him, had not returned. Kyung imagined how it all happened, and thought that they had left carelessly, and that's why they died. Only Seokwoo remained, who was clearly helped by these guys, and judging by their behavior, they were definitely not just some rabble. He opened the creepy guy's status window and found out that his name was Jung Jinho, 29 years old, a calculating killer by nature, and a rare-level swordsman magician by profession. The fact that he was a calculating killer really bothered him. He grabbed his spear and asked Jihye to call Deokgu and Hyeon, and she immediately left. After that, he started casting a spell and thought that they hadn't shown much hostility yet, but it was better not to risk it. But Jinho distracted him by greeting him, which made him confused and stop. After that, the guy extended his hand as a sign of acquaintance and introduced himself, and Kyung reciprocated. He thought that with a smile, he looked like an ordinary nice guy. Is he really a killer? Jinho said that he had heard a lot about him from Seokwoo. Did he recently become a magician? He said that he can summon fire from his hands. He really wants to see this once. This is his first time meeting a magician. He laughed and told him not to be so careful. MC gave Seokwoo an angry look, and wondered how much he had told them about him. Sokwu nervously adjusted his glasses and looked away, after which they all walked into the camp together, and people began to greet Kyung with smiles, thanking him and asking if he was okay. He answered them with a smile that he was fine, thanks to their prayers. Are they all okay here? Jinho looked around and noted with a smile that this place really was incredible. There were almost no survivors away from the starting point where he went, so he couldn't believe it. He didn't expect that there really was such an oasis here. MC looked at it suspiciously and thought, is this oasis so beautiful that it wants to swallow all the locals in one gulp? The eyes of the soul are working properly. Maybe it's the effect of the luck stat, but his 5 senses are practically screaming at him to stay away from it. After that, Deokgu and Hyan ran up to them and worriedly asked what was going on, and he told him that they had newcomers. Seeing this guy, they immediately became wary, and Kyung thought that his kids were also scared of his face. Noticing their reaction, Jinho smirked and said that it was unexpected. He thought they would be welcomed warmer here. The MC apologized to him, saying that the circumstances were such, he somehow didn't think about it. If it offended him, then he apologizes. The guy laughed and told him that everything was fine, they were the same. He looked at him puzzledly, and he decided to change the subject, saying that he heard that recently people appeared in the area who hunt people instead of monsters. As far as he remembered, among those guys there was an archer and a swordsman. Did they happen to see them? Obviously, he was pointing at himself, and Kyung thought he was a crazy psychopath. Is he challenging them now with this hint? He cautiously replied that they hadn't seen anyone like him, after which a tense atmosphere reigned between them. He thought, maybe they should give it a try? The guys gripped their weapons tighter. Deokgu and Hyan prepared for a fight, and Jinho laughingly reached for his sword, but a fight didn't happen. Hyunsung appeared just in time. The MC was very happy to see him, and Jinho, after clicking his tongue in displeasure, immediately smiled friendly and told Kyung that it was nice to meet him. Hyunsung asked him who they were, and he said he was relieved that he was okay. Sokwu had brought these people. Jinho told Hyunsung that he knew him. He had heard a lot about him. It was surprising that they were only able to meet now. As soon as Hyunsung saw him, his gaze immediately changed, and the guy extended his hand as a sign of introduction and said that he hoped they would get along. The MC was confused by his reaction and wondered what was wrong with him. Was he seeing him like this for the first time? Was he holding back his anger? Had he met Jinho before? But from Jinho's look, it was clear that he really was seeing him for the first time. This meant that before the regression in the first round, he was Hyunsung's enemy. Since he kept glaring at this guy, he distracted him, and finally Hyunsung greeted him, after which Kyung thought he was a calculating killer. According to the information from the status window, he can put forward 2 main hypotheses. The first is that he is obviously a killer. Jinho said that meeting him was a great honor for him. He heard from Sokwu that he was the leader of this camp. Now, seeing him with his own eyes, he realizes that he is stronger than he thought. Could he ask how many stats he has? He answered that telling him more would be unnecessary, and he said that of course, he will not insist if he is uncomfortable. By the way, he's really incredible. There are so many supplies and survivors here. Where did they even find them? MC noted that he had good control over his emotions and thought of a second hypothesis. Judging by his reaction during the first attempt, he had already met Jinho, and that guy was the villain who killed him or his close associates. Jinho smiled and asked, since they were talking about it, if they didn't mind, could they stay with them? Of course, not for free. Even if it's not much, they also have food. Of course, if they don't like them, they will leave. But contrary to MC's expectations, he said that they are always happy to have survivors. Jinho thanked him, after which they met the others. The archer's name is Kim Jae-jung, and another guy from their team is Lee Kichol. Kyung asked Deokgu to see them out, and he whispered, I'm sure? Just recently, they were already ready to fight. He told him that if anything happened, he should call him right away. Deokgu trusted him, then called the guys and said that there wasn't much comfortable living here, but it was better than hanging around somewhere outside. Jinho laughed and thanked him for his concern, after which the MC looked at Hyunsung and thought, he's an enemy, so he decided to keep him close? It's rational, albeit a little unexpected. Judging by the fact that this killer immediately stood up at attention when Hyunsung arrived, he really is smart, a calculating, psychopathic killer. They have something in common. He's also calculating, but otherwise they are not alike, and he showed up just in time. After that, he headed towards Hyunsung and thought, why is he so lucky? No wonder he has a high luck stat. He told Hyunsung that they needed to talk for a bit, but he didn't respond and stared into space with a gloomy expression. He called out to him, distracting him from his thoughts, and remarked that he looked like he had met someone he knew. He replied that he knew him, but he probably didn't. They had seen each other for a long time, just briefly. MC smiled and remarked that this was also a kind of connection, and he said that you shouldn't call it a connection. You never know anything for sure. He winked at him and said that he wouldn't tell him a word. The main principle of an advisor is keeping secrets. The guy smiled, and Kyung remarked that he returned without a single wound. He really is incredible. He awkwardly replied that he was just lucky, and he was very glad that he was okay. Did they encounter any problems along the way? MC's face immediately became sad, and he said that, frankly, he needed to tell him something. Hyan immediately became nervous, and Kyung informed him that Haeyoung had died. He was horrified and asked how it happened, and MC decided to put his plan into action. He answered that perhaps she had fallen under the influence of magic of unknown origin. He was still a newbie, so he wouldn't dare to elaborate, but he definitely felt some kind of mana. His words made Hyeon extremely nervous, her body covered in cold sweat, and Kyung continued, saying that after they passed each other while they were wandering through the corridors, they noticed that Hyeon and Haeyoung had fought them off. He found her too late. Haeyoung was already dying with severed limbs. Perhaps this could be a dungeon trap. Hyeon was terrified of being exposed, and while Hunsun was pondering this, the MC thought it was probably doubtful for him. There weren't really any traps there. He, being a regressor, cannot help but know about this. He said he'd like to take her body out of there, but honestly, he never had the chance. He thought it would be better to burn her than leave her to be eaten by monsters. That's why even thinking about it still makes him sad. He pretended to cry, and Hyunsung said, confused, that it must have been hard for him, and Hyeon burst into tears too, asking if he was okay. He hid his smirk and thought it was good that he decided to act as believably as possible. The circumstances now are different from yesterday. Besides their kind and incredibly innocent Hyeon, a more suitable suspect appeared on the scene, and this is Jinho. Even his specialty is, as luck would have it, a swordsman, the suspicious guy who killed Haeyoung and fled the scene, the leader of a group of terrible killers, the psychopathic killer Jung Jinho. Now he has become the criminal. Not much time has passed since the day Kyung told Hyunsung about Haeyoung's death. Of course, after that, there were no words about Jung Jinho being suspicious, or that he was the murderer who killed Haeyoung, because this thought should come to Hyunsung on its own. He can do nothing but just pretend that he knows nothing. As he expected, he has been closely monitoring them and Jung Jinho's group lately. Therefore, he tried to act more cautiously, and in the end, Hyunsung finally came to the conclusion that Jinho killed her. The future enemy, the deranged maniac who killed Haeyoung, is the criminal. Now the regressor has no reason to leave him alive. The problem now is how to eliminate him. So he started talking about that dungeon with the stairs down and noted that they returned from there empty-handed. Why don't they try to pass this dungeon with newbies? Hyunsung was surprised by his suggestion and added that Hyeon had just received the mage specialization, and now their ranks had been replenished with Jinho's group, so there would be enough people. Now, they just need to decide. He thought about it, and MC thought that if they went with them, it was obvious that they would split the team between Jinho and Hyunsung. He said that the people who had recently arrived were much stronger than the guys from the camp, and there would definitely be suitable people among them. The most important thing was to prevent a repeat of Haeyoung's story this time. He thought that Hyunsung now probably thought that she died at the hands of Jinho. This was their chance. Clearing the dungeon would allow them to punish Haeyoung's killer and eliminate the future bloodthirsty group of hardened idiots at the very beginning. How was he doing? It was the perfect picture. He had created the stage. All he had to do was climb onto it. But Hyunsung remained silent, and he said that since that was impossible, he wouldn't insist. But then the guy suddenly said that it wouldn't be bad. They would try going down there together once. Only this time it would be better to split the team into two. After all, they had never tried working together as a team before. Kyung smiled and agreed with him, mentally adding that he didn't want to trust his back to a killer either. After that, Hyunsung stood up and said that he would talk to Jinho's group first. They needed to prepare something, so let him call the others. The MC smiled and told him that he understood everything, after which he left, and he thought that it was good that he had decided to do it too. He will provide diligent support to ensure the plan succeeds. At that moment, admiring voices of girls were heard from the side, telling Jinho that he was simply incredible. He helped them move the stones, and they thanked him, but he replied that everyone should help each other. If they still need any help, they should tell him right away. Soku started distributing bread to everyone, and someone said that since they were getting the food, it was the least they could do. Let him rest a little. He was overworking himself. Jinho laughed and told him that everything was fine. He wasn't expending that much energy. It was better to work together and rest together. After that, they all took turns together, and Kyung looked at him with a strange expression, thinking he was crazy. Is he cosplaying as a regular guy? Is he getting too carried away with physical labor? His goal is these people's necks anyway. What the hell is he even doing? He shook his head, trying to distract himself from this, and walked past two people who had started discussing him. Newbies also fight and bring food. What reason does he have to be cheerful, considering that the recent expedition ultimately failed? MC mentally called them idiots and said that he actually heard everything. They say such things without knowing anything? He, too, is selflessly fighting for justice here, to save their necks from a crazy killer. Although that's not true, but still. He approached Hyeon, who was currently practicing magic, and she immediately ran up to him happily, and he patted her on the head, asking if she practiced today. She confirmed this, and boasted to him that today she discovered a new spell. It uses air as a conductor. She hugged him by the hand and said that it was all thanks to him. And he, looking at her expression, smiled nervously and thought that she had been getting bolder lately. Because of this, those around her also perceived their relationship as something predetermined. Dioku, meanwhile, laughed and thought, why is he so happy? Since this happened, then it is better for him to choose the path of Hyeon's beloved. Is he telling him to just accept it? He will not succumb to his influence. Dioku asked if he had a successful conversation with Kyung. He arrived earlier than he thought. He answered that during the conversation, some business came up with them. They have time, right? They confirmed this, and Hyeon asked what exactly it was, and he told them that in a while they would go down into the dungeon with Jung Jinho's squad. Hyan immediately gloomed, and Daeoku said that he had a really bad feeling about these guys. The MC agreed with him and said that they needed to clean up right now. For starters, it would be better to keep their distance from them. He wanted to ask them not to show that they were wary of them, but they understood him instantly and told him not to worry. And Hyan said that she wouldn't even talk to them. He smiled and told her that it was okay to talk, and that she should ignore Seokwoo if possible. She agreed and said that she wasn't even going to pay attention to such a person. He laughed and said that it was such a relief, after which the three of them walked past Jinho's group, and Kyung met him with a stern look. He led his friends to Hunsung, and Daeoku kicked down the gate, happily saying that they had arrived. They caught him just as he was looking at something in his bag. He looked at them excitedly, which immediately interested the MC, and Daeoku asked what he had there. Did he hide something tasty? He looks just like his grandma when she pulled out money from a hidden place. He smiled and told him it was nothing, then pointed to the bag and said he was giving it to them. Kyung became excited, and Hyunsung opened the bag, showing them the treasures inside, which lit up their faces with their glow. Looking inside, the MC was very happy and thought he believed it. Daeoku was surprised. Wow, where did he find all this? Hyunsung replied honestly when they had just passed each other, he accidentally found something like a chest, and this was inside. Daeoku, smiling, said, a chest. Apparently, there are all sorts of things in here. The protagonist thought about it. He really was a good man for jumping on the regressor's bus. Hyunsung said, yes, they should take a look first. The protagonist looked at the items. It said, Iron Dwarf Steel Bracelets, common level, an accessory created by the now extinct Iron Dwarf clan. It looks crude, but this bracelet is incredibly finely crafted. Endurance +3, Strength +11, Vitality +1. Sacred Ring of Healing, rare level. Origin unknown, a ring with built-in healing and lower holy magic, usable once per day. Mana Shield Ring, rare tier, origin unknown, a very ancient item. Twice per day it can create a shield from the mana stored in the ring. The user must charge it themselves. The protagonist thought, well, the owner of the bracelet has already been found. Daeoku, looking at the items, thoughtfully said that he'd better take the bracelets. He'll accept it with gratitude. Hyung. He didn't give him anything. He has to pay with something. He replied that these feelings of his are enough for him. MC smiled and thought, damn, this is going well. There's a choice, and a good one I must say, especially the mana shield ring. With one charge, you can activate the shield twice per day. Honestly, it's not even comparable to normal level bracelets that raise stats. The healing is also good, but it would be better to give this to Hyan. It felt like if he got hurt, she'd use healing on him herself. Then Hyan pointed at the ring and said she'd take this then. He thought, okay, she chose this. Then he smiled awkwardly and scratched his cheek, thinking, and this is for him. He took the ring and said, then he'll take the rest. By the way, can they really take all of this? Hyunsung said it was fine. He had one too. Even if he equipped another accessory with a special skill, only one ability would activate. He decided it was right to give it to them. The protagonist replied, I understand, but like Daeoku said, they have nothing to give in return. He thought, absolute benefit. Then the protagonist thanked him. Hyan also said words of gratitude, and he replied, nothing, guys. They don't have to worry about it. They're comrades now. He smiled and put his hand to his chest, and the protagonist thought, comrades. He's not such a fool as to be easily swayed by such goodwill. Perhaps Hyunsung is trying to force them to give up. The important thing is that this regressor is going to go with them. Frankly, compared to an archmage or a reliable tank, whose future is predetermined, his qualifications are ambiguous. He has no value, other than the fact that he never makes mistakes during a hunt and is smarter than he seems. Moreover, of course, there will be plenty of people like him on this continent, but he can't go without him if he wants to lead Daeoku and Hyan. In the end, he's forced to take him along to lure them away. He can use him as members of the Hunsung Kingdom's governing body, which will only grow further in the future, although they will have to constantly prove their worth to remain in that position. He smiled and said, that's right, comrades. He thought, good comrades who protect and cherish each other. He feels like everything has become much more stable. Following him will be incredibly difficult. As you progress further and further, you can slowly squeeze out the benefits of your position. That's his path. Then Daeoku smiled and said that it sounded cool, Hyunmims. By the way, when are they planning to leave? Hyunsung replied that the sooner the better. He just had a bad feeling about Jung Jinho's group. You never know, so he'd like to avoid people meeting Jinho's group, with the idea that they were going to fight enemies rather than comrades. The MC said that they weren't particularly warm to them either. Would they really become enemies? He confirmed this. Right now, everything was fine, but it was still better to prepare and be ready for whatever happened in the dungeon. Daeoku said, by the way, this hasn't happened in a long time. They always have to shout, fight! They all need to come here. On the count of 3, everyone has to shout, fight! They all clasped their hands and chanted, 1, 2, 3, let's fight. Then they joyfully raised their hands. The protagonist thought he should wait for Jinho. When the regressor delivers his well-deserved sentence, he'll set the table beautifully. Meanwhile, Seokwoo asked Jinho, should they really clear the dungeon with Hyunsung's companions? He looked at the sword in his hands, laughed, and said, isn't this a disadvantage for them in any case? A chance. One swing of the sword, and it's all over, he thought, for the local king. Then Hyunsung approached them and apologized for the wait. Jinho, look at him, he said and said, good morning, they've all arrived. He was grateful that he'd accepted their suggestion. Jinho closed his eyes and replied, what's wrong with that? Clearing the dungeon will open up some path further anyway. What's more, they're grateful for their offer, Mr. Hun-sung. At that moment, he laughed. The protagonist thought, a calculating killer. After a while, Jinho approached the protagonist and said that he must have really done a lot of research. He never imagined there would be a dungeon in the dungeon. MC replied that they stumbled upon it by accident. He did exit at the starting point, right? The conditions for completion are survival or clearing. This is just his guess, but the conditions for survival could mean waiting for someone to clear the dungeon. If this hunch returns, in order to survive here, someone will definitely have to clear it. In that case, they can't just wait, and then they just happen to arrive. They thought this was a good chance, so they assembled this clearing group. Jinho smiled and, putting his hand to his chin, said, honestly, he hadn't thought this far. He's incredible. The protagonist replied that it was still a guess. By the way, what did he do on Earth? He asked. What? Oh, just doing something like slaughtering animals? And him? The protagonist laughed and, moving on, said he didn't want to talk. He asked, what's wrong with him? He asked, but it was so unfair. The MC thought that he had tried to lull him a little into a false sense of security. At that moment, Hyun-sung approached him and said, by the way, he often goes out with Miss Hyeon. Could it really be that they were just two? The protagonist answered hesitantly, oh, that. He looked at the embarrassed girl and then thought, could it really be another matchmaker? And what should he answer? A close Oppa younger sister relationship? A developing relationship? Okay, he definitely needs to get closer to Hyeon anyway. Then Hyeon blushed with embarrassment when the protagonist said, yes, his guess was correct. The others smiled and looked at him. He thought he had done it. Hyun-sung clapped his hands and, smiling, said, they're just the perfect couple. At that moment, Seok-woo gritted his teeth in irritation. The protagonist looked at Hyeon uncertainly. She thought that she and Oppa were the perfect couple. She grabbed his hand and the MC thought, oh my god, Jinho, you idiot. Then they walked forward, and Hyun-sung announced that they were slowly getting closer. It was here. Then they should go down. They approached a spiral staircase and began to descend. Deoku, walking forward, lifted the grate blocking their path, and the next second, a system window appeared in front of the protagonist, saying, Rare Level Quest, Survival. The system reported that he had reached the dungeon, forced activation of the rare level quest. He was surprised. What? And then a huge number of monsters poured out of the neighboring grate towards them. He thought, what is this? Has something terrible happened? The monsters rushed straight at them, and the protagonist shouted, guys, we need to get out of here first. The others looked around in confusion until the bars closed behind them. Seok-woo cried out in fear, Iron Gates. Jinho shouted at them not to run. They could very well win. The protagonist thought, Eyes of the Soul. A system window appeared in front of him, displaying a name and stats. The name was an evolved evil spirit. Overall assessment, their heads and bodies had grown, but apparently even that hadn't helped. The evolution of intelligence and vision. He thought, damn, evolved evil spirits? They obey instincts, but this is huge, and there are too many of them. He gritted his teeth and thought, can they handle this? One pig as a meat shield won't be enough. Then Hyun-sung stepped forward and said they could handle it. The MC looked at him in surprise and thought, if he says so, then they can. He'll believe in the regressor. He shouted, Deoku. In response, he shouted that he understood. They took attack stances and then looked forward in surprise. Jinho smiled and said he'd go first. He rushed toward the crowd of monsters, the protagonist thinking he should conserve his mana until the last moment for an emergency. The next second, Hyun-sung, sword in hand, charged. Jinho turned around in confusion, wondering what the heck was going on. He held his sword out in front of him, stopping Hyun-sung's attack. He shouted, what's he doing? He replied that he wanted to test his strength. He laughed and shouted, isn't he being too cautious? He attacked the monster, and Hyun-sung chopped off the head of the next one. The protagonist thought, as expected of a regressor, it wasn't for nothing that he had placed high hopes on him. Are they really human? They'll see the agility of their poor piglet. Then he noticed Deoku brandishing his shield, running forward. He thought, fight pig, he can do it. He clenched his fist and joyfully thought that he was no longer just a meat shield, but a knight with a shield. An exemplary knight with a shield. Then he looked to the side and thought, and here, Hyeon placed her hand on her chest and said, this should grant her the power to defeat the enemies, and the power to give them some time alone with Oppa, a blast of wind. A magical symbol appeared in her hands, and then it was directed straight at the monsters, creating a powerful explosion. The protagonist thought, excellent. Miss Jung, good shot. He smiled, and then thought that Hyeon, too, had spotted a weak spot with a single glance. He should see how she intended to get rid of the monsters only on their side and made Jinho's group suffer. A masterpiece. A true masterpiece. Perhaps everything will go smoothly from here? Then he looked at the girl and happily thanked her. Thanks to her, he could catch his breath a little. He reached for her face, and she froze and blushed with embarrassment. He said that even if Jinho's group asked her, she should not even think about helping them. Did she understand? She replied, yes, Oppa. MC thought he would take this chance to get rid of them first. Meanwhile, Jaejung fired an arrow and shouted, Miss Hyeon, they're asking for backup. Kichol covered himself with his hand and shouted, backup here too. Seok-woo pleadingly shouted for her to cast a spell too. Miss Hyeon. She replied that they should wait. She needed to restore her mana. He shouted, hurry up. Then he was surprised and felt a monster attack him from behind. And then the blows swept over the rest of the group. The protagonist thought, what an interesting sight. The evil spirits are literally on their side. Then he smiled and asked, cool, huh Hyan? She smiled and agreed with him. Then the protagonist shouted, guys, they can handle this. They can handle it. Kichul turned around and shouted, Mr. Kyung, not yet. Jaejung shouted, he has to help quickly. The protagonist shouted for them to wait a little longer. They will definitely succeed, at least for the sake of their families on Earth. They have to hold out a little longer, guys. They can hold out, guys. They will succeed. They shouted, damn, he has to shut up. Faster, magic. Faster, come on, idiots. Then the protagonist smiled and said, almost done, guys. He thought every fifth person is complete trash, and today it is him. He concentrated energy in his hand and then used a fireball. The attack was aimed straight at the monsters, setting their bodies on fire. The others shouted joyfully, it worked, but then their faces distorted at what they saw. The monsters, covered in fire, continued to walk towards them. Kichul shouted, they are coming here. The protagonist thought he just threw fire at them, so they were covered in a lovely fiery robe. Now he will give this a name, a burning evil spirit, gentlemen murderers. The others began to run away from the monster. He thought, justice will always prevail. A burning evil spirit. It looks menacing, but a system window appeared in front of him, revealing its name. A burning, evolved evil spirit. Age, 6 years old. Nature, burning instincts. Traits, a low-level monster with very poor eyesight and low intelligence. MC thought perhaps the influence of the artificial flame was causing their life force to burn out even faster. Honestly, this was already bordering on a risky game, but toys had just appeared that were quite suitable for tormenting the Jinho group. Kichul looked at the monsters and shouted, what the hell is this? Things are getting much more serious. And these damn trolls. The protagonist shouted that he was apologizing. He honestly didn't think something like this would happen. Before he could finish speaking, they shouted back at him to shut up and quickly put out the fire. He's an idiot. He apologized again and shouted at them to hold on a little longer. He thought, what will he do now, Jinho? Isn't it time for him to pull an ace up his sleeve? Hurry, will you? He must use magic, like a psychopathic swordsman maid should. He must swing the sword. Bring out all his madness, you idiot. Then Jinho turned around and shouted for them to get out of the way and maintain formation. Mr. Sokwu, he has to go back. MC thought, he will hide his true nature until the end. Even now, he should doubt that they just wanted to live peacefully with him. Then everyone looked ahead in surprise. The monster grabbed Kichul, and Jaejung called out to him in alarm. He screamed, no. His comrades screamed for him to save him. In response, he screamed, damn. Jinho looked at the protagonist and screamed, Mr. Kyung, Miss Hyan. The protagonist turned around and said, God, he doesn't understand why the mana is not recovering. Deoku, covering himself with his shield, turned to him and shouted, Hyungnim, shouldn't we save that man? He replied in the negative, saying that if he went there, he could end up in danger himself. He should never interfere. He and Hyan would figure something out, so he should keep his eyes straight. He replied that he understood, and the MC smiled and thought, that's it. It's enough that they're okay. At that moment, Kichul's body was covered in flames, and he was screaming, begging to be saved. His comrade continued to call out to him in alarm, and Jinho clenched his teeth in irritation. The protagonist thought that if he had intervened, he might have survived. What a pity. It's not very good, but the situation is turning out favorably for them. He should eat a hearty ramen in the afterlife. Then he looked at the girl. She concentrated energy in her hand and used water lightning. She aimed the attack straight at the monster, and the MC happily thought it worked. The first round was over. He wiped his sweat and then Jaejung approached them. He grabbed the protagonist by his clothes and shouted, hey, idiot! Because of him, their Kichul is dead. Hyan asked in surprise. Oppa? The protagonist thought she had a good expression. Then he apologized and said that they were powerless. Jaejung indignantly shouted, what idiot? He replied, really, nothing could be done. It's a shame that Mr. Kichul died, but it was the best option for them. He wouldn't have survived his spell anyway. Tears rolled down the guy's face, and he asked if he was crazy. The MC replied, they would have died too. He threw his hand away, and he shouted, you idiot. But he punched him in the face, and the protagonist's comrades called out to him in alarm. Deoku shouted, what are they doing? How dare they there Hungnim? Hyan shouted, does he want to die? The protagonist collapsed. He raised his shaking hand and thought, damn, that hurt. He said it's okay, guys. He figured he still needed to adapt to the situation once and remember to feign powerlessness. He made a pitiful face and said it was all his fault. Nothing could be done. Jaejung yelled, that crazy idiot is serious. Then Jinho stood in front of him, shielding him with his arm. He said, enough. He understood his feelings, but continuing the conflict wouldn't lead to anything good. He yelled back, whatever. They're changing tactics. With Mr. Kichul dead, the game is as good as over. First, they need to go in with them and finish the cleanup. If he understood, first. Then he turned to the protagonist and apologized. He said his friend didn't mean any harm. He was just a little emotional over the death of an old friend. He turned around slightly, then added that he wished he could understand. Mr. Jaejung, there's no way he'll admit it. What? That idiot definitely did it on purpose. He's trying to trick them again. The MC suddenly started banging his head on the floor and screaming. He's seriously apologizing, guys. It's all because he's not good enough. If only he were a little better. If only he were a little stronger. Mr. Kichul, no everyone. He could have saved them. A person like that literally deserves to die. Useless idiot. Trash. Tears streamed down his eyes, and with trembling hands, he took the sword and pointed it at his own neck. He said, for letting Mr. Kichul die, he will repay him with his own death. Goodbye, guys. Dioku shouted. He has to stop. Hyunnim is not guilty of anything. Hyunsun called out to him anxiously, and Hyun screamed in fear. Oppa? He can't die, no. The protagonist thought, a beautiful picture. For some reason, it's always nice to see people trembling when things really get tough. Jaejung sighed and shouted, this idiot! He clenched his fist, and Jinho walked up to him and said, Mr. Jaejung, he told him to stop? Didn't he hear? How many times will he have to tell you that? Sokwu adjusted his glasses and remarked, that's right. It's better to stop now. He told them before, but that idiot was a vile, treacherous piece of scum. He'd stolen Miss Hyan, his fiancée, from him in this manner. MC thought in surprise, fiancée what? Then he added, annoying such a jerk would only bring more trouble upon themselves. Better to bow their heads. After that, the protagonist looked at Jaejung and said, he'd been inattentive. He couldn't console him with any words, but he truly apologized sincerely. With these words, he wiped a tear from his face, and the guy began to look around. He gritted his teeth and thought, damn, what the hell is going on here? Why is he the only one who's bad now? He's definitely making fun of him. Then he turned around abruptly, and MC thought, well, what should I do? No one believes him. Stupid killers. Jinho, looking at the protagonist, thought he was going to kill him, but should he lure him away? He really wants to. Then Sokwu approached the protagonist and asked if he was happy. Even when it was his fault, everyone was covering for him. The protagonist looked at him with annoyance and asked, what? Sokwu ran after the rest of the team, and the MC spat out a clot of blood. He thought, has this idiot completely lost his mind? What kind of half-provocation was this? Then Hyunsun approached him and asked if he was okay. The protagonist looked up at him and said he was okay. It was his mistake, after all. He was really apologizing. He thought that, frankly, it hurt him right now. His Hyun was in a lot of pain, but Hyunsun extended his hand to him and he thought, warm, so warm, a rich and luxurious life that he could enjoy as a fellow regressor. Then he stood up, and at that moment, Hyun picked up his tooth from the floor. The MC turned around abruptly, tears streaming down her eyes, and her rage was at its peak. He thought, what's wrong? She's starting this again? He thought it would be enough to avoid female company, but apparently, no one was allowed to touch him at all. Then she put the tooth in her pocket, and he wondered why she was taking his tooth. The protagonist coughed and called out to her, and she screamed, oops. She came closer and asked with tears in her eyes, is he okay? What should I do? What should I do? This bad guy. She put her hands on his chest and added, bad idiot, bad guy, she will take revenge. She will definitely take revenge. This idiotic fool needs to be punished. Yeah, right? In response, MC said that everything was fine. It was only his fault, so nothing could be done. He thought that her eyes were frighteningly empty again. If Hyan was using magic on them now, then he could consider himself wrong. They brought the ogres, so this time it was their turn to attack. He just needed to add wood to the fire. Then the protagonist walked up to the girl and put his arm around her shoulders. He noticed Soku's irritated gaze fixed on them. Hyan continued to cry while the MC hugged her. He thought, God, this damn pervert will be even easier than he thought. Sokwu, provocation is his forte. He should watch and learn. Then Sokwu's mouth dropped open in indignation when he noticed the protagonist turn to Hyan and say that he was in pain. He thought, was he that jealous? He looked at the protagonist, who stumbled and suddenly began to fall. Hyan caught him under the back and asked if he was okay. He looked at her and thought that this was wrong. She said that he could lean on her even more. In response, he agreed and thanked her. He thought that he suddenly got the role of a hero, but the goal was still achieved. Ugh, disgusting. It looks like his precious lover was stolen from him. It's really infuriating, right? He kept watching Sokwu's reaction, and he thought, I'm jealous to death, huh? He's going to hit him just once? He has to hit him. Then the protagonist thanked Hyan and asked if she's having a hard time. She replied that it's not. Compared to how much he's helped her so far, this is nothing. Then Sokwu coughed into his fist and said, Miss Hyan, it seems like she's having a really hard time. If she's uncomfortable, he'll help. She replied that she doesn't want to. She can handle it herself. Mr. Sokwu, he shouldn't pay attention. She continued to hold the protagonist, and then the protagonist coughed again and said that he apologizes. Sokwu started shaking with anger, and the MC thought, God, how his hands are shaking. Well, anyway, if he had any self-control, he would never have treated Hyan at the camp the way he did. Come on, he has to hit him once. Quickly, he has to hit him. Idiot. At that moment, the monsters went wild. Hyunsum shouted, everyone get into position, prepare to attack. Then the protagonist looked at Hyan and said, first, she should go with Dioku and deal with the monsters, okay? He'll join in soon. She wanted to object, but he said he wouldn't overexert himself, so she shouldn't worry. She needs to go. She agreed with him. And MC thought, right now it's about 20 meters from him to Dioku, although the damn boar's agility stats are just too much to bear. Even if he provokes Sokwu and gets seriously stabbed, he can easily stop the next attack. There will be a gap, and Hyan will use healing magic on him. Well, if he's unlucky, there's Hyunsun's magic shield. As for the monsters, well, Hyunsun and Jinho can handle them just fine on their own. Then he laughed, looking at Sokwu. He came closer and thought, what now? He put his hand on his shoulder and called him. He thought it was time to make him a villain. He smiled and asked, is he jealous? He shouted, he is. He reached for his sword, and the protagonist thought, finally it has begun. He shouted, idiot. Sokwu hit him with the sword, and the MC frowned and thought, it hurts terribly. Kyung, damn it, it's only been 3 seconds. He has to endure it. He can endure it if he can get rid of Sokwu like this. Then he thought, quiet everyone. Suddenly he screamed sharply. The others turned around in confusion. Hyan asked, Oppa? What was that scream just now? The next second Soku shouted, Jinho, he finally did it. Hun names. He pointed his finger at the main character and shouted that he got rid of that idiot. The protagonist thought, a lot of pride in his voice for someone who slaughtered the weakest of the 4 heavenly kings. Jinho said, Mr. Soku. The protagonist thought, Jinho, at least one of the cards he had. He asked, what kind of nonsense is he talking about now? The MC thought it was the perfect pretense. He shouted that he did it. He says he did it. Jinho gritted his teeth in irritation and said, what the hell, you crazy idiot. The protagonist thought, this is the end. His team has cornered him and there's no way out. Apparently, Jinho will eliminate the rebellious unit on his team. He thinks he'll prefer to show that he has no hostile intentions towards their team. This won't do Jinho. He has to fight them. He thought, okay now, he has to go and Hyunsung has to stop him, so Jinho's plan fails. At that moment, the protagonist's comrades ran up to him and began calling him anxiously. He looked at them and thought, okay, here are his precious items. He placed a trembling hand on his chest, then thought that they should heal him quickly. At that moment, Jaejung approached him and said, that's right. He shouted that he killed Kichul. With that, he plunged his sword into the protagonist's back and shouted, you idiot, you must die. The protagonist turned around in disbelief, then coughed and fell to the ground. Hyan looked at this in disbelief, then abruptly dropped to her knees, holding the protagonist by the shoulders. Screams came from all directions. Sokwu, looking at Jinho, shouted, murderer. He ran forward and shouted, these crazy idiots. Really? He swung his weapon and shouted for them to just die. Then his attack was parried by Hyunsung. He looked at him in confusion, and then they went their separate ways. Hyunsung said, Mr. Dioku, he's asking you to take care of Miss Hyan and Mr. Kyung. He's after Jinho. Dioku shouted that he understood. Jaejung walked up to his comrade and said, Jinho, you idiot. Hey, Sokwu, we need to take this chance and escape too. Holding his sword in his hand, he replied in the negative. He was surprised. What? He said he'd finish off that idiot Kyung, and he should go first, Hyungnim. He replied, okay, he was being cool just now. Kichul will definitely be happy in heaven too. Now he has to hit him for him. They'll see each other later. Sokwu said he could rely on him. He'll deal with them. At that moment, Dioku, leaning over the protagonist, shouted at him to open his eyes. He can't die like this. The protagonist thought, damn, he's not dead yet. Hyan, covering her face with her hands, continued to cry. She screamed, Oppa. The protagonist thought, guys, maybe they should stop this screaming for a while and heal him, huh? Then Dioku screamed, that's right, a ring, a healing ring. He needs to use that spell faster. The MC thought, right, he's doing great, dude. But Hyan slapped his hand and screamed, while Dioku screamed, please, she needs to calm down, a ring. She looked at the ring on her finger in surprise and said, healing. This should heal Oppa. The next second, energy enveloped the protagonist's body. He thought, how wonderful. Dioku screamed, Youngnim, is he okay? Hyan took his hand and screamed, Oppa. He replied that he was okay. He was grateful. He thought, wow, he really almost died. He needs to be more careful from now on. At that moment, Sokwu ran towards them, shouting that he must die. Kyung. Dioku put his hand in front of him. He grabbed his face and shouted, where is he going? The protagonist looked away and thought, okay, now. He used a mana shield. He thought, as expected, here is Hyunsung's backup. What a guy for preparing this in advance. Dioku looked around and said fearfully, Noonnim has disappeared. MC thought, apparently she went after Jeju. She chose the right moment to slip away. Then Dioku bowed and apologized, saying that it was his mistake. If he had come a little faster, he apologizes for being slow. He apologizes for not being of any help. The protagonist told him not to worry. It was all his carelessness that was to blame, and he'd only caught a glimpse of Hyan, so he shouldn't worry. The important thing is for him not to cry, the little pig. It doesn't suit such a big guy. He started wiping away his tears and asked who was crying. The protagonist thought there were some flaws in his calculations, but oh well. Dioku asked if there was some law against crying with a big body. The protagonist replied that he didn't know, he was just making noise, so he shouldn't cry. He noticed that he was too headstrong. The MC asked if he was pulling himself together now. Go ahead, right? He smiled and thought that this was a good situation. Meanwhile, Jaejung was running in the hallway. He thought, Sokwu is an idiot. Of course, he felt better about avenging Kichul, but that was it. He refuses to get involved with a good-for-nothing idiot who only talks. Jinho, you idiot. He knew from the start that he hadn't planned on cherishing his comrades, even in his heart of hearts, but tossing them aside like they were worn-out shoes. Damn, it pissed him off that he still had to catch up with him, team up with him to deal with Hyunsung, and then he would destroy that bastard Kyung. The next second, a slashing attack flew past his legs. He fell to the ground and thought, his legs. Hyan stood behind him. She said hello, and he thought in surprise, her? She concentrated energy in her hand and said, there's no time, so she needs to finish him off quickly. How pathetic. He thought, damn, she's insane. She's gone crazy. She told him to open his mouth. He screamed loudly and she stuck her finger in his mouth. In his mind, he was asking to be saved. He thought, what is she going to do? He's asking to be saved. Then she used an air blast. He screamed and she asked, it hurts, right? It hurts him too. Then why did he do that? Even so, it hurt their Oppa so much more. Their poor Oppa, but she will get revenge. He thought, damn. Then she said, blood splattered, Oppa won't like this sight. God, he was asking for even more punishment. He continued to pray in his mind for salvation. He didn't want to go for Kichul yet. Then she said, we need to finish him off quickly, so this is the last time. Today she will punish him just a little, but he shouldn't do this anymore. He thought, okay, he won't do it again. So please, she has to stop. He can't die. Having come to this place, he felt the taste of life. It's too sad to leave like this. He will live. No matter what happens, he definitely has to. He hasn't managed to kill so many people yet. Yes, he'll come back, and the plan is to first deal with Hunsun, Jinho, and Kyung, and then he'll kill that girl, then kill Sokwu, and after he's killed everyone, he'll kill everyone in the camp. After he steals the items and escapes like that, he'll one day become the continent's top criminal. He'll even fulfill Kichol's dream for him. How's that for him? Isn't this really a brilliant plan? Then Hyan was surprised. Crouching down next to the body, she noticed that he was dead. At that moment, Sokwu hit the floor face first. He screamed at him to let him go. Kyung? He's a rat. Does he think his Hungnims are going to let them get away with this? The protagonist chuckled in response. He asked, is he laughing? Is that what he finds funny? Somewhere right now, his Hungnims have gotten rid of Hunsun and are going to kill them. The MC stood in front of him, and he added that he couldn't forgive Hyan either. He would make her regret choosing him every day. In response, the protagonist chuckled and asked what to do. His favorite Hungnims had already abandoned him and run away. He asked, what? He asked in response, didn't he receive instructions from Jinho? Since Kichol's death, their plan was cancelled, as far as he could see. He lifted his face and he asked, what? What was he even talking about? The MC looked into his eyes and thought it was hilarious. That twisted face, supposedly from confusion. It was also amusing. Then he said, sick. Do I have to speak syllable by syllable so he'd understand? Jinho abandoned him. Sokwu, frankly, was grateful to him for a lot. He thought it was a relief that the card Jinho considered his insurance policy was so stupid. Then he said, actually, he initially got close to Hyan because he was such trash, Sokwu. He yelled back, you idiot. He's saying he used him? Damn trash, worthless piece of shit. The protagonist asked, what? How rude he was. He just took the cutlery and banged on the table he had set, and he didn't even raise a single hand. He personally fed him with a spoon. He started laughing loudly, and then he added, only death can save him from his explosive temper. He was surprised. What? The protagonist added, so the right to decide whether to live or die belongs to him. If things were still a little confused, he would be lying here. Honestly, it's not a desirable choice to kill people, but Dyoku said, really? The protagonist said, if he doesn't want to look, he should close his eyes. Sokwu yelled, he's going to do it now. What is he going to do, you psycho? MC said, yes, he thought he'd better do it himself at least once. Because right now, it's the most rational and necessary means. Sokwu said he was crazy. The protagonist smiled and noticed that he was too. He swung his staff and Sokwu, looking up at him, begged for mercy. The protagonist thought, it's too late to hesitate. He swung the staff even harder and then apologized to him. He thought that this wasn't the first time. In fact, he'd killed before. Not helped, pushed into a trap. Just like then, he just needed to calm down. Just like those times, it was inevitable. It was all necessary. He just needed to rationalize everything like this again. He thought, one more person. Then he said, so he wouldn't be too scared. Deokgu, this was a kill-or-be-killed situation. Besides, it would be easier for him to accept this outcome if he did everything. No big deal. He was above it. In response, he asked, was it Christianity? MC smiled and sighed, saying he didn't believe in God, just saying. A system window appeared in front of him, saying a new specialization had opened. He had to choose the specialization he wanted. The protagonist extended his hand toward it and said, after all, it seems like experience increases even from killing people, both on Earth and here. The world is so soulless, isn't it? By the way, Dyoku, he asked, huh? He told him not to die for anything. Did he get it? After a while, they walked down the corridor. Dyoku, looking at the protagonist, asked, is he still thinking about a specialization? He already told him to just choose the coolest one. He replied, hey, he's still thinking about it because everyone is cool. He looked at the system window and thought, this time, everyone really is good. Which one should he choose so that everyone will start talking about how good his choice was? In any case, he still needs to consult with a reincarnated person about his further development. At that moment, Hyan ran up to them from behind. She shouted, Oppa. He smiled and looked at her. She hugged him, then pulled away and, looking at him with eyes full of tears, asked, did he get hurt again? Does it hurt anywhere? Is he okay now? Sokwu, what's wrong with him? The MC replied that he died. She said, okay, oh I see. Dyoku said, by the way, where did she go since she only just returned? The protagonist turned to him and she hesitantly shouted, what? She herself didn't notice, as if the protagonist thought that he needed to help. Then he looked at her and asked, didn't she go to help Mr. Hyunsun? She shouted in surprise. That's not true. She's not the least bit interested in him. She started biting her finger and clutching her head said, Jaejong, he did this to him. She was just so angry. She didn't even notice how she did it. She was apologizing. Dyoku said, no, she should forgive him. He understood what she was trying to say. Then he looked in different directions and shouted. Honestly, he wanted to run after him then too. He really understands her feelings, so stop. She started wiping away her tears and said that she just can't stop thinking about it. What should she do? He shouted, it's okay already. She shouldn't cry. Hey, of course he's trying to do something. He should at least somehow comfort her. No, he can't. He has to come here. Hyan continued apologizing, and the MC walked forward and thought, why is she apologizing so much? They're kind and charming Hyan? He came closer, put his hand on her head and said that everything is fine. He wondered if she really wanted him to get hurt. He was grateful, really. Then he hugged her and said it was okay. He thought she was their warm, tender time bomb. He needed to heal her. She continued to cry, and then he said, enough. After that, he looked at Dyoku and told him to come over and move Hyan away. He smiled and laughed lightly. The protagonist thought in surprise, what the hell? This was his plan. The damn boar? At that moment, Hyunsun came up to them and asked, so they were all here? The protagonist thought, wow. That idiot Jinho must have been a tough opponent, but it still looks like all sorts of magic tricks are a piece of cake for their Hunsun. Then he turned to the side and said, and the others? MC said he killed. More importantly, what happened to Jinho? He replied, it worked out well anyway, he was the enemy. Yes, it was a necessary measure, and it seemed they had their sights set on it from the start. Perhaps if they had lost, the guys from the camp would have met an unenviable fate. Even though it was easy, he wanted them all to consider it a fair case. The protagonist thought, frankly, he already thought that way anyway. And then Hyunsung said that they did the right thing. There would be plenty of such violent incidents in the future. No one would criticize them for such a decision. He didn't know if this would help, but he wished them to overcome everything. The MC thought he had shouldered a great responsibility with these words, and his Hung felt a sense of relief. He thanked him. Deoku did the same, and Hyunsung held out his hand and asked, Mr. Kyung, are you okay? His hand. He replied that everything was fine, but if not for the ring he gave him, he would have died. How many times had his life been saved, thanks to him? He came closer and smiling, added that he would never forget this kindness. Hyunsung, smiling slightly, scratched his cheek. The protagonist wondered if the brat was happy. Then he said that everyone was tired, he'd better get to the nearest resting place. Deoku agreed, they should go, and MC agreed. Hyan was also in favor. The protagonist thought, everyone tried hard. They overcame the crisis together. They triumphed together. Apparently, he, like him, thought that they had all become even closer. He could be sure that the four of them would continue to have a good relationship, at least on the surface. He felt drowsy, and as soon as he imagined himself riding on a bus, a safe and comfortable bus on Hyunsung's route, one could even say he stopped being nervous. They had done a good job, his dear treasures. After a while, they stopped in a small room and lit a fire. The protagonist turned to Hyunsung, who turned and told him to speak. The protagonist said, honestly, he's unlocked new specializations. With these words, he approached the fire, holding kindling in his hands. Hyunsung said, oh quick, maybe he'd like to know what specializations they are? The MC replied, of course, there are still a lot of choices this time, so he wanted to consult with him. After that, he brought up the status window. The system reported, view available specializations. Several specializations were unlocked. The captain could view a detailed description by clicking on a specialization. He said they'd start with 5 options: summoner, spearman, dark mage, alchemist, and pyromancer. The protagonist thought, this time, they're all rare. He picked up the bread and thought he was worried he might get something like a rogue. Thank goodness that wasn't the case. As a commander, it wouldn't be a good idea to trigger a commander replay. Then he said, he'll read the specialization description too, starting with summoner. Summoner, rare, doesn't fight directly. They fight with summoned familiars, spirits, and beasts. The higher the summoner's mana and affinity level, the stronger they are. Later, it's possible to change specializations to ones closer to the summoner, like Spirit Master. He added, in the additional attributes, they say stamina +1, intelligence +1, mana +2. He thought, frankly, he liked this the most. Someone will fight for him, quite solid and convenient. He smiled, biting into the bread, and then said, next spearman. Spearman rare, a mid-range specialization combining magic and the spear. Knowledge of the spear and mid-level magic will be learned. The possibility of subsequently changing specialization is unknown. He added, in addition, dexterity +2, mana +2. He thought it was off-putting. He'd thought so before, but direct combat wasn't his thing. Then he added dark mage. Dark mage, rare, a long-range specialization, mages who use dark magic. Since its source is demonic power, it's a completely different type of magic, completely upending the foundation of magic. It provokes negative relations between religious groups. However, compared to other specializations, its destructive power is overwhelmingly high. He said, mana +4. He thought about it. He was drawn to that too, but the last paragraph bothered him a little. Then the protagonist said thoughtfully, alchemist and pyromancer remain. The system window said, alchemist rare. Representatives of this specialization rarely fight. They study magical chemistry. They are constantly searching for new directions in the development of magic and mana. Basic knowledge of alchemy and the creation of entry-level homunculi will be studied. As a result, he could change his specialization to a medicinal brewer, an alchemist mage, or a homunculus maker. He said, intelligence +2, mana +2. He thought, frankly, this specialization suited him best due to his superior intelligence. The medicinal brewer specialization was a bit confusing, but he could compensate for his lack of magical power with mana potions. Then he said, pyromancer, and they wrote that in exchange for high firepower, mana consumption was also high. Additional attribute, mana +5. Then he said, what's all he has to say? Hyunsung looked at him and said he should forgive him. But his mana wasn't particularly high, and he was a spearman. MC wondered if it was that bad. Hyan looked at them and thought Mr. Kyung was simply terrible with a spear. The protagonist thought he was doing a decent job as a party member, but from his perspective, he looked truly awkward, sad. Hyunsung said it was the same with the pyromancer. High mana consumption is quite risky. The dark mage also seemed unsettling. Based on the description, this specialization could put him in a dangerous position. He'd be better off choosing between a summoner and an alchemist. MC took another bite of his bread and said, frankly, he thought so too. He thought, albeit a bit regretfully, that since this world is set in a medieval fantasy setting, some of the crazy religious groups would definitely grab torches and want to raise pitchforks against the dark mage Kyung. He refuses this position of extreme extreme danger. By the way, this sweet bastard is trying his best to give him the best advice. Then Hyunsung said, but even maintaining a summoned creature also implies significant mana consumption. He thinks that an alchemist would be a good fit for him. With his high intelligence, the alchemist will have access not only to a wide variety of potions, or as it's written, medicinal concoctions, but also to a unique form of summoning. He will later be able to create homunculi, which will be very useful in battle. Since this isn't a summoning in the full sense of the word, but the creation of an artificial living creature, mana will only be spent maintaining the catalyst. The protagonist thought, okay, time for a break. He glanced at the system window displaying the alchemist classification and thought, rare, right? A rare specialization, but accessible to anyone. Although priests specialize in healing magic, the sacred power they control has its limits. And in such circumstances, they simply cannot do without the restorative concoctions created by alchemists. If this is truly a rare specialization, then potions may be essential. Should he jump into Black Ocean, huh? He smiled awkwardly and said, alchemist, that's not bad, really. He thought, but the summoner is beckoning. Alchemy does allow something similar, but he still needs to think about it. At that moment, Dyoku asked what they were talking about. He, of course, should choose a dark mage. The others looked at him in surprise, and Hyunsung frowned and said, no, an alchemist. They looked at each other in anger. MC thought, God, they're starting again. Then Dyoku rose to his feet, pointed a finger at himself, and shouted at them to think for themselves. Using dark energy to exterminate monsters, they should imagine Hyunsung, the dark mage. It's obvious that the role of a dark mage suits him perfectly, right? The protagonist thought that this time, the dark mage inside him was stuck. Hyunsung sighed and said, but in public. He was indignant. Who cares? He just needs to deal with all the scum who dare oppose him. Well, to be honest, this class doesn't really suit his personality, but his image in a tiny dark robe is just so cool. Just the thought gives him goosebumps. MC looked at him and wished he would do something about these disgusting, useless shouts. He feels like he's drowning in it. Hyunsung said, and yet he can't become a dark mage. No way. Without a doubt, an alchemist would suit him much better. Dyoku was indignant. What? The protagonist thought, right. Their Hyunsung will lose. They started shouting, no, he has to become a dark mage! Dark mage. The protagonist smiled awkwardly and thought, maybe he shouldn't have asked. The shouts continued. Dark mage, alchemist. Then Hyen called out to them, and they turned to her in irritation. They shouted, whose side is Hyen on? She awkwardly replied that she couldn't choose between the two. An amazing oppa who practices alchemy versus an incredible oppa who practices dark magic. She blushed with embarrassment and shook her head, and MC didn't understand what thoughts were filling her head. Then he said thoughtfully, it's not an easy choice. The dark mage class is definitely not bad, but there are risks. Dyoku shouted, that's right, not bad is an understatement. He must become a dark mage. At that moment, Hyunsung called out to the protagonist and said that he received this completely by chance, but it just so happened that he had an exclusive item for an alchemist. The protagonist looked in surprise at the book with a golden glow in his hands. He added that if he chooses the alchemist class, he will give him this as a gift. In his hand, he held an Introduction to Alchemy by Ramos Tucker, a heroic alchemist exclusive item. The great scientist Ramos Tucker was a renowned alchemist who traveled extensively in his time. As part of the Republican Army, he was recognized as a leader in research in the fields of biology, alchemy, and potion making. But one day, for some unknown reason, it was discovered that he had disappeared without a trace. He may have died, but the chemical knowledge of this great scientist is passed down from hand to this day. MC wondered, what is this? Then Hyunsung asked, what do you think? He didn't want it? The protagonist thought, how cool, he can't refuse. Then Dyoku yelled at him to wait. This isn't a gift, it's a bribe. Buying him anything is too much. And where did this thing come from, anyway? Hyunsung turned around and said, about this, he found it in a treasure chest, among other junk. Not being an alchemist, he wouldn't be able to read this book. But it's a heroic rank item, useless to him, yet he can unlock its full potential. The protagonist smiled and thought, not bad. It was hard to come up with a reason, right? From the start, those bracelets and the ring he gave them could be items not found here. Even if he were a regressor, it's hard to believe a treasure chest would appear so conveniently before him. Although he's not sure if he regressed with his entire inventory, or if he's using a special shop that's not yet available to them. Watching him continue to retrieve items like this, it seems like he's carrying far more notable items in his backpack. And then Hyunsung shouted, please, he must become an alchemist. Dyoku shouted, he must become a dark mage. Hyen told him to do as his heart leads. MC closed his eyes and said, yes, he's already made his decision, he thought. In that case, Hyunsung's choice is obvious. He awkwardly scratched the back of his head and said he thought he should have become an alchemist. He swears it wasn't because of the book. Then Hyen happily said it was a good choice, and he thanked her. After that, the system asked if he was sure he wanted to choose this class. The protagonist confirmed it, and the system reported that he had been promoted to the alchemist class. He had gained basic knowledge of the class. Checking player Kyung's attributes and threshold knowledge. Method 1 Production Method. Status. Class, Alchemist, Rare. Class effects, gain basic knowledge of the field of magic, gain basic knowledge of alchemy. He thought it was not bad. The review said it seemed he had chosen a worthy path. This has no comment, but this is more painful to watch him try so hard. It seems he even has an item he doesn't deserve. This prays that he has enough wisdom to understand Ramos Tucker's scripture. Otherwise, it would be a shame to waste the potential of such an item. MC thought he had an idea where it came from. Then he looked at the book, and Hyun-sung was holding it in his hands, smiling. The protagonist thought, does he seem a little more useful now? He's now a valuable project he invested in. He's no longer a barely useful administrator, an alchemist on the stock market. Then Hyun-sung handed him the book and congratulated him. Deokgu scratched his head and said it was a shame, but since it was his choice, Hyun said she congratulated him. The protagonist thanked everyone. He would gladly accept his gift. Although he was rather embarrassed to constantly receive such valuable gifts, he would do anything to live up to his expectations. He smiled and thought, Hyun-sung, he could skyrocket the prices of the stocks he bought, so he should continue investing in it, okay? After a while the others fell asleep, the protagonist began studying the book. He thought, so this is what alchemy is like. He still doesn't have any equipment. It'll be difficult to make use of it. He still needs valuable items, like the exclusive alchemy catalyst. Considering he needs catalysts and equipment, it seems like it's a pretty expensive class, requiring a lot of money. For now, all he has to do is combine it with the skills he already has. At that moment, Hyun-sung approached him and asked if he had gone to bed yet. MC turned to him and said he couldn't sleep. The alchemist class still held a lot of information he needed to learn. He thought he should see how hard he worked, dear investor. For some reason, he felt a little uneasy at his satisfied expression. Hey, he plans to use his hung as a brewing station. Then the protagonist asked, by the way, the survival quest isn't over yet, is it? Because apparently there's no boss fight ahead. He replied that he thought so too. And yet, the thought that they weren't on the top floor of the training grounds haunted them. He said he thought he'd be able to find some clue tomorrow. The protagonist noted that this was true. He was right. He thought, obviously, the boss wasn't waiting for them, so that meant the long-awaited exit was just around the corner. The continent. The hint at the beginning of the training said that the continent was a place reached by the few survivors. Meanwhile, Lee Song-yi folded her hands in front of her and said, it looks like they finally found it. The sword and shield that will replace that man. She thought, although they haven't yet reached the true scene of this place, she thinks they've made a confident step forward. After that, they continued on their way and began to chat. Why do we tell actors to break a leg? Because every play has a cast. How do you drown a hipster? Throw him in the mainstream. Now it's his turn. Hyun-sung said, what does a nosy pepper do? Deokgu asked, nosy? What could that be? Hyun-sung looked at him and said, it gets jalapeno business. Deokgu laughed and punched him on the shoulder. The protagonist thought, Hyun-sung, where did he learn that? Then he turned to Hyeon and asked, she doesn't find it funny, does she? She shook her head and said no. It was more embarrassing. He thought, even their Hyeon jokes are funnier. And yet, he likes how everyone seems so much more relaxed now. Initially, they were all terribly worried about how to get out of this place. That's why being in the regressor group is so great. He patted Hyeon on the head and then Hyun-sung suddenly stopped and the protagonist, looking ahead, thought, the door, the exit, Hyun-sung talked about yesterday. He smiled and thought he was smirking. Great. And then everyone looked at each other and nodded. Deokgu started pushing the door and the protagonist thought, let's go into the enchanting unknown. Enchanting. Then the door opened and they wondered why they were in some strange place again. The protagonist thought, the unknown? Damn, they still haven't gotten out. And that drawing in the center, a magic circle, a system window appeared in front of him saying, the mandatory rare quest has been activated. The rare quest has been cleared 0 out of 1. The others looked at the system window in surprise and Deokgu shouted, what? There's another door on the other side. He ran to the other door and, trying to push it, said that this one won't open. The protagonist said, don't touch everything so recklessly. He should come here. There must be some kind of condition for opening the door, and for the dungeon to be considered cleared, they must get out of here. He thought, but how could they clear it? Hyun-sung said, there wouldn't be a boss here. This magic circle seemed to be the key. Then he looked at Hyun-sung, who walked forward and concentrated energy in his hand. He directed the energy directly at the magic symbol, and then the protagonist said, so all you need to do is pour your mana into it. He confirmed it. This very same one visited him, and it seemed he was right. The protagonist thought he'd just blown it, buddy. The system reported, rare mandatory quest completed, rare quest cleared 1 of 1, survival 1 of 1. Deokgu ran up to the protagonist and shouted, Hyungnim. He replied, yeah. He looked ahead and thought that the most valuable thing was that he did it. But now the jokes were over. Hyeon looked ahead with admiration and said, beautiful. The protagonist said, yes indeed. He thought, despite all the lousiness of this place, the ending is incredibly beautiful. The next second, the door opened, letting in a bright light. Sanghi said that she congratulated them on successfully completing the training. The protagonist thought, this person? She said that she was in charge of this training dungeon, the vice guildmaster of the Blue Guild. She walked forward and then said that her name was Lee Sanghi. She took off her earpiece and added that it was an honor for her to meet all of them. The protagonist thought, the person in charge of the dungeon? She seemed quite friendly. What was going on? Then Deokgu approached her and asked what she meant by in charge of the dungeon. Was it she who locked them in? She replied that it was not so. She would start with a formal speech. She is the leader of a free imperial guild created under the patronage of the goddess Banagor. The name of the guild is Blue, and also this season, she is in charge of conducting the training. They too were once summoned to this world and forced to undergo a trial. The only difference is that they got here a little earlier, and yet they still haven't managed to figure out the reason for their summoning into this world. From the moment the training dungeon is cleared, they, the managers, are obligated to guide them on their way out and free the survivors still inside. And on top of that, they will help them adapt to the new environment they will now live in. They are guaranteed a starting place to live. The protagonist said, a starting place to live. By the way, does this mean the training dungeon is now permanently open? She answered that it is. The door will only be open for 3 days from the moment it is cleared. And I know why exactly that is. In any case, she will accompany them outside. Before that, please, he must hand over his weapon. The protagonist thought, what? The weapon was only temporary? She said that everything would be revealed in more detail once they reached the nearest camp. She smiled and added, please, they should start searching for other survivors. She will lead this group to their camp, and so, they should move out. The protagonist thought, the eye of the soul. A system window appeared in front of him, which said, checking player Sangi's characteristics and thresholds. Name, Sangi. Age, 33. Nature, ideal mediator. Class, holy knight, heroic. Class effect, acquiring basic swordsman skills, acquiring basic shield mastery skills, acquiring continuing swordsman skills, acquiring advanced swordsman skills, acquiring basic sacred knowledge, acquiring continuing sacred knowledge. Title, Steel Blood. Strength, 82, heroic. Endurance 90, heroic, vitality 91, heroic, mana 77, rare, intelligence 30, common, luck 33, heroic, agility 52, rare. Abilities. Steel Blood consumes mana to temporarily increase all strength stamina, and the Knight class owner's strength is permanently increased by 3. Equipment. Holy Caliber, heroic, Steel Blood shield, heroic, Knight exclusive, reinforced ribbon, rare. Her stats alone are impressive. It seems she's almost reached her peak. Her strength stamina can still increase by several notches, which can't be said for her other stats. Incredibly, the limits of her skills are a little depressing. However, they shouldn't look at her with arrogance. Player Sangi has nothing to counter this. MC thought, there's no reason for arrogance here. If she wanted to, you would have finished them off long ago. So why is she acting so friendly? Hyunsung doesn't seem to evoke any negative reactions either. The title of Perfect Mediator bodes well. He thinks there's nothing to worry about, but she doesn't care at all about how many people died in the dungeon. At the same time, she seems very attentive to them. Is it because they're a team that passed the trials? It seems things are moving much faster than expected. The people trapped inside will soon be rescued. It's only a matter of time. Come to think of it, he leaves without properly saying goodbye to Lee Jihye. Well, that's not so important. Then they walked on, and the protagonist looked ahead in surprise, noticing a bird in the sky. They all began to smile happily, noticing the busy street ahead. Sangi said, luck seems to be on their side. It's rare to see a griffin. Deoku approached the merchant at that moment and said he'd like to try it. At that moment, Sangi approached him and asked, I'm sorry, right? They haven't eaten yet. They were planning to treat them later, but this time would be an exception. They should order whatever they want. He clenched his fists and shouted, really? He waved his hand and added, hey, people, there's fried octopus here. The MC said he'll eat later. He said you can't say no when you have a chance to eat. They'll have another helping, please. The protagonist sighed and walked forward. Then he was surprised and thought, Hyunsung? What was he thinking about that expression? After that, he called him, extending his hand towards him, and he turned around and asked, right? What's the matter? He replied, nothing special. He just wanted to say that they would continue to rely on him. He smiled and thought, he can't leave him after everything they've been through together. His Hung will give it his all. He understands that, right? He understands? He replied, yes, he's relying on him too. After a while, everyone got into the carriage. The protagonist took a bite of the dish and thought how comfortable it was. How damn comfortable. To be honest, he hadn't expected such a warm welcome from this place. There's nothing better than feeling comfortable. Then Sangi said, by the way, they guys completed the training pretty quickly. Hyunsung looked at her and asked, is that so? Isn't that the standard speed? She replied that it usually takes about 6 months. The fact that they did it in just 3 is truly phenomenal. She thinks they've set a world record for the fastest dungeon clearing. Deoku asked, were there other dungeons in the world? She confirmed it. The Republic and the Alliance oversee several training dungeons. They, the Sacred Alliance, oversee 3 dungeons in total. They would learn the details later, but this place had gathered people of different nationalities, each of them summoned from their homeland. The protagonist looked out the window and thought that the man looked like a local. The dress and robes were just like something out of the Middle Ages. Then Sangi added that they were actually forbidden from asking about their progress, but she was genuinely curious how they managed to clear the dungeon so quickly, especially with such a small group of 4. The others looked at her in surprise, and then Hyunsung said that there were many different factors, but the most important was that everyone did their part. By the way, there was a shelter on the first level of the dungeon. Please rescue everyone stuck there. Deoku put his hand on his shoulder and smiling said that he had built that shelter himself, so the survivors could gather there and rest. Those who couldn't fight had to be left behind, and the assembled groups had to conquer the dungeon. It wasn't just a safe place. An entire fortress wall had been erected there. He thought everyone hiding there was okay. There were also plenty of supplies. Sangi said, I understand, these guys really are incredible. MC thought he was now certain of the reason they were so friendly towards him. Hyunsung is a sly fox. Great, it's all quite simple. The people walked forward while the knight standing nearby ordered them. They wondered, where are they going? Who are they? Please. The knights replied that they should follow their instructions and gather together. The people shouted, what are they up to? They must let them go and send them home now. The man replied, he doesn't have a home anymore. The protagonist thought that this was the kind of reaction one would expect when people first reached the end of a dungeon. People started complaining and demanding and causing a lot of trouble. Compared to them, they were very promising, new arrivals whose value was difficult to measure. There are probably a lot of big organizations looking to recruit them. Hansung said there were about 30 people left in the hideout. He hoped they would rescue them. MC said they were relying on them. He thought, oh, that sly fox. Why else would he mention that? He's obviously trying to drive up the price even more. They treat them with awe because they're a real find. The fact that they were the vanguard already means their team is incredibly adaptable. Being on a regressor team is pretty damn cool. After that, they arrived at the right place, and Sangji, getting out of the carriage, told them to be careful when getting out. This is their base. The protagonist looked at the building in surprise, and Sangji pointed forward and asked them to go inside. The protagonist thought, such a huge building, and yet it's not their headquarters? Looks like they're very lucky. Well, all that remained was to wait for his dear regressor to find its target. Perhaps it was a guild or something else unimportant. A road strewn with petals awaited them. Then the door before them opened, revealing a crowd of people, some playing the trumpet, who greeted them with thunderous applause, shouting, here come the heroes, the group. The protagonist looked ahead in confusion, while the people shouted, the strongest guild in these lands, the Dream Guild Blue, welcomes them. He wondered what all this meant. Sangji smiled awkwardly and said, she apologizes if they embarrassed them. They wanted to prepare a pleasant welcome for the group. The protagonist thought it was so unexpected that he felt like he was about to have to fight monsters again. Then she said, they must be very tired. How about visiting the banquet hall? They will begin preparing the food immediately. They should tell the trainees to calm down and get cooking. MC thought he'd once been grateful for their meticulousness, and then Sangji, placing her finger on the device, asked, is that so? Okay then, the protagonist thought, but didn't she say she was the vice guild leader? Her position was comparable to that of a company president. Why was she doing all this herself? Everything here looked incredibly expensive and luxurious, even a little too much. At that moment, people standing nearby were chatting. It was a great idea to allocate a large amount of money for the welcoming ceremony. The Vice Guild leader knew how to throw a great reception. There was nothing wrong with showing the newcomers what a wealthy guild they were. Just look at their happy faces. He was right, as always. Blue had a bright future ahead of them. Sooner or later, they would join him. If he were 10 years younger, he would be standing in their place right now. After a while, Dioku took a bite of meat. Everyone was enjoying their meal, and the protagonist thought, it's all pretty good. They won't let it show. They already look like they have a ton of money, and it's very important for them to present themselves in the best possible light. And yet, this guild raises some doubts. And yet, he still doesn't have any physical evidence. Then he looked in surprise at the spoon in his hand and thought, wait, is that a spoon? Isn't it made of gold? Isn't it too shiny? Could it be? Then Sangji said, by the way, she doesn't know their names yet. Could they please share that? The others began introducing themselves. The protagonist thought, what? Decided to reveal their class right away? Doesn't he think that will be a problem? Then he introduced himself and thought, he's already changed his class twice, unlike those three. And Sangji said, alchemist, so that makes sense. So he's already chosen his class. The protagonist thought, what? Why is there such obvious disappointment on her face? Then he looked at Hansung and thought that he told him that alchemist is a good class, the brat. Now he suspects even more that this idiot plans to turn him into a potion factory. That's not true, is it? Really? He's wrong about him, right? He's sure they're kind. Hyunsung wouldn't do something like that. He has to trust him. He needs to become an outstanding alchemist. If they don't acknowledge him now, he'll make them acknowledge him later. He needs to trust his dear regressor, otherwise he risks becoming a potion factory. He wants to discuss the main issue, but now is not the best time. Then Dioku smiled and said, very delicious. It's been so long since he's tasted wonderful warm food. His grandmother taught him not to trust people who give free food. But he's so hungry that it doesn't matter now. The protagonist thought, great. And then Hyunsung said, actually, Dioku had a good point. They're very grateful for the food. They're fine with it. But the reason they're being so kind to them, they need them, right? MC thought, of course, they're trying to recruit them. Sangji said, no doubt about it. They're incredible people. Even under these circumstances, they were able to figure out their goals. In short, that's it. They want to recruit the entire group into their guild. Of course, some might need time to decide, but if they all agree, they have wonderful conditions for them. The protagonist thought he needs to hear what they have to offer. She said, their conditions are really generous. Hyunsung said, first, he'd like to discuss all the details. The protagonist thought, what? Hey, he has to wait. She said, right. Then he should let them guide the process so that everyone understands much more clearly what they're talking about. This land is called a continent. The protagonist thought, is he serious? He's really gonna join them? Even if all this luxury is just a cheap trick? Sangji said, besides them, there's a sacred empire that worships a goddess. The protagonist thought, as a regressor, he'd only show interest if this guild really held something important. Perhaps he was even a member of the Blue Guild in his past life, but he was nodding too earnestly. He needed to derive his own benefit from this. He needed to show a modicum of doubt and wrestle with it intellectually. He couldn't just agree and nod to everything she said. Does he have some kind of connection to the guild? The worst part is, he can't understand what he's thinking. Perhaps he was some kind of scum who toiled like a slave in some guild. a pathetic outcast, but he's still not sure why he wants to return to his old guilds so much. God, their dear Hunsun was an outcast, but it's not surprising. Until now, he's been too kind and even created a shelter for the survivors. But who's standing next to him? MC picked up a piece of meat with his fork and thought, yes, it's him, his brother. He would never share what was his. No one would take his people from him. He shouldn't worry. He would make sure he became a true tycoon in this life. From now on, he shouldn't trust anyone. He should confide only in him. The protagonist smiled and thought that he would certainly lead him to success. He just had to trust him. Then Sungi said, first of all, there is not only the Holy Empire, but also other large countries, such as the Republic and the United Kingdom. They cooperate with each other to maintain balance between the countries. Besides the three she already mentioned, there are other countries, but these three countries can be considered dominant, even though they live in these lands with the original inhabitants, and those who arrived can be considered foreigners. They have developed complex relationships, where everyone maintains ties with one another. Besides the local human inhabitants, there are other races, such as elves, dragons, and lizardmen. MC smiled and said, I see. He thought about it, and so, now he knows these lands have their own indigenous inhabitants. Then Sangi added, yes, and secondly, including Blue, other guilds and clans, they all have certain autonomous rights that are outside the Empire's control. However, this is due to the mutual agreement they reached with the countries they inhabit. The price of this freedom is the condition that in times of war, guilds are obligated to support the country with military might and resources. The protagonist thought about the second point. Even though the guilds are powerful, they won't stage a coup d'etat. This means that the three dominant countries possess the ultimate weapon, protecting them from the risk of being captured by the larger guilds. Sangi said, thirdly, the dungeon where they were undergoing trials opens annually. The land where they currently reside is entrusted to the Empire under the control of a foreigner. Small, medium, and large guilds decide whose turn it is to organize the training, and once it ends, the guild is responsible for the year, having the right to meet and give a tour to newcomers first. This is precisely the situation their group and their guild are in now. Dyaku asked if this meant they belonged to the Blue Guild. She smiled and replied that it didn't, but in simple terms, they were a corporation that wanted to recruit them guys. They could consider them a company that hires them for a certain fee. The protagonist thought about it, but something bothered him. Sangi scratched her cheek and added that this meant the rest and food provided were a gift from them. MC thought she was too honest. This girl, if he were in her place, would lie about half of what she told them. She was too straightforward. He doubted someone like her would drown them in false promises. Perhaps, even as the Vice Guild leader, she herself remained someone's puppet. In that case, those in charge could use her to cover their names in case of incidents. Of course, that was also possible. The guild was trying harder to appear conscientious and honest, like her. In truth, he was increasingly convinced that they were in dire straits. Then the protagonist said he had a question. What role did the Blue Guild play in the Holy Empire? He wondered if she should tell him why things were so bad. She replied that the guild had once been the face of the entire empire. Now they couldn't boast of their influence, but the protagonist asked if she was speaking in the past tense. She confirmed it. She could only say that they were facing a very difficult situation, but she truly hoped that they all saw the incredible opportunities and conditions opening up before them, and that the rate they were offering would be on par with those of the strongest guilds. The protagonist said, I see. He thought, so they were going through hard times and hoping to revive their former glory with the help of outstanding newcomers. That's why they were so kind to them, even spending resources from their meager budget on them. They had put in a lot of effort to present themselves in the best possible light to interest them. But that was their problem. No. They weren't some simpletons. They expected them to sign a contract with them, despite the dire situation and pathetic position of their guild. They refuse. Hey Hunsung, we need to get out of here. They can easily get into a top guild. Then he said that this is not bad. The protagonist was surprised. What? He said that they can't give an answer right now, but he thinks that once they announce all the conditions, they will quickly come to an agreement. MC was surprised and thought, what? Why the hell is he so kind to them? What is he thinking? Then he looked at the protagonist and asked, right? He answered, what? Yeah, definitely. He thought, this brat. Okay, he may have been trash, but now he's a regressor. He thinks that there is a reasonable explanation for his decision. He is already sure that in his past life he was a kind simpleton and still decided to join the Blue Guild in his second life. Why would he do this? Damn, could it be that he actually intends to profit from them? Right, there's no mistaking that. Damn, why is he so handsome? That means he wasn't an outcast in his first life either. He has become something of a master of online regression. He thought, and the guild leader thought again. He could be a legendary player, whose gaming rating was hard to believe, but it would be even stranger if he became someone great in such a seedy guild, going through its own terrible times and certainly wielding enormous influence. He doesn't know if his true goal is world domination, but having a higher position is certainly advantageous. It's quite possible that he wants to return to his old guild, although this is just a guess, but he sees no other reason why he would want to join such a pathetic guild. Besides, he acts like he's known them for a long time. Yes, now everything is clear. Then Sangi thanked them. She hoped they would all be able to enjoy their vacation. How about we continue discussing the details tomorrow? Hyunsung nodded in confirmation and said they would do so. She replied, great. She thought everyone was full by now. She would show them to their rooms. Hyan called the protagonist and asked if he liked the food. He smiled smiled and said, yeah, it seemed like she did too. She happily confirmed it. The meatballs were delicious. She thought she could make them just as good next time. He asked, really? He would be looking forward to it. She said okay. He thought he was sure he had decided to return to the Blue Guild and put everyone in important positions, none of them lacking talent. To think that dear regressor had thought it through so far. He was quite a beloved idiot. Planned it all from the start, right? The Blue Guild. What a juicy catch. After a while, Sangi handed him the keys and said, here are the keys to their room. They should let me know if they need anything. She wished them a pleasant rest. The protagonist thanked her and bowed. He thought it was very important to leave a good impression. After that, he said, judging by the number, this is his room. He thinks they should all rest in their rooms. What do they think? The others looked at him silently. He thought, why are they looking at him like that? And Hinsung too. No need to make such a look. He should just ask him out loud. At this rate, his next skill will be mind reading. Then the MC said that he thought they should come in and discuss everything. He thought everyone is eager to hear his opinion, right? Hyunsung said, if that's okay with him. The protagonist thought, even being a regressor, he still wants to take into account the opinions of the wise Kyung. And then they went inside, and Dioku shouted in surprise, wow, this is a real room. There's even a bed and a towel. The protagonist thought, it looks like he'll be able to spend time here comfortably while playing mind games. Then he smiled and told them to settle down wherever they wanted. Hyunsung thanked him, but the protagonist wondered if their dear Hansung was eager to hear his opinion. He made the regressor tremble. How funny. Then he sat down on a chair and folding his arms, said, so, even though it was just a matter of chance, he didn't think he'd see apartments like this again, as if they were some kind of VIP guests. It would be hard to get used to. He thought he was actually delighted. Dioku scratched his head and said the same thing. Empire contracts? My head hurts. Nuna? What about her? Hyan replied that she only had a vague idea. Then Hansung said that they should think about it more simply. Now they would do everything possible to keep them away. He was sure to expect the same from the other guilds. Once the initial negotiations are over, they'll be bombarded with other offers. It would be wise to choose a guild willing to offer them the best terms, but he can't shake the feeling that blue would be the best option. The protagonist knew it. He added that they didn't know all the terms yet, but the people who needed them would surely treat them accordingly. What did he think, Kyung? MC thought, he's just a pawn to them now. So is it decided? Will they stay in this guild? He said he agrees. Diogu was surprised, really? They accepted the offer? Hyan said she'll go where she goes. The protagonist wondered what unexpected advantages await him ahead. Hyan came closer and called him, and the protagonist said, yes, perhaps it's not so bad here, but we'll only know for sure tomorrow. It's lucky they're giving them a choice now. After all, they have nothing to lose yet. Hinsung said, right, he's right. There were still a few things that needed to be clarified for their future. Of course, they would choose the side that was most beneficial for them. MC wondered if he was afraid he'd refuse to join this guild. He shouldn't worry. If their dear regressor decided to join blue, then so be it. He might be trash, but considering he'd managed to become a regressor, he was clearly no fool. Then he laughed and said, great, well, since the discussions have come to an end, he thinks that they should rest in their rooms and later go for a walk around the guild. The others responded, it would be better to just rest. Yes, rest was very important. The protagonist said he was fine. They couldn't be held up because of that. They needed to meet at his room in 15 minutes. They'd see each other later. He thought, more importantly, returning to blue might be the key to success in his second life. Wanting to improve something is a natural human desire. Then Hansung bowed and said he would return to his room as well. The protagonist smiled and said, okay, they'll see each other. He thought the deal was more important now. Then he looked at the regressor's face and thought, damn, why is he so gloomy? Once they're done negotiating, he mustn't forget to give him an honorary position. After a while, Hyunsung opened the door to his room. He walked inside and then walked to the window. He remembered the girl asking the guild leader. She begged him to run away. They'll be here soon. At least he had to save himself. He shouted that he couldn't leave them here. They would fight them to the very end. The girl said, she's sorry. She's asking him to forgive her for this, guildmaster. After a while they shouted, idiot! He killed her. He killed Hyan. Be it today, tomorrow, or the day after, they are forced to defend an empire that killed its citizens. Guildmaster, the situation is critical. The masked men are here again. All humans will gradually be exterminated. She apologizes, Guildmaster. In the present, he lowered his gaze and said he was sorry. This time he definitely would. And then, he was scared when he saw the mask. He put his hand to the window and clutching his head said, damn. Tears streamed down his eyes, and he thought that now everything was different. He would succeed. This time, for sure. He would definitely be able to protect everyone. He would definitely succeed. After some time, the protagonist got out of the shower, put on clean clothes, and then approached the door where Hyan was standing. He opened the door slightly and, seeing her, was surprised. She smiled awkwardly and said, oh, Oppa, how did you sleep? He wondered what she was doing here. And then he replied, great. He hoped she did too? Was she waiting for him here? She smiled and said that was true, meaning she wanted to go to the interview with him. By the way, he smells good today. She grabbed his hand and he wondered in surprise, is she okay? After some time, a guild worker came out of the room and said, Hyunsung. He stood up from his seat and said that he would go first. The others wished him good luck, and the MC thought that he would prefer to have all the groups go in there. What a pity. There was definitely applause. Looks like this is not a simple interview, but a real test. Then the worker said, Hyan. The protagonist thought nervously. He was probably right. He didn't like this situation at all. After a while, the worker said, Deoku next. The protagonist folded his hands in front of him and thought, feeling like he'd been stripped naked. They might reveal he was the only liability in the group, but even so, his stats had actually improved significantly during his time in the dungeon. Then the worker called him over. The MC rose to his feet and thought, his stats are already much higher than the average person's, aren't they? He has high intelligence, even magical power, which Deoku lacks. He thinks he'll get about the same rating as him, right? Then he walked past and was surprised by the number of people watching him. Everyone stared at him, and then one of them asked, is his class an alchemist? The protagonist confirmed it. He was originally a mage, and he'd acquired alchemy as his second class. Since he had access to alchemical spells, he saw no reason to become a pure mage. Then he was called again, and he asked, huh? Looking at the people's reactions, he thought, what the hell? Are they laughing at him? The man said that he was still very young and inexperienced, so it was only to be expected that he was unaware, but the alchemist class wasn't the best choice. But then again, it all depended on his magical energy reserves. Could he please state his stats? He replied, magical power is 8. The man adjusted his glasses and asked, 8? Considering he'd received the class twice, that's not a particularly high stat. He'd expected at least a 10. It seems his magical power isn't growing very quickly. The protagonist thought that was bad, and then said, that's right, unlike his intelligence, magical power is really lacking, especially compared to his comrades. The guild worker said, okay, he understands. Great, MC thought. Damn old men, they don't even want to test him. Then Sangi said, first, she'll announce the contract terms, 1,500 gold upfront, which is equivalent to $150,000, like the others. The contract period is 7 years. The annual salary is 700 gold. What does he think? Of course, the annual salary can be reconsidered, and besides, they will try to support him in any way they can. At that moment, Soko folded his hands in front of himself and said, only if he joins with the others. The protagonist thought, what? The vice chief turned to him and shouted, Commander Soko, why this rudeness? He asked back, rudeness? She understands everything herself, doesn't she? It's clear with everyone else, but spending more than 1,000 gold on this alchemist would be a waste. One can only hope he doesn't turn out to be a common freeloader. She indignantly shouted, Soko. At that moment, the man said, trying to calm her down, Mr. Seoho was right. She knew it herself. They were only offering him such good conditions because of the others. He wouldn't have stood a chance in any other guild. He was sure it was pure luck that he'd ended up in a group of talented newcomers. He'd seen this happen countless times before. MC thought, these idiots. Are they trying to make him look like a complete idiot? Not a single one of these idiots has a skill like Soul Eye. They can't even check how good his secret stats are. The only reasons for their biased assessment were his chosen alchemist class and his low mana, but they were missing something far more important. Then he looked at Sangi and asked, is that all there is to it? She replied that wasn't the case. Various benefits would be provided, as well as basic insurance. Financial support would be provided for marriage and the birth of a child. Besides, they had a special laboratory, which was essential for his class. If he wishes, they'll even assign him a personal alchemist instructor as well. The girl behind her shouted, Vice Leader, such conditions. Sangi frowned and said that Mr. Kyung, like the others, was a member of that group. She believed in his potential. Perhaps that was all Blue could offer for now. However, as she had already said, the terms could be reconsidered later. The protagonist thought that at least Sangi's attitude was quite respectful. He liked the fact that she hadn't changed her mind and was keeping her promise. The only problem was the old men sitting next to her. Then one of the guild workers said, Vice Leader, he doesn't know how close this man is to the rest of the group, but isn't it common for people to go their separate ways after completing the training? He thought they could lower the initial payment a little. Another guild member added, well, paying him 1,500 gold just for being in that group isn't much. The protagonist thought they were like stale bread. No, moldy bread. And yet, there was meaning in their words. As noted, they are now outside. People who previously depended on each other are no longer connected. He is sure that this happens quite often. Team members go their separate ways. Some because of money, some because of personal motives and so on, but them, it doesn't concern them. While similar things may happen to other groups, Hansen, Hyan, and Deoku are different from everyone else, right? Money-greedy Deoku? Hyan, ready to reject her beloved Oppa? Hyunsen, ready to spit on the words of his highly respected Kyung? It's hard to even imagine. They are much more united than they think, fools. Do they seriously think they will allow him to be treated like this? It's impossible. Even though this situation irritates him, he is still satisfied. It would be even better if they despise him even more than they do now. This will be much more profitable. Then he smiled and said, to be honest, he wasn't sure, but the conditions sounded very tempting. It seemed they had paid special attention to this. The man said, to be honest, Mr. Kyung, it is true. No other guild would offer such conditions to a newbie alchemist. However, if he told the other three that this discussion went well, they might even reward him with a small bonus. What does he think? The protagonist replied that he would think about it. The man was surprised. What was he doing? Then the MC scratched the back of his head and said that right now he was trying to look at the guild positively, but it would still be great if they gave him time to think. The man answered, but they expected to hear an answer as soon as possible. They might not have enough time when the demonstration week was over. The protagonist thought, demonstration? The girl, hiding behind her fan, looked at her friend and asked, what, he's not going to refuse, is he? It would be a shame to give him to another guild. Besides, they're short on production classes. If he were taught potion making, he could be quite useful. The man said, and yet, they hope he'll present a good picture to the rest of the group. MC replied, of course, but that's where he digressed. He turned and thought, so, demonstrative? Does that mean other guilds will contact them too? At that moment, Sangi rose from her seat and shouted at him to wait a minute. She approached him and, handing him an envelope, said it was a brochure with the original contract. She thought if he read it carefully, it would be easier for him to make a decision. He smiled and said he'd read it a little later. At that moment, Seoho frowned and said, what impudence for a young man. Their guild is in for hard times. The protagonist thought there's no point in reading this brochure, since, in a week, the whole course of events will be turned upside down. 1,500 gold as contract fee, or $150,000 and 700 gold as annual salary, or $70,000. Admittedly, it's a very tempting offer for newcomers, but it also means they have reasons to invest so much in them, but he hates being just an extra member. These pompous idiots. At that moment, the MC left the room and Dioku called out to him. He thought that since they were so desperate, they should be much more polite. Dioku said their attitude towards them is great, isn't it? Hyan added, yeah, they all seem like such nice people, Appa. He remained silent in response, and then Hyunsung rose from his seat and added that, given that people are an important resource for them, they experience a lot of pressure during recruitment. The protagonist thought that wasn't true. In his case, things were a little different. Hyunsung then said that it might be too early to make a decision, but he thought it would be better to guarantee his good standing in this guild than to risk any other. Dioku smiled and said that if he agreed, then so did he. Hyan smiled and also agreed. MC thought, as expected, there were no problems with Dioku and Hyan. The only difficulty was Hyunsung. That brat really had no understanding of the push-pull concept. He agreed too easily and was also impatient. On the other hand, he still agreed that choosing blue was the best decision. Instead of going it alone or being absorbed by another guild, absorbing an influential guild with an established internal structure would be an excellent solution. If you were choosing a starting point, it's far better to start at the head of the snake than at the tail of the dragon. Hyunsung and Hyan have the skills to make it happen, and yet it's not like that. Then, the protagonist crossed his arms and said he thought it would be better to hold off on their answer a little longer. Hyunsung looked surprised. Did he dislike this guild? He replied that it wasn't that. They could just raise their profile a little more, as much as possible. Besides, they already have a way, right, Hyunsung? The others looked at him in surprise, and then he said, yes, that's right. It seems he understood what he was hinting at. The protagonist thought, yes, that's right. Demonstrations. Blue had already exercised their right of first meeting. Now they were obliged to let them demonstrate their skills to other guilds and give them a chance to hire them. Then Hyunsung said, it seems he was too impatient. MC said it was fine. They just shouldn't rush into a contract. He thought their team had set a record for the fastest training clear. There was a good chance they would receive the best offers from all over the continent. And when would that happen? He said the longer it dragged on, the more their excitement would build. So all they could do was wait. He thought, blow the crowd away with his appearance. Let them know they were a real hit. He said, clearly show them they were a worthy team. He thought, well, do you like his answer? He knows he's worth a lot more, kid, Dioku said thoughtfully, just to make sure. He wants to go to some other guild? Hyan shouted, no, Oppa. The protagonist hugged her and, placing his hand on her head, laughed and said that he would never abandon them. That included Hyunsung, right? He confirmed it. Even though fate had brought them together in such a strange place, he wanted to walk this path with them. The protagonist thought it would be better if it were him. His Hyung would earn a ton of money. Then Dioku smiled and said that he completely agreed. It would be great to have a cold beer and a toast now. The protagonist said that would come later. Right now, they need to be alert and prepare well for the demonstration. She too, Hyan, did she understand? She suggested they go for a walk together and added that in return, she promised to study hard. The protagonist asked, what? They could go for a walk after the demonstration. Now everyone needed to concentrate on preparing. She looked away and said that in that case, she wouldn't study. He was surprised. What? He thought she'd been acting up a lot lately, although she was usually very obedient. Then he said, okay. She looked at him happily, and he said, but instead they'll all go together. The others looked at them in surprise, and the MC asked, they don't mind, right? Hyunsung said he doesn't mind, it's still time. Before he could finish, Dioku put his hand on his shoulder and whispered to him to slow down. He replied that he was very sorry, but he still needed some practice with the sword, so he probably wouldn't be able to go. Dioku laughed and said that he also needed to bulk up a bit. It would be better if they went together. Then the protagonist said, come on Dioku, Hyan. He leaned towards her and asked, she heard, right? Everyone was working really hard right now, and even knowing that, she wanted to have a carefree time playing with him. He placed his hand on her cheek. She placed her hand on his and said, yes, studying can wait until tomorrow. Being by his side is more important to her than anything else. He said okay. He thought she was being very honest. This really is something important to her. And yet right now they have to study. Had he been inattentive to her lately? Well, to be honest, he really hadn't been paying her enough attention in the last few days. However, they risk completely ruining the demonstration if she continues to neglect her studies. That can't be allowed. He won't allow it. He will make these 3 new stars on the Walk of Fame at any cost. In fact, the director of this scene is quite the joker. They need to make sure Blue's management gets this right. Only then will they be able to raise their profile. And then the main character smiled and shouted, their little Hyan, does she want to play with him? She looked at him in surprise, and he added, Well, how can I refuse? Should we go get something to eat first and then somewhere else? She said that sounded great. He thought, this way he could prove to them that he wasn't an idiot. He would work hard, but they guys should try hard too, okay? His main actors. After that, Hyan snuggled into his chest and suggested that they take a walk in the park around the lake in front of the city after that. And also, the protagonist said, okay, they'll do this today. Today they'll go wherever she wants. She asked, really? He said, of course. She laughed and told everyone that afterward they could tear themselves away from Hinsun and Dioku to be together, just the two of them. The MC thought, maybe they'll shoot a documentary about the killer right away. A few days later, the protagonist, sitting at the table, put his hands behind his head and yawned loudly. He looked at Dioku and asked, is he looking through a brochure? Lying on the bed, he confirmed it. The food at their restaurant must be amazing. That Raymond Pak, or whatever his name is quite a famous chef. The rooms in the brochure are even better than here. Oh my god. He never thought he could become a big shot in a place like this. I wish his grandparents could see him now. MC thought it was probably a good thing they couldn't see him. Then he laughed awkwardly and added, being treated like this makes him feel special. He likes that feeling. The protagonist asked, is that so? Later the treatment will get even better. He asked, is that really it? He answered, of course. They smiled, looking at each other, and then Dioku's expression darkened and he called the protagonist. He turned to him and asked, what else? He asked, but she'll be okay, right? The protagonist wondered, what's wrong with her? He awkwardly scratched the back of his head and replied, after he said he wouldn't see her for a while, she locked herself in her room and cried non-stop. He thought he should be a little more attentive to her. The protagonist said he was being attentive enough without his advice. He thought she was suffering from being ignored right now. He added that it was necessary. Nothing could be done. He thought the sweeter the dish, the harder it was to refuse. He said yes, but still. The protagonist shoved a loaf of bread into his mouth and told him to shut up. He'd already told him not to worry about it, since he knew her much better. If he had time, he should eat a good meal and go build up his stamina or something. He shouldn't stop training until the demonstration. Did he understand, you little pig? He replied that he understood. The MC thought, as he said, no one knows Hyan better than him, and he understands better than anyone how important her skills will be. Besides Hunsun, a regressor, their squad's value could also skyrocket, thanks to the upcoming Archmage, Hyan, who has the potential to reach legendary rank. Growth potential is essentially equivalent to a hidden skill, and players with high potential consequently improve their stats rapidly, as can be seen in his luck and intelligence stats. Right now, her mana is growing at an incredible rate, and a few days ago, she even managed to obtain a second-class Elementalist, a decision he and Hyunsun made unanimously. The point is, she can grow at a much faster rate than she currently does, because her thresholds allow it. So he made a little cheat sheet for himself while they were still in the dungeon. Codename Push-Pull Project Hyan. It's like awarding a gold star to a primary school student. Every time she shows progress, he rewards her with a carrot, while on the other hand, when she doesn't, he reacts coldly. And as a result, at that moment, Hyan remembered their walk. She'd sat with him on a bench and said that spending time alone was so wonderful. She wished she could recapture it right now. Then he'd said he thought the same. He turned to her, and smiling added that they should stop seeing each other, at least until the demonstration began. If she achieved a score of 100 points, they'd meet again. She asked, perplexed. What? He told her not to worry. It wouldn't be long at all, and if she did well, a surprise awaited her. Did she understand? They'd agreed? She was perplexed. What? In the present tense, she gritted her teeth and screamed, that damned vile thing. The protagonist thought, as expected, she immediately became more like a diligent student in order to receive her reward. He was simply facilitating her growth in the most effective way possible. She'd become stronger, and she'd also receive a reward from him. Consider it killing two birds with one stone. Then he said that he needed to create some distance between them because she had a hard time concentrating around him. Anyone in her place would probably be distracted by the man they adored even during an exam, right? Daeoku said that was true, but she had been crying bitterly for several days in a row. It was natural to start worrying. The protagonist said that it had only been 3 days. He felt a little sorry for her, but the Blue Board of Directors and many scouts from other guilds would be meeting here soon, and it wouldn't be good for her progress to stall just because of him. They would reunite anyway if everything went well. Besides, she needed to gain independence. He couldn't always be by her side, so that was another good reason. Dioku leaned back on the headboard and put his hands behind his head and said that the more he thought about it, the more he realized how much he loved Hanem. They were an indescribably beautiful couple, a rarity these days. He laughed loudly, and the MC thought the problem was that her feelings were far beyond the ordinary. If it weren't for that stupid pig's prank, they might still have maintained a harmless brother-sister relationship. He imagined her telling him that he used to always listen to her requests, but he'd changed lately, hadn't he? Moreover, he didn't want to play with her anymore. He shook his head and thought, no, there was no way he could avoid it. But in any case, if their key players demonstrated their skills well, their value could skyrocket 2, 3, or even 5-fold. After all, It's all about providing them with a better life, right? Demonstration day. The host announced that they would soon begin demonstrating the skills of the first team to emerge from the training dungeon. Everyone, take your seats. He repeated, they would soon begin demonstrating the skills of the team. The worker turned to the protagonist's team and said there were 15 minutes left until the start, and they should get into position quickly. Here was their team, asking them to follow him. The protagonist looked around and thought how nice it was. Compared to training, this was like being in a different game. Luxurious and safe. Even though those old men had really pissed him off, he felt a sense of calm now. He spotted the guy and thought, the people from the shelter, he'll check. Jihei's not here. He hated to admit it, but he was a little disappointed. Sometimes he really missed her. Together, they could bring those pompous old men to their knees without any trouble. Then he looked ahead in surprise and thought, wow, yes, that's right. This is their level. They deserve at least this kind of treatment. They were greeted with thunderous applause, and the people cheered. Then Sungi took the microphone and said, dear raid members and guests from various countries, her name is Sungi, and she is the vice leader of the Blue Guild. It's been a long time since they, foreigners, arrived on the continent. It feels as if only yesterday they were lost wandering through their first dungeon, and now they have the honor of organizing such a grand event. The gates of the training dungeon were opened this year, meaning new heroes have entered these lands. From the bottom of their hearts, they want to thank the esteemed guests from various countries, the members of the raid team, and everyone else present. The Blue Guild hopes that the light of the goddess Banagor will always favor them. Thank you so much. The host grabbed the microphone from her and shouted, that's right, this year, the newcomers managed to break the record for fastest training dungeon completion. They're already attracting enormous attention. We need to greet these heroes with a standing ovation. The MC smiled and raised his hands, asking them to take care of them. Then he looked at Hyan and thought, there goes his beloved. It looks like she's trying to find him. He hopes she practiced hard. She looked at him with a smile. He thought in surprise, what the hell? Her nose is bleeding. It looks like she really spared no effort. At that moment, Dioku said, hey, Kyung, he should take a look. She's standing over there. Why does she look so tired? Yeah, it looks like she clearly had a hard time practicing. The protagonist thought, did she really overdo it? She doesn't look like she's in good shape right now. Then the host shouted, and so, here they go. The demonstrations are about to begin, and the first one to perform is the newly minted magician Hyan. Please, she must give the sign as soon as she's ready. She thought, Oppa, if she fails, he'll definitely be disappointed in her. He'll say she's been fooling around instead of training all this time, and he'll think she's a useless idiot, because he only likes capable people. In that case, he definitely won't want to see her. She doesn't want that. Not that. At that moment, the host called her again and asked her to tell him when she's ready. She thought she didn't want to disappoint him. She remembered how they hugged and thought she didn't want to be turned away again. The host apologized and called her again. Then she screamed in surprise, and the next second, everyone present started wondering, what the hell? An earthquake. The MC thought, we can't let this all fall apart. Their worth is being determined right now. Please, Hyan, please, we need to work hard together, okay? At that moment, she raised the scepter above her and said, the element of explosion. Energy concentrated around her, and then a powerful flash of energy flew into the sky, after which the burning body began to fall downwards at lightning speed. The protagonist thought, damn. A powerful explosion occurred. Everyone present covered their ears, and the MC thought his ears were about to explode. He was asking her to slow down. The next second, the arena was left with burning ground covered in cracks. The others watched in bewilderment, and Hyan, smiling, looked at the protagonist. He looked at her in bewilderment and thought, damn. Then he raised his fist and shouted, his dear Hyan. It was incredible. Simply indescribable. Did everyone hear? She's a mage from their group. That's it. Hey, everyone heard her name? The genius mage Hyan. And he's Kyung. He thought, damn it. The next second, the crowd began to cheer along with him, and he shouted, that's right. She's a true genius. They have a new genius mage. Shouts erupted everywhere, asking her to check out the guild's offer. He should be watching this. He was the one who wanted to offer it to her first. A huge crowd of people ran straight toward her. The protagonist thought he was grateful to her. She had done a great job. He was grateful to her, but she ran toward him and joyfully shouted, oops. He wondered what he should reward her with. She threw herself into his arms, and the people around him shouted that she was truly incredible. Please, just a few words. Their offer was much better than Blue's. At that moment, the guy said, Karina. She said yes. He ordered to immediately get all the information about this girl. She replied, it will be done. Then he looked thoughtfully ahead and said, how interesting. At that moment, MC used the soul eye on Hyan. A window with stats appeared in front of him, and he noticed her mana, which was 41, legendary. He thought, her mana is already at 41? The review said, incredible. She's showing an incomprehensible growth rate. Player Kyung is lucky, as he has a chance to survive by parasitizing on this person. This hopes that he will try to never be separated from her, blessed with mana itself, and also be careful when looking at other women, as he risks being cut to pieces. He thought, whoever is composing these reviews, if he ever gets his hands on them, they will destroy them. Got it? If not him, then his children for sure. In any case, even the cool kids in this area have mana points of around 60 to 80, so this little girl's genius literally breaks all records. And then the host spoke, asking everyone to follow the rules of procedure, begging for everyone to return to their seats. The protagonist thought he had no control over the situation, Then Hyan looked at the protagonist and asked, "Oppa?" He looked at her and apologized, saying she did a great job. "It was hard, right?" She awkwardly replied that it wasn't hard at all, and yet she lasted 1 week, so he would give her a gift, right? He looked at her with irritation and thought, but he thinks about this all the time, and yet she can't control herself. She reached out to him, closing her eyes, and people started talking. He thought that her inability to hide her urges, to control her emotions even in front of the native people, was quite a sight. Then he smiled and said, "Of course." He thought that this wasn't bad at all. In fact, he thought it was very good. Then he put his hand on her face and told her she was smart. Her eyes widened in surprise, and he kissed the top of her head and told her that he loved her. He thought that he needed to present everything this way. Then he called her and thought, the image of two hearts bound together, unable to be separated. If they wanted Hyan, they had to recruit him along with her. It was just the perfect picture. A display of their closeness would be a huge success. Then she hugged him sharply, and he began coughing in surprise. She laughed and continued hugging him even tighter, and he begged her to go easy on him. He thought, damn, that was to be expected. She giggled and said that he definitely wouldn't leave now. He asked her to stop. Then the host coughed awkwardly and said, in that case, they should move on. The new swordsman they'd all been waiting for, they were moving on to demonstrating Mr. Hyunsung's skills. That's when he took off his jacket and turning to the team, said that he was leaving. Deokgu, smiling, wished him luck, and the MC, also smiling, wished him the same. He looked at him and thought, he's also handsome. And then Deokgu said, looking at him, but for some reason he feels like a third wheel here, God. He thinks it wouldn't hurt for him to find a soulmate too. The protagonist told him to forget about it and watch the duel. Hyan, that applies to her too. He's sure it will be an unforgettable show. With these words, he put his hand to his face, and then the host said, the essence of the next demonstration is a one-on-one duel with an experienced swordsman. The MC thought, on average, the opponent's stats are higher than Hyunsung's. A system window appeared in front of him, which said, name, Kim Exon. Age, 32. Nature, sensitive direction. Class, Swordmaster, Rare. Rank, 1 who almost became the main one. Strength, 60. Heroic. Endurance, 60. Heroic. Tenacity, 59. Heroic. Mana, 40. Rare. Intelligence, 25. Rare. Luck, 30. Rare. Agility, 60. Legendary. While Hyunsung's status said, age 22. Nature, good-natured peacemaker. Class, Swordsman Common. Title, Altanis Regressor, Swordmaster, who started the second round. The one who could not win. The one who carries the victims on his back. The one who realized. Strength, 42. Legendary. Endurance, 49. Legendary. Tenacity, 48. Heroic. Mana, 19. Heroic. Intelligence, 22. Heroic. Luck, 27. Heroic. Agility, 51. Legendary. The protagonist thought, even though they called it a duel, judging by the difference in strength, it was just a beginner's assessment. Then the host said, they begin on command 5. The protagonist thought, of course. The host said, 4, 3, 2. The protagonist thought, their favorite regressor has a slightly different opinion. The host said, 1, begin. He raised his hand, and the swordsmen began the duel. They rushed at each other and crossed their swords. Mexon trembled with tension and clenched his teeth. The MC thought, this kid, how can he do this? The next second, Hyunsung threw his opponent back, and the protagonist thought, how can he be so strong? And he's so damn handsome too. Their swords crossed again, and then they leaped at each other. The protagonist thought, wonderful, their captain is doing well. Truth be told, this is the first time he's seen him fight seriously, and even though he knows nothing about fencing, even he doesn't think Hyunsung has a decisive advantage. But this is his second attempt. At that moment, the opponents rushed at each other again, and then MC thought, if he had done it his way, his opponent would have been on the ground, defeated, long ago. But by showing off all his skills, he would simply have drawn unnecessary suspicion. Therefore, he tries only to put up a worthy fight, nothing more. But people who are well-versed in swordsmanship can easily understand that a true talent is standing before them now. God, they must all be damn surprised. It's foolish to think that Hyan is the only pride of their team. At that moment, Hyunsung swung his sword, and the protagonist thought that the real trump card was something else entirely. Hyunsung's attack knocked the weapon out of his opponent's hands. The protagonist wondered if he was showing off too much. Then Mexun sighed and punched his opponent in the face. The force of the blow sent him flying back and crashing into the wall, cracking it. Everyone looked around the arena in disbelief, and then Mexung ran up to his opponent and asked, is he okay? He apologized, he didn't mean to. Hyunsung looked at him and said that it wasn't so, it was his fault. The MC thought, what a cunning fox. That was simply amazing. Then the host said, that concludes Mr. Hyunsung's demonstration of skills. The protagonist thought, as expected of a regressor. He showcased his strengths, such as agility and endurance, but definitely didn't reveal all his trump cards. Then the host said, dear guests, they will have the opportunity to speak with their demonstrators once all members of their group have performed, so please do not leave your seats. The protagonist thought, it's also worth noting a couple of moments when he clearly dominated his opponent. In terms of overall value, Hyan, being a mage, stands head and shoulders above him, but in the eyes of the big guilds, Hyunsung is also a coveted prize, one they'll try to acquire at any cost. Then the host said, okay, next demonstration, Mr. Deokgu. Healers and tanks have been an integral part of a raid group since ancient times. They should introduce them to a very important member of the clearing group. shield bearer Deoku. He stood up and said that it was getting on his nerves, and the MC looked at him and told him not to worry. His stamina had increased significantly, so everything would be fine. Good luck. The others also wished him luck and assured him that he could handle it. In response, he gave a thumbs up, and just a few seconds later, the monster punched him in the face. The host said, "The essence of the next demonstration is an endurance test. The test will be passed if the participant can withstand all the damage dealt by the monster for 3 minutes. Of course, they took care of safety and tied the monster to a chain. They have nothing to worry about, dear guests. Mr. Deoku will be given the assistance of professional priests at the end of the test." The protagonist thought that he was used to calling this pig a meat shield, but wasn't that a bit much? At that moment, the monster was beating his comrade from all sides, and then Deoku wiped his face and looked at the monster. He raised his shield in front of him and ran straight at the monster, and a few seconds later they were both lying on the floor. He smiled and, extending a fist to the monster, said, "Hey, that was a great fight, buddy." In return, he extended a fist, and the MC thought, "They're idiots deciding to play at being nice, huh?" Then the host said that it was an amazing show, simply incredible. So, Mr. Kyung will give them the final demonstration of skills. Hyeon smiled and said that she wished him luck. Hyunsun also wished him luck, and Deoku, approaching him, smiled and asked, "Looks like it's his turn now?" He was sure he could handle it. He should give them a run for their money. The protagonist smiled and thought how cute. These guys would be useful to him one way or another. Then he thanked them and said he was leaving. The host said, "Mr. Kyung is a member of the cleanup team as a rarely seen class, an alchemist. I can't wait to see his skills. Please, he should give them the signal as soon as he's ready." The protagonist raised his hand and thought that this was his first time actually using alchemist skills. There was no point in trying to show off. The host said, "Great, they're starting." The protagonist thought, besides, the blue administrators are already aware of his abilities. Plus, they didn't even lend him any catalysts, citing them as being too expensive. The old men decided to put the squeeze on him on all fronts. But at least Deoku had gotten him a stick beforehand. He said, "Oh my lord, he heeds your voice." He extended the stick toward the floor, creating a magical symbol. Then he wiped his face and thought, "This is too effective." They say alchemy is an equivalent exchange, but in his personal experience, it takes more stamina than mana. Then he said, "A pillar of flame." A powerful energy surged upward from the magical symbol, and he thought, "I must admit, this is masterful." Blue magic was chosen precisely because of the Blue Guild. Yes, using alchemy certainly enhances the effects of expended mana. This time the flames were much stronger than usual, but damn, it was hard. It was unlikely he would be able to use a skill like this in real combat for now. Then the host said, thanking him for his performance. And so, the demonstration of skills by all 4 participants was concluded. All their esteemed guests were requested to remain in their seats and follow the procedure. Then the protagonist looked to the side and thought, here they are. There's no need to panic, guys. Everything is going according to plan. At that moment, a huge number of people approached them. They were shouting, "Miss Hyeon, please." She must join them. The protagonist thought that he simply needed to act according to his ranking. The people continued shouting, "Mr. Hyunsung, they are hiring swordsmen. Please, he must give him a minute. Deoku, they have a bodybuilding guild here. We need to build muscle together. Hey, we need to hurry and get Hyeon and Hyunsung here. We can't forget, this guy will be their trump card." Now, the protagonist thought all they had to do was trust him. People were shouting, "Mr. Kyung, if he joins their guild with his comrades, they will pay him 2,000 gold as a starting fee." He thought, there you go, 2,000. The bids kept rising. People were shouting, they are offering him 3,000. He thought, as many as 3,000. Then they offered 4,500. He thought, 4,500. Then a woman ran up to them and shouted, their guild is ready to pay 6,000. He folded his arms and thought, I should think carefully. The scene changed from people trying to belittle him to people now flattering him. Yeah, everything changes in the blink of an eye. People were shouting, what are they doing? They have to bring Kyung here immediately. Mr. Kyung, he's asking to join them with Hyeon. Mr. Kyung, that's their calling card. Could he and Miss Hyeon spare them a minute of their time? Hyeon, Mr. Kyung, they look so adorable together. Please, could they both join them? The protagonist laughed to himself and thought, what a wonderful scene. The darlings from Blue. So who's the idiot now? Now that he, this team's ace in the hole, has had a sweeter taste of the fruit than they have, what will they do? They'd screwed up badly, ever thinking they could recruit this team without him, especially now with such tempting offers. At that moment, Shahari jumped down from the stands in front of them. The protagonist asked in surprise, what? She sharply pointed her knee at him, while the others watched in bewilderment. And then she pushed him to the floor and, placing her foot next to his head, said, well, hello, little cutie. How about a little dialogue? Just him and her, he thought. What the hell? Who the hell is this woman? He frowned and thought, what kind of power was that? He already thought he was going to die. She's the boss of some big guild? Then he used the soul eye. A system window appeared in front of him, which said name, Hari. Age, 28. Nature, unpredictable innovator. Class, Queen of Mercenaries, legendary. Class effect, gaining advanced knowledge in weapon mastery, gaining advanced knowledge in dual wielding, gaining advanced knowledge in mana use. Titles, Bloodthirsty Lady, Red Mercenary, Scarlet Beast of the Holy Empire. Strength 97, legendary, endurance 85, heroic, vitality 90, heroic, mana 82, heroic, intelligence 67, rare, luck 56, rare, agility 82, heroic. He thought, what kind of monstrous stats are these? Strength 97. This is the strongest person he's ever seen. Is she a monster? And what kind of title and nature is this? He doesn't like things beyond his control. Where did she even come from, madam? And then Hari looked away and said, my god, it seems she was a little disrespectful. When she's so excited, she just rushes towards her goal, forgetting everything. Kyung and Hyeon, right? It was quite entertaining to watch them demonstrate their skills. She's the leader of the Red Mercenaries, one of the 3 dominant guilds of the Holy Empire. Hari, nice to meet you. Then she extended her hand, and MC thought, one of the big 3? Suddenly she started acting like an angel. As he thought, getting close to Hyeon was the right decision. Then he said, yes, mutual. He introduced himself, and at that moment he noticed how Hyeon approached him. He thought in surprise, Hyeon? She told him not to shake her hand. She is very strange, and her clothes too. Before that she almost killed them. Please. The protagonist extended a trembling hand forward and asked, please, she must take care of them. He thought, it's just a handshake. Nothing will happen, right? She's a VIP. Problems will definitely arise if he makes a bad impression on her. And then he shook her hand and asked her to take care of them. Hari said, she's glad to meet her, Hyeon. She reached out her hand to her too, but at that moment, Hyeon hid behind the protagonist's back, and he apologized. Their Hyeon was a little wary of strangers. And then Hari said, $2 million for each person. An annual salary of 500,000. What were they thinking? The protagonist thought in surprise. 2 million. Converted to local currency, that's about 20,000 gold. Considering that Blue initially offered him 1,500, which is equal to $150,000. Hyunsung, they could accept her offer, right? He looked at his face and thought, damn. That means no. And yet, 2 million for each person. For him personally, this offer is 15 times better than Blue's. It makes perfect sense to just agree to her terms. And then Hari said, judging by his expression, he thinks such a sum is very tempting? Sweet. As the name suggests, their Red Mercenary Guild initially focused on hiring melee fighters. They, the newbies, must already be aware that priests and talents capable of using advanced magic are highly prized in these parts, so her guild advisors had urged her to start looking at mages. The protagonist said, so they decided to make changes to their guild. She smiled and said, bingo. Truthfully, she hadn't initially expected much from today's event, but it just so happened that such bright talents as Miss Hyeon and Mr. Kyung were right under her nose. Do they understand? He may be an alchemist, but that's still a mage class. Plus, he can provide them with healing potions, replacing the priests, so she thinks the two of them are a perfect fit. MC remembered Sungi and thought, hey, Hyunsung, he should think again. No matter how you look at it, Blue sees them as mere rookies. They should join the Red Mercenaries before it's too late. Then Hari added, but his offer only applies to magic classes. Their guild has too many melee warriors. The protagonist thought, what the hell does that mean? In exchange for increasing his bid 15-fold and bringing Hyeon closer, he has to give up Hansung and Deokgu. Then Hari said that it would be very problematic for them to accept the entire group into the guild. So they're only offering him and Miss Hyeon to join. What does he think? He said, that's quite an interesting offer. The others looked at him in surprise, shouting, brother, Kyung? Hari said that she didn't hear any sincerity in his words. MC added, he's more than sincere. Her offer is really very tempting. It's just, he thought, to tell the truth. Deokgu said, brother, what is he saying? Gyensum said, Kyung, Hyeon. The protagonist thought he could understand Hari's intentions. She was the perfect sword and shield. If he were her, he would have placed more emphasis on training talented mages like Hyeon than melee specialists. However, he said they had become very attached to each other while clearing the starting dungeon. If she couldn't accept all 4 of them, he was afraid he'd be forced to refuse. Deokgu said, brother, seriously, you shouldn't have scared them like that. The protagonist thought that even though it was mean, he would hardly be able to buy another regressor for 2 million. Then Hari said, how funny. At first, he sounded interested, but then he just changed his mind. She didn't think he was the type to do something like that. She never tries to convince people once they've made their choice. These are her principles. But this time, what a shame. This especially applies to him, Kyung. By the way, with his face, he fits her favorite type perfectly. She came closer and took his face in her fingers. By the way, their little genius girl could do with some training in controlling her emotions, okay? Hyeon glared at her with hatred, and Hari said, she needs to look here, little one. She needs to see what could happen to what is dear to her if she defies her. MC thought, wait, what the hell? What the hell is she planning? He asked if she could let him go. She said it was his punishment. He wondered if she thought he was some kind of neighbor. A kiss pulled him out of his thoughts. Hari suddenly bit his lips, and he thought, this crazy woman! Hyeon is here. She's right here. She sees everything. He can't even move his little finger. Hyeon, he asks her to understand that this is just... At that moment, Hyeon, horrified, covered her face with her hands and screamed loudly. The others also watched in bewilderment. The protagonist thought, where is he going? Deokgu? Then Hari pulled away, holding our protagonist's pendant. He knelt down and, clutching his head, thought, damn, she said. Great, she would play with him some more. But if next time she doesn't control her bloodlust, she can't vouch for herself. MC thought, is he some kind of toy to her? How can she do something like that and in front of Hyeon? Who knows what this girl can do? Wait, why is she so quiet? Because everything happened so suddenly, he needed to gather his thoughts. Damn, she'd ruined everything. Then he wiped his lips and asked, what's that? Hari smiled and said, oh yeah, it's a gift from her. Well, they'll see each other next time. Her cuties. The protagonist thought, a gift? He took the mana pendant and looked at the system window, which said, mana pendant, rare. Increases magic power while simultaneously enhancing magic effects. Excavation location unknown, mana +3. He thought, Isn't that bad? He was a little nervous, but considering she'd given him a gift despite his refusal, he almost wanted to call her pendant. It seemed like he'd managed to avoid the worst first impression, which was such a relief. But first, he needed to pocket it before Hyan saw it, and then he needed to sort out the rest. Then the MC said, "They apologize for causing such a fuss. There was nothing to worry about. Yes, they should let them pass." The guild representatives shouted at them to wait a second. "Mr. Kyung, if he's not going to join Blue, he thinks they should come to them." He said they could discuss everything later. He thought, God, replying to everyone is a real headache. And yet, each of them is a potential client. He can't treat them carelessly. Then a girl approached him and said that was quite an interesting method of demonstration. The protagonist thought about letting them go. The man next to her said that he felt like he would be a breath of fresh air for all alchemists and would forever change the public's opinion of them. The protagonist thought, yeah, but no one will change their opinion of his stupid face. And then the protagonist said he even felt a little ashamed since his performance wasn't as memorable as the others. The rest of the people shouted, "Mr. Kyung, no matter where he joins, they would like to maintain a close friendship with him." He said he'd contact them as soon as he could. The girl said it was a promise. He replied, yes, of course. He thought even though it was a blatant lie, it was still an integral part of social life. Then Dioku yelled, seriously, like some kind of animal. Hyunsung asked, what? He yelled, what are you talking about, that woman? She dared to cross their path. Just the thought of it is irritating. Isn't it, Hun? Come on, he has to say something. Hyunsung said he thought everything worked out pretty well. He yelled in surprise, what is he saying? Why? He replied, just intuition. At that moment, the MC thought, to be honest, from his point of view, he's sure that even despite his refusal to join the Red Mercenaries, the fact that he managed to establish contact with Hari is very good. A small problem arose, but Hari was one of the strongest people in the entire country, so if he thought about it that way, he should be grateful. Since the price for insulting the boss of such a large guild was just a kiss on the lips, he got off easy. But what was going on in Hyun's head? Her behavior was making him uneasy. They walked down the hallway and then noticed Sangi. The protagonist thought, Blue? She said, Mr. Kyung. He replied, Vice Leader. Has she already thought about changing the terms of their contract? He thought how pleasant it was to look at their cringing expressions. He guessed they realized their proposal had no chance of success from the start. They could only think that way, especially given the difference between how they were a week ago and how they performed at the demonstrations. They must think Kyung's position in the Hunsung group is much higher than they realized. Hyun is a true prodigy, but now they need to make sure Kyung's words have had an impact on Hunsung, who had previously been considered the group's leader. Sangi said, yes, about that, can they talk inside? She thought they needed to renegotiate the terms of their contract. He replied, of course. He was all for it. He turned to his comrades and said he would be leaving for a while. Hyun said she should follow Hyunsung and return first. She replied, okay. He looked down and thought, Hyun will need to think about how to resolve this issue. Only after the negotiations are over. After a while, they were standing in the negotiation room again. Sangi said, first, he thought, okay, they should lay it out. How much are they willing to raise the amount? She said, an initial payment of 10,000 gold and an annual payment of 50,000. In addition, they would provide him with a new heroic grade weapon, as well as rare grade armor and accessories. He thought, a scene from a popular novel popping into his head, where the main character mocks his rivals. Then Sangi added that they would also build an alchemy lab for his personal use. MC said, sounds good. Anything else? He wondered. That's it. She said that on top of that, they would give him a good share of the resources obtained in dungeons and hunting grounds. He thought, is that all, Blue? She said, of course. They would give him the opportunity to repair and improve the equipment of their professional blacksmith for free. He thought, is she serious now? They couldn't offer him anything else? They boasted about once being one of the strongest guilds. He gave them a chance to prove their capabilities, and they're shoving this at him? Sangi added that they could also extend the contract for 3 years. Good thing, just for him. Instead of fully integrating into the guild, they were allowing him to create his own independent unit. At that moment, Soko looked at her in bewilderment. The protagonist thought, that's it, just a little more. She added that the influence of this squad leader will be equal to that of an administrative commander. The protagonist smiled and thought, come on, just a little more. Even though they're still new, they're giving him full leadership and decision-making authority within their squad. The MC thought, just a little more. She said on top of that, they'll restructure the administrative staff for non-combat personnel. He thought, yes, that's it. She must continue, just a little more, and they'll appoint Mr. Kyung as the leader of the non-combat administrative staff. The protagonist laughed to himself and thought, wonderful, that's it, come on, more. At that moment, Soko slammed his cane on the floor and shouted, enough. He released a powerful energy. The protagonist, closing his mouth in surprise, thought, what the hell? Mana, bloodlust, he can't breathe. Had he really gone too far? At that moment, Sangi shouted, Soko. He shouted, this idiot. She shouted, is he crazy? He must stop immediately. He shouted, brat. Who can only boast at his long tongue, dare he? MC thought he couldn't breathe. He shouted, who is he to lead Blue by the nose? Sangi shouted, Commander Soko. He shouted, a green kid behaving like this in front of the Great Blue. The protagonist thought, Commander? Right, he'd heard that before. This idiot must be the administrative commander. Those damn old men don't want to share an equal position with him, huh? In that case, he'll just get rid of that stinking, settled water. Soko said, little idiot. He was terribly mistaken. Did he really think they wanted to invest in him? Sangi shouted, he must stop immediately. That's an order. The man shouted, Commander Soko, They'll have problems if the other guilds find out about this. He asks him to stop. He replied that it's no problem at all. He'll do everything so that no one finds out. The protagonist thought, crazy old toad. Then he said to try. The others looked at him in confusion, and he said to try. Crazy old man. He should kill him if he can. Syoko asked, does he think he can't? Sangi looked at the protagonist in surprise, and he said, does he think his Nuna, Hari, will leave him alone if he kills him? He thought, if Hari were here, his words would most likely make her laugh hysterically. Soko shouted, what did he say? Hari, this can't be. The mercenary queen? The protagonist wiped the sweat from his face and said, that's right, the mercenary queen, Hari is his Nuna. Soko shouted in confusion. What? MC thought, he can finally breathe again, the damn toad. Considering he immediately came to his senses the moment he mentioned Hari's name, it seems her influence on this continent is even greater than he imagined. Then he picked up the pendant and said, of course, they're not blood relatives, they have a special relationship. Did he know? She's so funny. Earlier, she even said she missed him very much and decided to give him a small gift. What a fuss she caused. He thought, Hari is definitely the best. Seoho shouted, what nonsense is he talking? How dare he? Stop this nonsense. Like someone like the queen of mercenaries, outrageous. The protagonist said, no matter how outrageous it may seem, they'll soon be able to see for themselves. He thought, actually, this is nonsense. He doesn't know her at all. They've only just met. But he knows she's strong, so powerful that it could shatter each of them into tiny atoms. Then he said, besides, he thinks their eyes weren't given to them for nothing. Everyone witnessed the scene just now, right? This is proof that they have a special relationship. Seoho shouted in confusion. But even so, he's asking what kind of relationship he has with the mercenary queen? He has to give him a clear answer. The protagonist considered whether he knew her or not. The fact is, they had contact. It's only natural that he would benefit from it. Then he said, perhaps age is catching up, but he's clearly not getting the point. Such information isn't for him, is it? This is only for them, friends whose relationship has grown into something more. And the fact is that the Blue Guild, in order to be responsible for this year's rookie meeting, used force against its charges. A frightened mongrel barks louder than anyone else. He said they can't let this become public knowledge. What should they do? If Hari finds out about what happened, things could turn out very badly for Blue. Seoho shouted indignantly. Him, the protagonist thought. Stop chattering your teeth. Old man, he wants an implant inserted? Sangi, looking at the commander, said, please, he has to stop. The MC thought Blue would have no choice but to indulge him, because he now had a card capable of putting pressure on them. Then he said, by the way, maybe these are just rumors, but isn't there someone very important missing from Blue right now? He thought, old idiots who are slowly becoming senile, and the vice guild leader who takes care of all the dirty work. Sangi said what he meant. The protagonist thought even Hari, being the leader of an influential guild, had come to the demonstration in person. It couldn't be that a pathetic guild like Blue was hiding him without a good reason. He asked, where could this person be? The leader of Blue. Sangi said, so he'd already guessed about the guild leader's absence. Someone had passed this information on to him? He thought, wow, I think he guessed right. Everything was shaping up well. Han-sung would still be the guild leader. In any case, one thing was clear. Something very important had happened here. Then he said, well, considering Hari, it's only natural that he would have such information. He thought, that's complete nonsense. He knows absolutely nothing. He should just keep talking and let them explain everything themselves. Sangi said, well, that's how it is, Kyung. They'll fill him in on the details once he joins them. In case he's misunderstood the situation, their guildmaster is alive. At that moment, Soho shouted, what a treacherous idiot. He's disrespecting not only the mercenary queen, but also the guildmaster? He should know his place. How dare he encroach on the authority of their guild? Insolent, vile, petty idiot. Sangi tried to stop him, and MC thought, this old man can't control himself. Oh my god. He hides behind the guild's good intentions, but in reality, all he cares about is his own status. What a headache. Even if he kneeled down and begged him right now, it wouldn't be enough. Then he said he didn't care about the details, and he didn't think he could speak like that, given Blue's position. He thought, what a cliched idiot. He then said he might as well just throw away all hope of further successful negotiations. The result would be that Blue would lose its chance at resurrection. But judging by his behavior, he hardly cared, right? In response, he shouted at him to shut up. Insolent bastard. In his opinion, they don't realize he's simply trying to find his own advantage in the guild, like a common rat? The protagonist thought, a perfect example of the deep-rooted evil of this generation, Soko. Then he slammed the table and thought, he's the only one seeking advantage here. To be honest, their side is only trying to pick up the crumbs left by the regressor. Then he told him to listen carefully. He didn't come here to fight, but to negotiate. No matter how drunk he was with his glory, didn't he think this behavior towards his saviors was a little inappropriate? Was he already too old to analyze the situation and notice such problems? Ah, Grandpa? Soko swung his arm and was about to hit. He shouted, idiot. The protagonist dodged and said that if he wanted to show that the Blue Guild had long been saturated with a terrible aura, then he did a good job. He would even say he did a great job, Soko. People like him brought everything to ruin. He shouted indignantly. What? The protagonist added, people like him are called stagnant water that wouldn't hurt to be washed away. At that moment, Soko pushed Sangi away and grabbed the protagonist by the shirt. He shouted, idiot. How dare you act like you know everything? Someone like him has no right to open his mouth when he knows nothing about his Blue. MC thought, his Blue then. At that moment, Sangi put her hand on Syoko's shoulder and shouted, have you completely lost your mind? He must let him go immediately. He told her not to interfere, Sungi. He will teach that little rat a good lesson. The protagonist thought he'd lost all respect even for his vice leader. Either they'd known each other for a long time, or the old man had completely lost track of what was going on. He asked, "What's wrong, Soho?" There are things that are hard to ignore. He doesn't care what opinion he has of him. He's sure Hansung and Hyeon are their best assets. He understands his dislike for him. He really does. But he should still act a little more restrained. Even if this continent operates by the laws of the jungle, he's gone too far. He's not his subordinate. Get it? Soho yelled, "Fool." Then Songi held her hand out in front of him and said, "She's already asked him to stop more than once. This is her last warning." He looked at her indignantly, and MC thought, wow. Even she can bear her fangs. Songi is the type to give in to her emotions. A lot of unsuitable qualities for the leader of Blue, but she ordered Soho to be taken away, and he thought, it seems she's the only one in the entire guild, if that's the case, who still has a conscience and common sense. Well, if these two continue to bicker, it will only play into his hands. Her righteous presence prevents the old idiot from ascending to the throne. Soho said, he just has to wait. Brat, he'll make him regret joining Blue. The protagonist thought, yes, a cliched villain's final line, he's grateful. Then Sangi approached the protagonist and asked, is he okay? She didn't think something like this could happen. She offers her deepest apologies for this incident. She truly is. The commander has always had a pitiful temper, but lately he's been much more sensitive. The protagonist thought, Sangi, she really has it tough. Then he asked, is there a good reason for this? She replied, not really. It's just that apparently the longer the guild leader is away from his post, the more nervous the commander gets. This applies to everyone else too. The protagonist thought, it seems to him that they're only glad he's gone, despite the fact that this whole bunch of old men are a real pain in the ass. She keeps covering for them because they're her subordinates, right? Apparently, he'll have to win her over. And then Sangi bowed and said that she was very ashamed of what happened today. As Blue's vice leader, she apologizes on behalf of the entire guild. So please, regarding what happened. MC said that he understood everything. She shouldn't worry so much. Actually, he should be the one apologizing. He'd made some unflattering remarks that could have hurt the honor of their guild. He thought that she shouldn't worry. He'd help her root out all the weeds. She sighed and thanked him. The protagonist said they wouldn't forget about it. And by the way, she shouldn't worry about the contract either, he thought. So she should just hurry up and make him commander. She happily asked, does that mean they can still count on successfully completing the contract? He answered, yes, indeed. He thought, thanks to Hari, his value should have skyrocketed considerably. He smiled and added, please, she shouldn't forget what she told him about his position. He thought, they have no leader, no fighting power, no good budget. He was letting them taste the joy of being supported by a regressor and a mercenary queen, so they should at least give him an administrative position, right? Sangi replied, of course. Actually, they were planning to enlist the support of their group to increase the military strength of the main fighting force. Creating a new formation would take a long time. He replied, okay. He thought, and most importantly, there was no guarantee that this bunch of scum wouldn't plot against him. And to prevent such outcomes, he needed to gain influence immediately. He had no intention of simply tolerate this. If it was a political battle, he would gladly accept it. From now on, he would be embroiled in political games, so he needed to consolidate his power. Sandy said, but preparing heroic-grade items might take a little while. She hoped he would understand. However, they would do their best to ensure he didn't have to wait too long. He wondered, surprised. What? Heroic-grade items were really that rare? Hyun-sung pulled the book out of his bag as if it were nothing, apparently misleading. He replied, yes, of course, he understands. She said, thank you very much, Mr. Kyung. She also wanted to apologize again for the incident. He smiled awkwardly and scratched his head, saying that he was the one who was sorry for saying such nonsense. He thought she was uneasy about what had happened, and he apologized for causing her a headache. She replied, no, which he certainly wouldn't. It wouldn't make up for it. But she'd like to treat him to something before the induction ceremony, please. He should let her know if he had any free time. He replied, come on, no need. Thank you very much, Vice Captain. He needed to talk to his group now. He thought, but wasn't she wonderful? He walked to the door and, turning around, added, well, then they'll see each other later, Vice Captain. He thought, instilling a little sentimentality at this moment was the main key. A pure young man who didn't hold a shred of resentment despite how he'd been treated. She said, he must be careful. He thought, and yet the lonely boy, unable to completely hide his pain, barely turns his head, and she should have done a little more for him. She would never let something like this happen to him again. No matter how hard she tried, these thoughts just stuck in her head, and she started breathing harder. Come on, Sangi, she must still feel deeply guilty. How easy it was to manipulate people. Then he went out into the hallway and thought she should hurry and feel sorry for him. He just had to make this absurdity a reality. Then Hyun-sung looked at him and asked, is he talking about the red mercenaries? Why so suddenly? The MC said he had something to discuss with their leader. Hyun-sung asked, is he talking about Hari, right? Hyun screamed, he can't. Deokwa added, bro, she's actually here, right here. He was about to go to the girl who took his kiss. The protagonist said, stop talking nonsense already. he's just trying to do what can help their group. Hyunsung asked if he could clarify. He smiled and answered, he just thought it would be nice if there were people who covered them. She promised that he would update them on the situation once everything was resolved. He replied, I see. The protagonist wondered if he was happy with everything. He was glad that his comrade was determined to build a good relationship with the mercenary queen for his sake, wasn't he? What a sweet boy. At that moment, Hyun started crying. And the protagonist thought, right, he hadn't resolved the issue with Hyun yet. She cried and, wiping away her tears, said that he couldn't, that he was rejecting her and going to that woman. He said, Hyun, he thought it would be wonderful if he could find a manual on how to deal with her. He felt like he knew her better than anyone. How was he supposed to handle her? To keep everything under control even in those rare moments when he was inattentive? Even if she didn't like something, no, that meant no. For their group, no. For him, it was a matter of life and death. If he was caught in a lie, he would be burned at the stake on the spot. He walked closer and called out to her. He thought, it's quite shameful, but right now Hyun is unable to protect him. He needs not only fighting power but also influence. Then he said that he would go as soon as he talked to Hyun. He thought, no, he would even say that influence comes first now. He doesn't have any power right now, and he's trying to get it, okay? Hyunsung replied, he should be careful, and she, Hyun. Deokgwa added, if anything happens, they should just let him know. MC replied that he understood. He thought, what's good for him is good for them all. So why doesn't she understand? Normally she would blush deeply, calling it a date. He held her hand and thought, it seems the incident with Hari really affected her. Then he said, Hyun, don't worry so much. Before he could finish speaking, she asked him not to go there. He said nothing bad will happen. She replied, then he should take her with him. He replied that it would be better for him to go alone. He thought, if he thought about it, they hadn't talked for a long time. All that time they had been busy just practicing for the demonstrations. He was sure she felt lonely. He told her not to worry. He thought, yes, a short walk and a conversation with her would definitely help. Then he looked at her in surprise, and she, looking at him with eyes full of tears, shouted at him not to go to her. He wanted her to go crazy. He thought, what? She shouted that he was not listening to her at all. When a person is trying to convey something to him, he should listen carefully. He looked at her, and she said, please. He shouldn't reject her. She asked him not to leave if he was going. He thought, damn, apparently he chose the wrong approach. She said, he is a real fool. It's a stupid idea on his part to do this, just as he thought. She said it was all because of him. Stupid. But it was all for his own sake, right? He would definitely like it. He thought, when it came to Hyun, there was only one miracle method. He said, Hyun. Then he pinned her against the wall, and, leaning his hand on the wall, looked straight into her eyes. She looked at him in surprise and asked, Oppa? He thought that initially he wanted to develop a relationship with Hyun in a much more romantic way. Damn. He brought his face close to hers and said that he loved her. She asked in surprise, what? He answered, and he would never reject her. He took a strand of her hair in his hand and thought, reject? Why would he do that? He will take everything he can for himself. Does he look like an idiot? What is the point of throwing away such a powerful card? He kissed the strand of her hair and repeated again that he loved her. He wondered if she could see that there was no point in agonizing over the choice between a legendary mage, the leader of one of the strongest guilds, a regressor, and a meat shield, because they would all be his. And anyway, if anyone should be worried about being disposed of, it was him. She said she loved him very much. He said she understood, like he just wanted to protect her, keep her out of danger. She pressed herself against his chest. He thought half of that was true. She said she felt the same way too. He said that's why it was so important. He needed to establish a good relationship with that woman, because he needed the strength to protect her. She cried out that if that was all it was, then she could do it herself. She remembered Hari's words and said, help him. He asked, really? In that case, Hyun should become stronger for him, right? He approached her face again, then wiped the tears from her eyes and added, much stronger than now. She thought, her Oppa, her poor Oppa. For her and the group's sake, he has no choice but to sell himself to that woman. She extended her arms toward him, and the protagonist thought, it seems that this girl is imagining things again. However, these don't seem to be bad thoughts. Yes, he is truly a pathetic man who is forced to leave his beloved and sell his body. Then he said that he understands her concerns. What happened earlier will not happen again, he promises. He thought, as sad as it may sound, Kyung and Hyun lacked the strength to protect each other. He said again that he loved her, and then kissed her. He thought, and just like that, the two lovers were forced to part. At that moment, Hyun swore to herself. She thought, her beloved Oppa, this is their first kiss. She must cleanse him. That animal has defiled him. If only she were stronger than Hari. She clenched her fists and thought that she would definitely be able to become stronger and protect her opponent. The MC thought she would definitely get her way. A wonderful expression. It inspires confidence. Realizing how weak she was, Hyun firmly resolved to dedicate herself to diligent training from that moment on. She shouted that she would protect him. He thought to protect the person he loved most from all the hardships of this world. Thanks to this, Hyun's condition should stabilize for a long time. It was time to head out to meet his new boss. As night fell, he pulled his hood over his head and headed for the castle exit. A woman stood in his way. She said, it must be him. He said he needed to meet with Lady Hari. He thought the first step had been taken. He didn't know if she would appreciate it, but he had shown up wearing the necklace she had given him. It only remained to be seen if the terms he intended to offer would satisfy her. But damn, what is this building? It's damn bulky. This guild is something special. They're not some fake light blue. This is a legendary scent. He has to control himself. He's made meticulous preparations. Then he asked if he could come in. Hearing no reaction, he approached the door and thought, what the hell? She couldn't have gone somewhere, could she? He knocked and wanted to ask, is she here? And then he was surprised when Hari kicked the door open and shouted, damn it. She told her to handle the paperwork herself. The protagonist thought, my god. She said, how many times do I have to tell her not to disturb her when she's sleeping? The protagonist thought he wasn't prepared for such a reception. She looked at him in surprise and asked, is he a newbie or something? It looks like they met again. She apologizes. It looks like she can believe that he changed his mind? He answered, not really. She asked, what do you mean, not really? Then what does he want? He thought, now, standing in front of her, he doesn't even know how best to arrange everything. She put her hand on his shoulder and said, just so he knew, she hated jerks who beat around the bush. It was unlikely that he would decide to leave his dear lover just because he missed his Nuna's touch. So what was he looking for? He thought, Hari is damn unpredictable, but has a very straightforward character. He just needs to be equally straightforward. He said, Lady Hari, please. She must become his sponsor. She asked in surprise, what? He awkwardly scratched his head and said, God, it was rather awkward to repeat that. Sponsor. He thought, he shouldn't say that. He can't. Wherever they go, walk confidently with Kyung. She looked at him in surprise and then asked, so that's what it is? Then she turned and remarked that it sounded funny. He should follow. No one had dared to speak to her, the queen of mercenaries, so directly before. She sat up in bed and said, honestly, his face is her ideal type. She has a bit of a thing for cute guys with fox-like faces. He thought, does that sound interesting? Then she patted the pillow next to her and told him to come over here and start acting as cute as possible. He was surprised. What? She asked. He was asking her to be his sponsor, right? Then he should come here and have her evaluate him. He thought, it seems like they had a major misunderstanding here. He said that's not what he meant. He thought that he wasn't really that type of man, okay? She asked, then what? He said that if she invested in their group, then both parties would benefit greatly in the future. She asked, did he think she didn't understand that? The offer she made earlier was only valid if he and her favorite mage girl joined her guild. Although hell, even he alone would be enough, but neither of them would agree to that. And yet he wants her to sponsor their group? Is this a ridiculous joke? Why would she want to babysit children from another guild? It would be much easier and more reasonable if she had some fun with him over several sessions and then paid him a few bucks, don't you think? He thought, damn. That's a real artillery of facts. He said, of course he understands that, Miss Hari, but he's not asking her to be his sponsor for nothing. She smiled and said how sweet, judging by that barking, he was quite confident in his position. He replied, of course, the guild leader. He thought that now she was starting to treat him like a toy. Of course, getting at least that kind of protection from her would be nice too. As long as he was in the black, putting his pride aside and becoming this woman's obedient puppy was not a bad prospect. But he was disgusted by the very thought of weighing the pros and cons of such a scenario. He could not possibly become her toy, because his ambitions were much higher. Then she said, all right, he should spill the beans. He should explain what else the green rookie had to offer, besides his body. He thought she shouldn't be too surprised, and then said he would ensure that Miss Hari could enlist the help of the genius mage Hyeon and the genius swordsman Hyunsung as allies. She had been present at the demonstration herself, and must have discerned their immense talents. It was entirely possible that these two would grow to the status of the strongest people on the continent. Friendships with such people would be highly profitable in the future. Even their appearance was stunning. She could be sure that they would live up to all her expectations. If she was interested then, she asked, so what? He was surprised. Why? She asked, so what? He thought, she was starting to act troublesome again, how difficult it was. She put her hand to her head and asked, what difference did it make to her whether they grew or not? She was already one of the strongest on the continent. They could always turn to the spellcasters, guild and the magic tower to fill the personnel gap. Their guilds could afford it. The same applies to melee fighters. Even now, they have a surplus of talented swordsmen. Their prospects are certainly attractive, but they're not so desperate as to entice them at any cost. Besides, he'd said allied forces, which in itself implies they won't be under her complete control, right? She only wants talents who are completely loyal to the red mercenaries. Got it? He thought, damn. He prepared countermeasures for this. But what if she doesn't like the other options either? Would he really have to become her dog? Then she told him to look here. If he was going to keep balking and spouting nonsense about investments, he should obediently stomp over here and start acting nice. She promises that he won't be disappointed with the payment. On the contrary, he will receive a bunch of gifts, and perhaps, if he really tries hard, she will even become a sponsor for his entire group. The protagonist thought he got the feeling that she will continue to behave like this, no matter what he says. He took the pendant and thought that he will have to sacrifice it, but there's no other way. Time for plan B. Then he said, she must listen, Lady Hari. He threw the pendant to her and she was surprised. What does this mean? He thought, plan B. And then she said, it seems he has allowed too much in regard to his pride. She has begun to see him as just a doormat, but he does not need that. He thought, it's time to turn up the insolence. She indignantly shouted, is he crazy? He said that he does not need money, nor such trinkets. What he wants is her. The woman who is called the Queen of Mercenaries Hari. He needs her strength and power. He's not interested in anything other than this. He thought it was a lie. He was interested in a lot of things. Losing such jewelry would be a great loss. He hoped he could get the pendant back later. She said, does he even realize what he's doing now? It seemed like the overwhelming amount of offers had made him forget his place. He asked, his place? He knew it with every bone in his body. He thought, plan B. He said that he knew he could be wiped off the face of this continent with a single word from her. They could get rid of him in any dark alley, and no one would even know about it. Yes, he was a member of a popular group, but that didn't change the fact that he was just a pathetic pawn, nothing more. He thought he needed to play on her emotions. He said, that's why. He thought, plan D, the finishing blow. He dropped to one knee in front of her and said that he needed her. The mercenary queen Hari, Nuna, he thought. One round of saccharine speech accomplished. She chuckled. Did he think it worked? She said he really was damn cute for a child throwing a tantrum. It was quite funny. He was the first one to ever speak to her so directly. He thought, it seemed the fake speech from the novel had borne fruit. She added, not many could speak to her with such confidence. The further, the more interesting. Okay, she changed her mind. She reached out to his chin and added, he must have something else up his sleeve, right? He replied, of course, the guildmaster. She said, wonderful. And why don't they arrange a fair exchange? What did he think? Alchemy is based on equal exchange. That's the path the whole world follows. 1 or 2 party members won't be enough. He must understand that her protection requires an appropriate price, and so he must speak. He thought, it seemed there was still a chance. He said yes. His next offer was a share of the potions he would create and sell in the future. She said, he must wait. This was Ramos Tucker. Where did he get such a rare item? He thought, perhaps he should have shown this book from the very beginning. She asked what he meant by a share. He said that he would give her 1%. She was indignant. What, 1%? He said that it might sound rather presumptuous, but until now no one knew how much he could earn from selling his potions. Besides, the market in this world was vast, like a boundless ocean. Her tiny share could make her fortune skyrocket. No, he could definitely say that it would. He thought, a blatant lie, but now his words acquired significant weight. Why not? She told him to continue, and he thought because right now he was putting his own life on the line. He spoke, then, friendly relations with the group, or rather with the Blue Guild. She asked if he was simply trying to deceive her now. He replied that this was no joke, that Hinson from their group would grow stronger and stronger, and soon they would become the next generation of the guild. He thought it was the absolute truth. Unfair, wasn't it? He said that Blue would become a guild that represented the Empire, and at the same time remain its staunch ally. She would be able to establish good relations with them with a small investment, and do it before the other guilds had a chance to offer anything. She asked if he thought himself a prophet. How could he guarantee that everything would turn out this way? He thought it was a secret he couldn't reveal. He spoke, and finally, he would give her the mages she so desperately needed. He opened the scroll and added that this list of names was personally compiled by him. She just needed to choose a few people from it. She was surprised. What? He thought, excellent. As he expected, this provoked a very strong reaction. Things could get more complicated later, so he decided to play his trump card along with the rest of the conditions. He said, of course, all these mages had recently completed their training and were now under Blue's supervision, and there were some unexpected talents among them. He thought, aha, another lie. He'd just jotted down this list in a hurry on the way here. In any case, she wouldn't be able to verify it. The people from the training were simply hopeless. But perhaps, those from other regions would prove at least somewhat worthy. She said she was interested, but was he really capable of this? He rolled the scroll back up and confirmed it. The first reason he was confident was that he would soon become CEO and have negotiating rights, and the second was that it was a secret. She cried out in surprise. What? Was he still being insolent? He thought that the fact that he could detect talent with just a glance was another secret that couldn't be revealed, and she said that the basis of alchemy is equal exchange, right? He completely agreed with all of this, Lady Hari. He thought that he wouldn't say another word to her. If she wanted to know more, she should accept his offer, although even then, he wouldn't tell her. She seemed to be deep in thought. It would be wonderful if she were a kind-hearted character from some manhwa. Well, of course not. It was hard to know that she was carefully weighing the pros and cons. What should he do if nothing worked out? Had he gone too far? What the hell? She was thinking so hard that her eyes lit up. How did he decide whether it would be his home world or this one? Life isn't that simple, so that's how it would all end. Why would a guy who knows what's best behave like this? Kyung, he's a crazy idiot. He's saying goodbye, sister. Hyun, the pig, their beloved regressor. Brother will be the first to leave. Then she said, 3%. He looked at her in surprise. She said she demands a 3% share of potion sales instead of 1%, along with a list of capable mages and melee fighters, and she will also choose the method of protection herself. Kyung asked, the method? Hari answered, yes. He himself asked for her protection, didn't he? In the name of the head of the mercenaries, Cha Hari, she swears that no one will lay a finger on him. In exchange, she will decide how to do it herself. Did they agree? MC thought, what is this with her? This sounds great, but a little suspicious. He asked to forgive him, but maybe he will find out what exactly this method will be? Hari answered, he will find out today. So does he agree to the terms? She needs an answer. Kyung thought, is she giving him a head start? Well, anything is better than the deal falling through. He has no reason to refuse. He said, yes, he agrees. He's relying on her. Hari said, great, then they will need to discuss this again later. And for now, he's free. She waved her hand and said, darling. MC left the room and thought, did it work? Is the deal really done? Suddenly, he saw fighters off to the side who started shouting, Nuna, what does she think of Lee Kyung's offer? I see, her wish is their command. Do they swear on their lives that they will protect Lee Kyung? MC smiled and thought, that's wonderful. He did it. He took off his cloak and thought, impossible mission accomplished. Hari Nuna, he loves her. How happy he is. He laughed and thought to himself, his stomach even hurt with joy. Hyunsun, Hyen, Dio, Gu. He's not coming back empty-handed. The system window reported that he received a new title. Kyung asked, what? The system window reported the title, Lover of the Mercenary Queen. MC's eyes widened in surprise and thought, Chahari, what's going on? The method she spoke of. MC imagined himself as the Scarlet Devil's concubine, and the relationship of the century was starting now. He clutched his head and thought, so that's what she meant. He'll have to become this madwoman's concubine. And this is his first title. 2 weeks had already passed since his meeting with Chahari. During this time, his relationship with Blue had been developing very smoothly. As soon as they opened his personal account, the down payment was immediately credited, and he immediately received the position of leader of the non-combat administrative staff. MC waved his hand and thought, today they were finally moving to the base. Now all that was left was to wait for heroic rank items. At first, he had doubts about signing the contract with Blue, but the longer he was here, the fewer disadvantages he saw. Firstly, unlike other guilds where power is concentrated in the hands of the leader, the organizational system is divided into several parts. MC presented the Blue Guild's diagram. The guild leader is Ju Sung-jun, and the vice guild leader is Lee Sang-gi. Simply put, they are less dependent on higher-ups. As they promised, a special 7th squad was created especially for them. And the squad leader is their favorite regressor, Kim Hyun-sung. But most importantly, he is the leader of the non-combat administrative staff, a special position for Lee Kyung. In fact, he feels like everything was done in a hurry. They need to do what they think is right. MC continued to ponder. For starters, the important part is that his status is equal to that old idiot, Lee Seoho. He is glad that this position was given to him so quickly. As expected, Guilds of Blue keeps its word. It's quite strange for a member of a combat squad to sit in the administrative chair. In any case, despite the difficult situation, Guilds of Blue is very attentive to him. Well, actually. MC approached the room and knocked on the door, when suddenly Hyun-sung came up to him and said, Kyung, this room. He turned around and thought it was quite expected that they would take such meticulous care of him. He went inside and wondered why the place was so crowded. After all, he was the lover of the mercenary queen. He fell, and Hyun-sung quickly ran to him and asked, is he okay? Kyung replied, yes, thank you, Hyun-sung. He thought, oh my god, this is embarrassing. Why was it necessary to send so many gifts? He saw boxes of jewelry in front of him. There was a rare Leo Shimmer, rare Stranger Fruit, rare Bensi Mana Essence, rare Mandrake, and rare Troll Tendon Poison. The ancient civilization needs this to make heroic rank medicines. This is an alchemy kit straight from the ancient civilization. The percentage of successful potion making will increase. This temporarily increases the owner's luck stat. Luck temporarily increases by 3. MC thought it was cute. He thought they were trying to get back at him for his insolent behavior, but it seemed they decided it would be wiser to invest generously in him. Hyun picked up the boxes and said, come to think of it, they hadn't seen each other in a long time. MC laughed and said, that's right. Suddenly, a lot of work had piled up. Everyone present looked at them in surprise. As a result of getting closer to the mercenary queen, Guilds of Blue's business suddenly took off. And since he was the reason for this, his influence also jumped significantly. The guy lowered his head and asked, again? It's his job to store all this stuff, but this is terrible. The girl folded her arms and asked, what can he do? After all, he is the Scarlet Queen's lover. She bet she said so herself. Anyone who hurts her beloved will deal with her personally. The guy said, wow, now he even feels sorry for Jung Hyan. He heard that she and the leader had previously been quite close. MC thought, of course, the rumors about Hyan hadn't caused the best reaction, but the girl said she'd already heard. It's clear that things are a little different on the continent, and yet how could he turn her away right after graduating from training? The guy put his finger to his lips and said, he can hear, right? Kyung thought, damn it, Chahari, he's not that type of guy. It's terribly unfair. Of course, he got what he wanted, since in the entire Sacred Empire, there isn't a single madman who would dare to anger the mercenary queen, except for one person. He imagined Hyan, and then terrible things happened. When Hyan started to lose control over the gifts and rumors, her expression looked as if the whole world had collapsed. He worried that he had lit a time bomb. She burst into tears and ran away. Hyan was truly upset that she couldn't do anything about it. Of course, he told her that there was nothing between him and Chahari, and he convinced her that she was his only love. Some time ago, MC cuddled up to her and asked, Hyan, she knows that he loves only her, right? She answered, yes, Oppa. She thought that she would definitely become stronger, and that no one would dare take Oppa away from her. Oppa is quite cute today. He even put his hands on her shoulders. Later, she will need to extract this scent. Kyung asked if they could go for a walk together. Hyan answered, no, Oppa. Jung Hyan started devoting almost all her time to magic training. Of course, this is not bad, but if she loses her mind, everything will turn into an extra headache for him. And now he can't drop everything and devote 24 hours a day to her. Hyun-sung spoke, by the way, Kyung. Hyan asked, yes? Hyun-sung asked if he could tell him what they talked about with the mercenary queen. MC said something about that. He apologized. He should have shared it earlier. He really has a lot to do lately. He chuckled and thought, and he kept waiting for when he would ask. He said it. He only asked her to become their sponsor, and she agreed. He doesn't know what all these antics of hers are for, but he's sure it's just vile mockery. Kyung opened the envelope with a letter from Chahari. It said that she will always be grateful to him. She hopes he will accept these modest gifts. With love, to the most wonderful person in the world. Hyunsung said, I understand. He was slightly surprised since rumors describe her differently. Some time ago, Hari said that if he valued his life, then she advised him to get out of here right now. Kim Hyunsung. This is their hunting ground. He asked, they're not even allies, so why did she think she could command him? Hyunsung said, looking at the gifts, I'm glad he made a good impression on her. MC laughed and thought, what a scoundrel. He must be excited and even proud. After all, he remembered the queen from his past life completely differently. If he succeeds in creating a friendly relationship with the queen, then that will be the icing on the cake for them. The system window reported, the lover of the mercenary queen. Kyung thought, except for that. Hyunsung said, one more thing. Hyun should be at the lake right now. She's training several magical attributes at once, and Deoku is building a boat for her. MC asked again, what? A boat out of nothing? Hyunsung answered, yes. Hyun said she wanted to show off on the boat. He decided it would only benefit their training, so he let them go. Deoku said he was going to make a rowboat and improve his stamina at the same time. Kyung thought, what, go for a boat ride? Park Deoku, he's a pig. What are they up to this time? He cleared his throat and asked, by the way, Hyunsung, how's his business going? Hyunsung sighed and replied, yes, there was a lot of discussion at the squad leader meeting about a certain dungeon. It's called the Garden of Terror. It was said to be a high-ranking dungeon, discovered only recently. They're currently discussing who should clear that dungeon, but there's a high chance they'll get the chance. MC thought, a dungeon raid. He replied, I see. He asked, does he want coffee? Hyunsung replied, no, thanks. Yes, they'll have plenty of time before the expedition itself, but it's better to prepare in advance. Besides, we need to consider that other people might show up who want to join the squad. Kyung wondered, their first comrades, huh? Hyunsung replied, as soon as he receives information about the new recruits, he'll pass it on to him. He hoped he's doing well too. MC nodded and replied, yes, naturally. It's a bit difficult for him to participate in all these meetings, but he feels like he knows a lot more about Guilds of Blue and the entire continent now. Now he's waiting for the transfer of the remaining survivors from the dungeon and other regions to open. But right now, unfortunately, it's unlikely that there will be more than 1 or 2 people that Guilds of Blue has enough funds for. Hyunsung asked thoughtfully, is it because of them? Kyung answered, yes, it's quite possible. He thought, after all, Guilds of Blue forked out a lot. He will consider allocating his funds to recruit new members to the squad. Hyunsung replied, as the squad leader, he is very grateful, Kyung. But is he sure about this? MC replied, of course, all for the sake of the 7th squad and their guild, and for his sake. He thought he hopes he will choose the best candidates for them to exploit. Hyunsung smiled and said, thank you, Kyung. He has a meeting now, so it's time for him to go. And Kyung interrupted him and said, he's going to meet the survivors. Hyunsung replied, okay, they'll see each other later. The guys dispersed, and MC laughed and thought, it was a pretty productive dialogue. Whatever steps and actions he takes for further development, he will support him in everything. He put the coffee on the table and thought, horror, there really is a lot to do. He needs to find information on new members. In addition to the list of people for Chahari, he must participate in the general administrative work of the Guilds of Blue Rookie Training Program. He doesn't have 10 hands. At times like this, there were 12 items on his main to-do list. The first item was to send the list to Chahari. The second item was to study the main tasks. The third item was to study the history of the continent. The fourth item was to prepare for dungeon expeditions. The fifth item was to create potions. The sixth item was to sort out plans for obtaining rewards from the continent. The seventh point is to make a plan to reconcile with the old idiots. The eighth plan is to conduct an alchemical experiment with the catalyst given to him by Chahari. The ninth point is to earn Kim Hyunsung's trust. The 10th point is to earn Lee Sanggi's trust. The 11th point is to take care of Jung Hyeon. And finally, the 12th point is to help Park Deoku become stronger. No, now that he thinks about it, well, in any case, he seems to be doing much better than Hyunsung expected. Right now, he must be busy searching for the people he met in his first life, but he is already ready to give him the role of administrator for this project. And yet, it's not enough. He needs to earn even more of his trust. MC thought, after all, he can discard him at any moment. If he can't offer anything useful soon, this regressor will simply abandon him. It will be much better for him if he makes him think that he is useful in many matters. So, first, he will make a list for Chahari. He decided to look at the faces he missed so much. After a while, Sanggi said, Mr. Soko, has the army made any contact yet? Soko laughed and said, Sanggi? I mean, Lee Sanggi. Nothing special. The only time they made contact was when they reached Zone C. Sanggi said, Zone C at the temple, they've advanced quite a bit. They must be running low on rations already. Let him report to the guild leader that they will send them additional resources. Soko said, yes, as she says, Lee Sanggi. Sanggi said, Lee Sok. She fell silent and looked away. Uncle Soko. He looked at her in surprise, and then leaned over and said that he hadn't heard that from her in a long time, Sanggi. Sanggi said, she will take the newcomers to Lindell, so please let him take care of everything here. And also, stop causing them trouble. Let him just keep everything under control, but don't get violent. Seoho laughed and said, Sanggi, she's not intentionally bothering them. This is all for the good of her and the Guilds of Blue. The fact that she doesn't understand his good intentions upsets him greatly. He put his hand on Sanggi's shoulder and said that even though they weren't related by blood, they had become family, having gone through this whole journey together, starting from their training. And these connections concern not only him and her, but also Sungjun. Sanggi said, in any case, let him take care of everything and contact Sungjun, so he doesn't need to worry about matters within the guild. I see. It's time for her to go to the meeting. As soon as he receives an answer from Sungjun, please let him let her know. Soho replied, okay, let her contact him as soon as she arrives in Lindell. Sangi replied, she will contact him. Well, she went. Syoko placed his hand on the chair and said, yes, it's him. He sat down and created an energy sphere next to his ear. He said, the Vice Guild leader wants them to send additional rations and resources to the leader's army. He laughed and said, of course not. Let him just pretend he's already sent them. What? Sangi? They'll leave her for now. They need a puppet to make the plan go smoother. The most important thing is to make sure Ju Sun-jun doesn't return alive. Everything will be for nothing if he survives. They guys don't want that either, right? He hopes for their fruitful cooperation. They laughed in response and said, he understands. There's no need to worry, Soko. By the way, he heard that one of the newcomers caused them trouble. What does he intend to do with him? Soko asked. Let him listen. Wanyang, in his opinion, does he look like the type to let a youngster get under their feet? He'll probably die on his own if they just send him to the dungeon. There's no need to worry about someone like him. Why don't they meet in Celia? He'll bring a ton of heroic rank items with him. Ito would definitely appreciate it. He laughed and asked to convey his gratitude to Ito. He laughed again and said, yes, sayonara. He frowned in displeasure and clicked his tongue loudly. After a while, MC entered the arena and the guy saw him and quickly bowed and said, hello, Leader Lee. Kyung waved his hand and said, thank you for your work. The guy replied, no need. MC smiled and thought how awesome it was. He laughed and said, instructor. He hasn't been appointed as the leader of the team yet, but soon he will become one of the key figures in Guilds of Blue. Kyung thought, this guy knows how to choose his words. The guys laughed sincerely, and after the instructor asked, what brought him here anyway? MC replied, having some free time before heading out. Survivors? No, he should call them newbies now. He decided he should visit them. He thought, if they were still alive, of course. Kyung said, since he hadn't quite deserved his high position, he should try hard to live up to the expectations of the Guilds of Blue. The instructor replied, I see. He really is incredible, Lee Kyung. Another instructor thought, he only got his position by sucking up to other people. What's so incredible about that? He said, well then, all participants will either receive an invitation from the guilds or have to reap it themselves. MC looked towards the new arrivals and thought, this guild must be the Black Swan? The instructors asked them to follow their regulations. The guys sighed and said, yes, yes. They turned around and opened their mouths in surprise, and the instructors asked to be introduced to them. Leader of the administrative staff of Guilds of Blue, Mr. Lee Kyung. Salute. The guys started shouting in surprise. Lee Kyung? Isn't it really Lee Kyung? Why is he here? He had already seen Hunsung and the other two earlier. Just don't tell them that the whole group got into leadership positions at Guilds of Blue. They should have joined their raid group. MC thought they were dreaming. They guys can't even start a fire from their fingers. Their group, in their opinion, is some kind of joke. Besides, only he and Hyunsun became leaders. Someone said, horror, he's jealous. Now he looks cool. Kyung looked towards the people who were looking at him with admiration. He grinned and thought how wonderful it was to have power. Following loyal people, that's the best tactic. They came here together and reached this place. But the difference between him and them now is like night and day. It's a pleasant feeling. It's like telling all the idiots in their faces that his actions weren't wrong. If they're so jealous, then let them just find themselves a fellow regressor. He chuckled and wondered why she was staring. Does she have some kind of problem? MC thought, puzzled. What? Wait, Lee Jihye? Some time ago she handed him a bag and said he made a bold choice. Here, there are some supplies. MC thanked her and asked about what. Jihye replied, he would try to get rid of Jinho during the raid, but she thought that risks weren't his thing. He has a very responsible approach since he decided to make armor in the middle of the night. MC answered, of course. He hates taking risks, but... Jihye asked again, but... MC said, he's not stupid enough to refuse to participate in a winning adventure. She laughed and said, that's typical of him. MC said, enough empty chatter. Maybe she wants to join them? Jihye waved her hand and said, no, she'll refuse. It's scary and she hates risks too. Excessive greed often leads to the abyss. She laughed and said, there's no point in tits trying to walk high like a stork, right? They walk in their own way. Currently, MC looked at her smirking face and thought, it would be a pity not to involve her here. She's very smart. He is terribly busy lately. Another pair of hands would not be superfluous. He doesn't want to give her to any other guild. At that moment, Sangi's voice was heard. She said, he has already arrived, Leader Lee. MC looked at her and laughed, said, it embarrassed him when she calls him that. Vice Leader. He smiled and thought, fortunately that old man is not with her. Sangi laughed and said, she thinks she has already said this, but she will repeat herself. If he would like to take someone else into his 7th squad, let him let her know. The guild will do everything to support him. So she asks him to continue working. MC replied, yes, thank you very much. He thought, after so many strange people, Lee Sangi's face made him feel calm. He will try his best, sis. Sangi walked up to the counter and shouted, she asks for attention. They are grateful for their work up to this point. They were all brought to this place by force and had to endure difficult times, although it didn't last long. But thank you for being able to withstand this ordeal. Now they will all be sent to the city of freedom, Lindell. Lindell is a city where 3 large guilds coexist harmoniously. Guilds of Blue, Red Mercenaries, and Black Swan. Perhaps some of them have already been contacted by their representatives, or maybe someone wants to start their own guild, and some might prefer a peaceful life. MC wondered if Lee Sangi was planning to hire any of them. She said there are 3 ways to exist in this world, but there is a wish she would like to share with all of them. Please let them survive. She turned around, and the MC widened his eyes in surprise, and thought how heartless it was. He thought she was planning to invite one of them to the guild by playing on their sympathies. But now everything became clear to him. Even he was having a hard time finding people to make a list now. She appeared to him in a new light. They started to walk down the podium, when suddenly a loud shout was heard from the crowd. Kim Hyun-sun. He single-handedly rose to the top. How selfish. The guy ran forward and shouted, and he promised that he would be together with them, that he would support them. But now he joined the guild, and just ignores them. He is disappointed in him. The MC thought, what? What is he talking about? He even felt somehow uneasy at his shamelessness. This is the same idiot who kept blaming his dear Hyun and picked on Jinho. The guy ran forward and asked Kim Hyun-sun. He wouldn't just turn them away like that, right? Hyun-sun spent all his time and effort to create a shelter for them all, and even shared their supplies. And this is how much he deserved? Why would he even care about them? The guy kept talking. He promised that he would support them, and he has to keep that promise until the very end, right? Kyung thought, this is awful. Is this his pet? How can someone be such a rotten idiot? Hyun-sun. That's why he told him from the beginning that he should just abandon them. Why is he just silent? He's starting to worry. The guys kept shouting, Hyun-sun, please. That's right, Hyun-sun. They're all only here because they followed him. He can't turn them away like that. Yes, that's right. He has to support them. Hyun-sun, don't let him leave them, Hyun-sun. The MC thought irritably. Hyun-sun, please let him shut them up. Come on, let him do something. The screams continued, and the MC thought, Hyun-sun. Suddenly Hyun-sun stopped, and the guy happily said, Hyun-sun. Hyun-sun said discontentedly, let them forgive them, but their short acquaintance will end here. The guy asked, let him forgive? What does that mean? The MC thought, this is much better. The guy grabbed Hyun-sun's coat and screamed, he's joking, right, Hyun-sun? He's begging. Let him tell him he's joking. Hyun-sun replied, he thinks it would be much better for them to start taking care of their own lives, rather than following him. Even though they had only been together for a short time, he enjoyed their company. The guy grabbed his head and screamed, what's going on? What the hell is he talking about? Kyung replied, they will be safe inside the city. The guy screamed, how can he say something so irresponsible? MC thought, what? Irresponsible? Doesn't he think he's crossing the line? Hyun-sun, let him sort this out. He put his hand on Hyun-sun's shoulder and said, taking care of them is not their responsibility. He stepped forward and announced that he could assure them that they are safe outside the city walls. Although their life will not be as comfortable as they would like, they no longer need to fear for their lives. The guy got angry and yelled, what? How dare a pathetic parasite on Hyun-sun's body say something like that? MC thought with displeasure. What did he call him just now? He said it, he will say it again. Neither he nor Hyun-sun are responsible for their lives. Technically, they can't even be called acquaintances, right? The guy continued yelling, idiots. And who do they think built the stone wall in the camp? MC thought, damn it. So he decided to resort to this, but he himself did nothing. It was Hyun. He spoke. He understood. Since this is their position, he threw the bag on the floor and said, please take this. There are 5,000 in gold. He is sorry to say goodbye like this. They will think that this is a gift from him for all of them. There is not much here, but he is sure that they will be able to divide the money among themselves. People in the crowd started talking. Money. He knew that they could rely on him. Kyung, thank you, Kyung. With this amount, they will easily survive for the first time. MC spoke. It was a pleasure to work with them. He hoped that they would meet again in the future. He thought he didn't even need to use the soul's eye. It was obvious what they want without it. The guy reached for it and said, thank you, Kyung. Before he could take the bag, a screaming guy snatched it and said, they didn't want everything to go like this. But thank you, Kyung. The MC laughed and replied that he shouldn't. Well, then he wishes them luck in surviving. He asks them to take care of themselves. The guy smirked and said, yeah, of course. And he should take care of himself, Kyung. He hopes they'll see each other again. The MC looked at him with a slight smirk and thought, they're cunning idiots. They'll see each other again? That's not going to happen. The guy hugged the bag and walked towards the crowd, where they were already waiting for him with knives in hand. Kyung thought, they'll start tearing each other's throats, dying one after another. Of course, he lied about 5,000 gold. There's not even 50 there. Suddenly, a chuckle was heard from the side, and the words that he hasn't changed a bit. The MC looked to the side and thought, what is this with Jihye? Her posture says that she didn't expect anything else from him. Does she want to go after him? Should he approach her now? To be honest, he wanted to meet her, Nuna. He wants to talk to her and discuss his new project. Suddenly, Jihye fixed her hair and said, there is no need for her to follow him. MC thought, what? Jihye Nuna, he is all she has now, so why is she acting so confident? Have other guilds already contacted her? Nuna, she's making him nervous. Let her promise that she will pay attention to him the next time they meet, okay? Let her not dare to ignore him. Did she understand? Sangye's voice was suddenly heard. He has a very kind heart, Kyung. In such a selfish world. Kyung thought, yeah, that's him. MC laughed and said, it's not like that, Vice Leader. So, they are going to Lindell, right? Sangye replied, yes, but due to some circumstances, they will have to get there on foot. It won't take long, but she asks him to let her know if anything bothers him. He asked again, what? Yes, sure. The MC thought, they got him so used to carriages, and now they're telling him he'll have to stomp around on foot? Are they kidding me? At that moment, Dioku shouted, bro. Hyun screamed, Oppa. Kyung looked in their direction and said, guys, what's that they have there? Dioku, you idiot. He's kicking up dust everywhere. Dioku said he thought it would be great to ride on this boat together, since they would have some free time. It would be a shame to miss out on it, so they decided to offer it to them too. MC looked at it and thought, oh my god, why does this look so perfect? He said, seriously, this is unnecessary. How is he even going to drag this huge thing? Besides, they will need to take other things too. Dioku replied, No need to worry, he will just pull it across, so there will be no problem. It will be good for his endurance. If they get tired along the way, he can safely climb into the boat with Nuna. It will double the effectiveness of the workout. Hyun smiled and said, that's right, Oppa. She really wants to ride on this with him, Oppa. MC looked away and thought, he doesn't know why, but he doesn't want to get into it. Hyun-sung turned to Kyung and said, they need to leave soon. Why not pack the boat along with the rest of the luggage? MC replied, he was right. Stop being stubborn already. The guys were upset, and Hyun-sung said, Kyung. MC asked again, right? Hyun-sung said, thanks for helping him out earlier. MC laughed lightly and said, let him forget it. Come on, it's nothing. He thought he certainly got bonus points from him. Thanks to them, the idiots from the hideout. He's starting to think that he can't cope without him, right? He mentally suggested to Hyun-sung to keep up the good work. After a while, they set off, and MC's legs were already starting to twitch from fatigue. He thought she said that it wouldn't take long, and the sun was already setting. Hyun said, and also, today she tried a new spell. She tried combining the elements of water and wind. If you stretch them like this, MC asked, wow, really? She's amazing, Hyun. Deoku screamed loudly. Yes, he saw it with his own eyes. She used a spell, and lo and behold, the lake split in two. It was like Miyase himself, or whatever his name was, appeared to them. Kyung thought, shut up already, pig, he's too loud. Hyun-sung turned around and said, he thinks he means Moses. Deoku laughed loudly and said, yes, exactly, Moses. The MC thought, where have they ever seen management travel on foot? They need to earn enough money so they can at least afford comfortable rides. Hyun snuggled close to the MC and laughed lightly. At least Hyun is feeling better than before. It seems their big guy took good care of her. Deoku is doing pretty well when it comes to Hyun's mental health. Well, their group hasn't spent time together like this for a long time, so it's not that bad. Suddenly they stopped and MC looked at Hyun-sung. He thought, he seems confused. Maybe his previous life was a real dystopia? He thinks he should just leave him alone. Hyun sighed enthusiastically, and MC looked at her and thought, Hyun looks like she's enjoying her honeymoon. Sandy said they're almost there. Kyung grinned and thought, the clock tower is already visible from here. This is Lindell, a patch of the empire where people who came from the earth settled. Lindell, this is the city of freedom. Deoku ran ahead and laughed joyfully. He shouted loudly, Park Deoku is already on his way to it. Wonderful world. MC stopped and thought, this is the house of their favorite regressor. He chuckled lightly and thought, until the regressor gives him a house in his own yard, Lee Kyung's adventures continue. Lindell outside Guilds of Blue, top quality apartment, free rent from the regressor. Hyun-sung stopped and looked ahead carefully. He remembered the tower burning and grabbed his face, then turned around and saw the guys. Deoku hugged the MC and said, there are always happy days in life. The MC asked discontentedly, was the old man possessing him? Hyun laughed happily. Hyun-sung turned away and smiled slightly, and Deogu continued singing. He did it. In this life, he will not make the same mistakes as his past. This time, he will get everything from it. Come on, they will visit his house, Hyun-sung. They reached the fountain, after which a loud scream was heard. They finally arrived. The stage in which their regressor will begin the main act. The MC smiled and thought, and this will be called the City of Freedom, Lindell. He ordered not to switch. The MC looked around and thought, he felt like he was on vacation abroad. There's a cafe here. Conversations were heard. Rare items are for sale. We need someone to hunt with us. Someone is looking for a group to hunt monsters. Sangi turned around and said, by the way, she forgot to mention to them, Lindell is a place where a large number of Koreans live. Kyung said that he remembered she said that people from all over the world gather here. Sangi replied, that is true. Usually people from Korea, Japan, and Taiwan are called to the Holy Empire. Lindell is mainly populated by Koreans, and Darwin by Taiwanese. The Japanese are located in a place called Celia. MC replied, I see. And what about the Republic? Sangi replied, usually Chinese and Russians end up there. Of course, there are other regions populated by people from different countries, but they are quite far from here. MC thought, just like on Earth. A cry was heard, they are looking for a priest to join the hunting team. We need a priest. We need a priest with heroic level skills and above. MC thought priests are quite popular here. It seems to be a rather rare class. It would be nice for them to have one too. Suddenly, a girl ran in front of them, which attracted everyone's attention. A loud scream rang out, scoundrel, let her stay where she is. Kyung thought perplexedly, horror, his wallet? He sighed with relief and thought, thank goodness he has it with him. Sangi asked, is everything all right? MC answered, yeah. It seems even here there are slums. Sangi replied, yes, unfortunately such troubles sometimes happen. There is a local police force in the city, but alas, the effect cannot be called flawless. MC said, is that so? He thought they were trying to hide it, but it is obvious that a large gap has formed here between the rich and the poor. Kyung looked at Hyun-sung and thought, why was he staring at them? Let him not make him nervous. He doesn't intend to open a charity fund, does he? At that moment, Deoku yelled, bro, let him look over there. Isn't that the Guilds of Blue building? MC thought, is he serious? Deoku made a mistake in pronunciation, so the MC corrected him and said that the correct spelling is Guilds of Blue. Sangi laughed and said that's it. She announced that they have finally arrived. Thanks to them for coming all the way. Kyung thought, wow, this looks pretty good. Sangi smiled and said, welcome to the Guilds of Blue. There was a loud shout, yes, Guilds of Blue, Guilds of Blue. Sangi said, great, they remembered the name. Deoku apologized and said, yes, he apologizes for pronouncing it wrong. Sangi said that he did, it's okay. MC thought, he's counting on him, Hyun-sung. After a while, they entered the building where everything was luxurious. Deoku shouted in admiration, Bro, this is incredible. Let him come here. It looks like you can even have a drink here. He suggested they grab a drink later. Songi smiled and said, yes, this room also serves as a dining room. This is where they receive guests from other guilds. It's a great place to network and exchange information. MC replied, I see. He began to look around and think, their headquarters looks much better. Looking at this, it's hard to say that the guild is on the verge of bankruptcy. And yet, he still can't call this his new home. Songi pointed to the side and said, there's a dining hall on the basement floor too. Don't be shy about using it. Hyan said, that's great, Songi said, and on the second floor. Everyone's eyes widened in surprise, and she said, their personal quarters are already ready. There are plenty of empty rooms here, so they can choose any. Yaku shouted, this is incredible. MC thought, a nightmare. No, this is his house after all. Hyan touched him with her hand and said, Oppa, it feels like they are newlyweds, doesn't it? Dioku heard this and started eavesdropping. The MC said, now that you think about it, there are more than enough rooms here. Right? Dioku said, he thinks he and Hyunsung could choose one room each, and Bro and Nuna will move into one room. The MC said, Hyan, how about the next room? That way, they will be very close to each other. He thought, let this idiot not do anything stupid. Hyan asked puzzledly. The next room, Dioku came up to them again and said, they guys need to move into one. Kyung slapped him in the face with his hand and said, yeah, next from him. Great, right? Hyan lowered her head slightly sadly. The MC thought, please, Hyan. He'd be in much more danger if they shared a room. That can't be allowed for the sake of world peace. He whispered to her, their passion might dry up if they were constantly together. Hyan blushed slightly and said, yes, even though their passion was inexhaustible. Kyung thought, he just saved the entire world, didn't he? Songi said the rest of the rooms, like the training room, are in the back building. MC said, thank you very much. Songi spoke, although this is intended for group training, they can do it privately if they wish. She hopes it will be useful for them. And what about him, Kyung? MC asked again. Yes, Songi said. She prepared his personal space at the end of the corridor. Please let him follow her. MC thought, what? Just let them not tell him. Everyone stopped and looked ahead in surprise. Songi said, from now on, this is his personal alchemy lab. MC thought, wow. Songi said that he can do his work here. They even placed disinfectant artifacts here so that no impurities will interfere with his research. Kyung thought, my god. Songi said, as well as basic defensive spells in case of unforeseen circumstances. MC couldn't believe it and thought, is this a waking dream? Songi said, initially she wanted to allocate a larger space, but since they were preparing something like this for non-combat personnel for the first time, MC interrupted her and said, no, this is more than enough. He is grateful. He looked at the table and thought, they even sorted all the gifts from Chahari. Everything seems so new. He has never had a personal space even on Earth. Dioku shouted happily, this is just like a real research lab, bro. Hyan cried out happily. This is so cool, Oppa. It makes Kyung wonder if anyone else on this continent is lucky enough to start from better conditions than him. Although, of course, the most valuable items here are the gifts from Chahari. At least he is not treated like dead weight. With such resources, he could achieve anything. MC decided to give it his all. He will be very embarrassed if he does not achieve any significant results with such valuable materials. Dioku offered him something to eat and a little drink. MC apologized, but they should start without him. Dioku was upset by his answer and asked, what, why? Kyung replied that he wanted to conduct an experiment, so he and Hyan could start eating first. He thought he finally had the chance to unlock the potential of his class. Why would he give it up? He's already itching to conduct tons of experiments. He'll do his best, Mom. Sangi and Hansun looked at him with smiles, while Dioku and Hyan were upset by his words. Sangi said she was planning to have dinner with their group, but it looks like it will have to be postponed. In that case, it's time for her to take her leave as well. The MC said, yes, thank you very much, Vice Guild Leader. Sangi headed towards the exit, and Hyan started talking. That's all. Everyone shouted together, bye, Vice Guild Leader. Dioku stretched his hand to the side and said, okay, then it wouldn't hurt for him to go practice too, and he should probably unpack his things. And what will they do, Nuna Hyunsung? Hyan laughed slightly and said that she would also go to study. Hyunsung spoke up and he was going to visit the slums. Everyone looked at him in surprise and MC thought, what? Kim Hyunsung? You idiot. He has to stop him. We can't let such a valuable resource be wasted. Calm down. MC asked again, did he say the slums? Hyunsung answered, yes, he has some business there. MC laughed and answered, I see. He thought, canceling his business. Is he seriously considering playing the benefactor? Since he has extra time, wouldn't it be better to spend it on them, his team members? Dioku said, well, really, being so kind isn't always good. MC thought, it's especially not good for him. He said, that's not it. He mentally cursed Dioku, and then began to worry. He asked, right? Hyunsung said, there were a lot of people in the square earlier. The MC thought, what? Let him just not tell him. Dioku said, that's right. He noticed it too. If he's not mistaken, many of them were looking for groups. Hyunsung said, exactly. So he decided to go there and look for people they could work with. Everyone's eyes widened in surprise upon hearing this. Dioku happily asked, seriously, Hyunsung? He can't wait. Hyunsung replied, yes, he was also looking forward to it. The MC laughed slightly and thought, what do they have here? He smiled and said, I see, Hyunsung. In that case, he wishes him luck. Dioku and Hyan asked him to be careful. Kyung thought, so that's what his motive was. Hyunsung thanked everyone and said that he was leaving then. The MC thought, that's where to look for them. So they came from the slums. At that moment, the girl ran through the night city, throwing small bags around, new members of their team. After a while, the system window reported that he had discovered a new recipe, an orc tooth plus mana essence. The reward was an emotion enhancement potion of indeterminate rank. This increases intelligence by 1 point. Alchemy requires a very subtle approach. Before beginning real experiments, it is necessary to construct countless theories and design virtual experiments. The system window reported that he was testing a new recipe. MC asked why. Because the materials are very rare and expensive. He was terrified even to think about the enormous sums of money spent on his experiments. The system window reported that he had failed to create a new catalyst mixture. All materials were destroyed. Black smoke billowed from the vessel, and MC covered his face with his sleeve and thought, horror. Again? No matter who is behind the flasks, they must approach their work very delicately. But this only applies to ordinary alchemists. He approached the cabinet with the terribly expensive material and thought, time to spend a ton of money. 1,000 gold coins flowed. Because Li Qiang dictates the terms himself, he doesn't need to worry about the cost of materials, like other alchemists. At first, he'll just use up all the materials. He doesn't care about virtual experiments. After a while, the system window reported that he'd discovered a new recipe. MC thought, great. The system window reported, intoxicating herb plus mana essence. Reward is an emotion enhancement potion. This increases intelligence by 1 point. MC thought he just needs to focus on the results, so he'll skip the theoretical part and go straight to practice. He added a drop of the purple potion to the vessel, after which the system window reported that he'd discovered a new recipe. His intelligence increased by 1 point. MC thought, he's done it. The system window reported, a rare rank emotion enhancement potion enhances the emotions of the person who drinks it. Please let him be careful. Excessive consumption of this will lead to addiction. Qiang happily thought, great. He was just doing it out of curiosity, but one day this thing might come in handy. In addition, he successfully synthesized a healing potion, a stamina potion, and a catalyst mixture. The system window reported that he had mastered Ramus Tucker's Introduction to Alchemy, basic potion recipes. MC thought, great. Now he can create most of the potions sold in shops himself. His intelligence and magic power also increased slightly. Basically, it's buying stats with money. This week alone he spent 2,000 gold. Money really can do anything. Suddenly, Diaku burst into the room and yelled, bro, delivery. MC turned around and asked, Hyan's here too? They disinfected themselves with artifacts before entering, right? Hyan happily replied, yes, they did. Dioku said, of course. No need to worry. Qiang asked, so, Dioku, why did you decide to bring him the package yourself when there's a special person assigned for this? Dioku grabbed his head and spoke. But bro, this is his only chance to see his bro. They will stop seeing each other altogether if he doesn't do this. They live in the same house, but why is it so hard for them to meet? Should he leave the boxes here? The MC told him to put it somewhere over there. Thanks, Dioku. He thought, what kind of ridiculous thing is this? Dioku laughed shyly and said, no problem. Hyan asked, Oppa, has he eaten yet? Qiang replied, not yet. And what about her, Hyan? He thought if he thinks about it, he completely lost track of time, being carried away by experiments. Hyan handed him a box of food and said, then she made him food. The MC wondered if Hyan cooked for him. He opened it and looked at the delicious food. Diokgu and the MC sighed happily, and Hyan said that she tried making meatballs, although she's not sure if it turned out tasty. While cooking this, she was thinking about Oppa. She hopes he will like it. Qiang looked at her slightly embarrassed and thought, his beautiful Hyan, how sweet of her. She is a very sweet girl, except for the moments when she goes crazy. He said that he would gladly accept it, Hyan. She just laughed sweetly in response, when suddenly Diokgu fell to the floor. MC and Hyan froze, looking at him, puzzled. Qiang thought, what happened to him? Diokgu was lying on the floor and trying to pronounce the word meatballs. MC asked again, Diokgu? He didn't understand. What's with meatballs, idiot? Come to think of it, what kind of meat is that? Hyan said, Oppa, why isn't he eating it? Diokgu already tried it? Did he not like something? Is that it? MC looked at her tense face and asked again, what? He sighed and said, no, it's not. Did he imagine it? Or did the situation suddenly become dangerous? Hyan said, if that's not it, then why not? Oppa, she'll feed him herself, okay? MC tried to pull away and said he thinks he'll go. Hyan came even closer to him and brought a fork with a meatball. She asked him to open his mouth and asked, they look so much like newlyweds, don't they? Qiang was frightened and thought, what's going on? Are these really meatballs? What did she put in it? Jung Hyan? What was she thinking? After a while, MC opened his eyes, breathing heavily. Hyan was sitting next to him and asking, is he awake? Thank goodness. She was so worried when he suddenly fell asleep. Qiang looked at the bloody napkin she was holding in her hand. Hyan asked, is it really possible to exhaust your body like this? MC thought, let her not ask questions, just don't ask questions. If the third squad was here, they would definitely ask about those meatballs, but since he's too afraid of Hyan, it's better to let this secret die here. He should be grateful that he woke up at all. Hyan said, Oppa, Diokgu isn't waking up. Qiang turned around and asked, was that Diokgu? It's comfortable to lie on, just like a bed. He told Hyan not to worry, he has a potion. He took out the flask and thought, he hasn't had a chance to try this on real people yet, so he's a little worried. Hyan happily said, this is incredible, he's so cool. Diokgu woke up and asked, bro, what the? After a while he asked again, are they saying he passed out? Thanks bro, it looks like he owes him his life again. The MC told him to stop messing around and get up. Diokgu screamed, but he really was on the verge of death. I mean, it was really delicious, Nuna. He cleared his throat and continued screaming. He felt incredible. It was as if energy was filling his body. He expected nothing less from his brother. He worked so hard on his potions and was able to achieve incredible results. A potion like that could even raise the dead. Qiang exhaled and said, it's not that effective. This potion can only heal minor wounds and restore energy. Diokgu said, he didn't quite understand, but it sounded great. The moment when he becomes fabulously rich, It's only a matter of time. MC laughed and said, of course, he's focusing specifically on those potions that could bring him a ton of money. He thought, besides, he made a promise to Chahari in order to continue moving forward and, in the future, enlist the support of the guilds of Blue, Chahari, and their dear regressor. He needs to find a way to earn money himself. Kyung asked, by the way, how is Hyunsun doing? Deoku asked again, Hyunsun? They train together in a designated gym, and after training, he immediately heads to the slums and takes a lot of food with him. MC asked again, seriously? He does this every day? Deoku replied, he tells him, although he is a very kind guy in himself, he is too concerned about the people from the slums. Seeing his frown, one can easily understand that he is full of worries and anxieties. Kyung asked a question, is that so? He thought, it seems like the recruitment of people is not going very smoothly. Is there some problem? He said, he thinks he should go himself. Deoku asked again, what? He was going to visit the slums in person? MC answered, yes. It will be better for him to see everything with his own eyes. He thought about it and can't wait to find out who it is, their talents and stuff. Deoku said thoughtfully, it could be dangerous. Hyan happily said, Oppa, she will go with him. MC asked, does she want to too? He thought, he thinks no one here will provide him with better protection than Hyan, even though she almost killed him earlier. Deoku stood up and said, well, since Nuna is coming too, he has nothing to worry about. Let them go without him, but be careful. MC replied, yes, no need to worry about them. He told Hyan to go, and she replied, yes, Oppa. Kyung laughed to himself and thought, Hyunsung, he will help him, so let him wait for him. Passing by the shelf with potions, he stopped and took the emotion enhancement potion with him. He thought, just in case, better to be overly cautious than vice versa, right? After a while, a carriage drove down the street with MC and Hyan sitting inside. Kyung thought, this feels like a city tour. These buildings seemed so wonderful at first, but after watching them for so long, he had already gotten used to them. The coachman asked why the guys, needed to go to the slums. MC replied, nothing special. They only arrived in the city recently, so they just want to look around. The man said he'd bet he received a great offer from the guild. Kyung laughed slightly and replied, it's a little embarrassing, but that's the truth. The coachman said that he usually tries to avoid this road. As they probably already know, the slums can be unsafe, and the conditions here are not the best. The atmosphere is very different from the one in the Western Square. MC doesn't know if they are afraid to beg or have simply lost all willpower, but all he sees are lifeless bodies lying on the ground. He thinks there is a reason for that. It seems that worrying about danger was stupid. All their stats are pretty rubbish. The coachman said things weren't so bad in this zone thanks to the Saint, but that doesn't make it worth coming here. MC wondered, Saint, what is he? Suddenly he saw a system window that reported Holy Power 69, Legendary Rank. What's going on? Legendary Rank? Are these that woman's characteristics? MC thought, Soul's Eye. The system window reported checking player Sun Hee-young's characteristics and thresholds. Sun Hee-young is 32 years old, an idealist volunteer. Her class is a heroic ranked Sun Priestess. Her title is Saint of the Forsaken. Kyung thought in surprise, my god, she has legendary holy power? The system window warned against approaching her. She's too pure for player Lee Kyung. It's no exaggeration to say she was born to become a priestess. Even her holy power has reached the legendary rank. The prayer of the saints bestows the attribute of light, blessing oneself and others. It's active until the holy power is exhausted. MC thought, the priestess of the sun? It's her. Suddenly he shouted, they will leave from here on their own. The coachman was startled by such abruptness and asked, what? He sighed and replied, okay. Kyung ran out of the carriage and thought, in fact, it's the same Jung Hyan, only a priestess. Hyan ran next to him and looked questioningly at his satisfied face. MC is sure his eyes are not deceiving him. It's her. The arrival of the legendary priestess. The talents that their regressor has been searching for so long. How wonderful to have a regressor on his team. To think that in his previous life he knew a legendary class priestess. He would have recruited her into their group too. So he will help him. Hyunsung, let him just wait. Suddenly they stopped, hearing someone call Hee-young. MC looked at the people and thought, what are they doing here? The man adjusted his glasses and said, Sun Hee-young, their guild is capable of more than just contributions. They can promise salvation to all the people here. Hee-young smiled and replied, she would gladly accept their help, but she does not intend to leave this zone. She wants to continue to personally support these people. Let them forgive her. The man clenched his fist and said, then they will set up a charity fund that she can manage personally. So, another man asked Hee-young not to be like that. MC pursed his lips in displeasure and thought, they are trying to recruit her. Then, Hyunsun and his friends are quite popular, but where is he? He didn't show up today? The priest class itself is very rare, but she is a priestess with incredible stats, and she is also independent. Hyan said, Oppa, there is such a commotion here. MC thought, he bet not only Hyunsun, but also a bunch of other guilds are going out of their way to recruit her, and each of them is trying to squeeze out the image of saints. Nightmare, how should he approach her? The girl approached Hee-young and said, priestess, they will help her distribute these bowls of porridge. Hee-young smiled and said, thank you for another visit, Black Swan Guild. After a while, the girl took the bowl and irritably approached the poor and said, here, let them eat this already. MC thought, let everyone just look at them. Even with the naked eye, it's obvious they're pretending. They should just leave already. He can handle it much better. They're in too much of a hurry, and therefore pose no problem for him. But he's chilled by the scene of idiots who have nothing in common with altruism, so painstakingly trying to suck up to the holy priestess. Of course, it's not to say that there are no hypocrites among the poor. Kyung looked at the poor people sitting on the ground, asking the priestess to come to them, give them some more food, help them wash, bring someone that newspaper. MC thought they were asking for help even with such small things. Although they could manage on their own, they weren't actually paralyzed. It was as if he was watching the final stage of that survivor camp from the training. Hyung ran to the people and said, yes, she's already running. MC thought this priestess strongly resembled someone from their group. After a while, Hyung approached the poor people and said, it looks like those newspapers are no longer relevant. She will bring them new ones. The man asked, thank you, priestess. She will come here tomorrow, right? Could she get more oatmeal? Hyung replied, yes, of course. She will come here every day, and now they need to eat. MC looked at it with disgust and thought, what a disgusting sight. A priestess who cares about outcasts? She looks more like a loser who is pushed around by lazy idiots, doesn't she? He intended to join this clown show in order to try to recruit the priestess, but now his plans have changed. He is, to say the least, too disgusted by what all these idiots are doing. Besides, trying to do the same thing as other guilds is not the best idea. He folded his arms across his chest and asked, so this is the slums? Hyung heard a voice and turned around. She said, they are new visitors. Welcome. Before she could finish speaking, Kyung suddenly interrupted her and said mockingly, as expected. He decided that in a situation like this, the best solution would be aggression. MC said, it feels like he's standing among a herd of pigs. Everyone looked at him in surprise, and Hyung asked, what did he just do? MC interrupted her and asked, what? Didn't she hear him? They are all worthless pigs. Hyung frowned and asked, why him? What? Kyung asked, God, how many more times will he have to repeat this? These scum are not worthy of being called human. Hyung's eyes flashed a bright light, and MC thought, now he understood why Hinsun hadn't been able to recruit her yet. It seems he managed to get to the bottom of the real problem. Hyung said, that's very rude. Please make him change immediately. No one here deserves to be treated like this. Screams started to come from all directions. Right? Yes. Let him take his words back right now. Someone asked to wait. Is it really him? He's from the Guilds of Blue, right? What? Guilds of Blue? What is a bankrupt guild doing here? What does he want here? They are from the Nozo Guild. Let him apologize. Guilds of Blue will have to answer for the words he spoke. MC thought, well, the herd instinct has consumed their thinking. Hyung folded her hands together and thought, by the word of God, they should share bread with those who have nothing to eat, and share clothes with those who have nothing to wear. There is no need to turn away from the poor, but to greet them with warm greetings. She spread her arms in different directions and said, they have all been rejected by society for various reasons. These good people deserve good treatment. As a priestess who took responsibility for their salvation, she cannot allow anyone to speak of them so inhumanely, and she will not tolerate any more rude remarks from him. So let him please apologize and leave. MC thought, this is the priority of a priest, saving the rejected. She is obsessed with helping the poor and needy, and therefore cannot devote time to being a guild member, which means the method the other guilds are trying to recruit her will never work. Hyung asked why he was silent. She asked him to apologize. MC smiled and thought, and now is the time to use human resourcefulness. He asked, what if he refuses? Hyung asked what he. Kyung interrupted her and said, piety and all that, that's great, of course. But why did she decide that all these people are worthy of her help? All this rabble, they are bio trash, who do not lift a finger of their own free will, but only wait for help from the outside. Good people? They're only pretending to be. Don't confuse weakness with kindness, Lady Priestess. They're only taking advantage of her because life in the slums is much more comfortable for them than the outside world. If that weren't true, they wouldn't ask her for help, even with small things that even a child could handle. Hyung got angry and said, enough. What right does he have to talk about these people like that? This place is their last refuge since the rest of the world has turned its back on them. None of them are here of their own free will. MC thought she was wrong. Maybe she should stop being so stupidly stubborn and go with them? Hyung smirked and said, by the way, it's obvious that someone like him is incapable of understanding the grief of these poor people. This country only rewards strength and talent, and those who don't measure up are discarded like trinkets. Therefore, they, who were fortunate enough to obtain excellent talents and were so easily admitted into a reputable guild, will never be able to understand those who were deprived of such advantages. Isn't she right, young master? MC folded his arms and thought, what? He widened his eyes at her in surprise, and she said, and judging by the fact that he is aimlessly wandering around because he has nothing better to do, it seems that the only one who can be called the trash of society here is him. What a pathetic person he is. MC thought, what? Everyone around started laughing at him and he began to shake with anger. The talent that Lee Ki-young is endowed with is the worst. Trash? Special talent? Advantages? His potential is simply worthless, and his future fate is obvious. He smirked and thought, and again she is wrong, priestess. She will never understand how his life turned out. Such words can hurt even him. Hyung asked, she thinks he has nothing more to say? In that case, MC said, a pig farmer. Hyung turned around and screamed, what? Kyung said, it seemed like he understood everything now. the person because of whom they all behaved this way. He pointed his finger at her and said, since they are filthy pigs, then she, the pig farmer, tamed them. Hee-young screamed. What did he just say? MC smirked and said, in some ways, she is not even different from them. She is pathetically trying to justify herself, even though he is right. Hee-young screamed. At first, she could not have imagined, but it turns out that Guilds of Blue is a truly worthless guild. Poverty only exists because scoundrels like him sit at the top. After all, he ignores everyone below him and only helps when he can benefit from it. MC chuckled and asked, is this the reason for the poverty in Lindell? It's a funny joke. Charity is a method of self-affirmation, isn't it? Then why doesn't he show her the true reason for Lindell's decay, the truth they're running from? He will help them realize it. He spread his arms in different directions and asked for the attention of everyone present. He is ready to give work to anyone and everyone. Hee-young shouted. What is he planning this time? Hire. The man shouted discontentedly. Guilds can't make such spontaneous decisions. MC asked to let him think. Okay, he can offer work in construction or in clinical experiments. The work may seem hard at first, but they should be able to handle it. He's even willing to pay them 30% more than the standard rate, not to mention that they will provide them with hot meals. Yes, they will need to prepare more sleeping rooms. Everyone will be allocated a place depending on how well they work. That sounds fair, doesn't it? Voices were heard everywhere. They've lost their minds. Guilds of Blue. That's right, they came here first. Horrible. That's why they despise the big guilds. What does this even mean? Without any discussion, the MC continued shouting. Do they intend to continue living the life of cockroaches, relying only on other people, in a hole infested with filthy rats? Or will they take the opportunity he gives them and become full members of society? They will have a safe home, a warm bed, and delicious food. It's up to them to decide. It's time for each of them to change their lives. The poor people continued to sit silently on the ground, and Hyeon thought enthusiastically, Oppa is beautiful. Hee-young screamed. This is a scam, isn't it? No one will fall for this. The man asked, is he serious? Hee-young turned around and looked in surprise at the poor people who were raising their hands to ask questions. The men asked, is he really going to pay 30% more than the usual rate? And will their diet include meat? Hee-young screamed. Stop, you don't have to trust him. He's just a scammer. MC smiled and thought, great. Everything is going as he expected. He advises the priestess to fasten her seatbelts. It's time to break the illusions and see real life. People asked, is he really ready to hire them under such conditions? MC leaned towards the man and taking his hand answered, of course. As long as they work hard, they, the Guilds of Blue, will value it highly. If they still have doubts, they are even ready to accept the Lady Priestess as an advisor to the Guilds of Blue. Hee-young asked them to stop. They can't decide everything on their own. The girls screamed, she's right. The priestess must go with them. With the Black Swan Guild, the poor people said they agree. They will go with them too. And they, well, if they really want to hire them, Hee-young asked. Do they all seriously want this? Hee-young said. In that case, Lady Priestess, she'll be going with them to the Guilds of Blue, won't she? After all, they still need her. She replied. That's absurd. She has no desire whatsoever to join their guild. MC thought, there's no point in playing hard to get, sis. He laughed and said, it seems she really doesn't like him, but she knows he likes altruistic people like her. He thought, from now on, she will be his healer. Hee-young clapped and shouted, great, they can start work from tomorrow. Please let them come tomorrow at 9 o'clock in the morning. The poor people were asking, I wonder if they can even wake up that early? Hee-young grabbed her head and sighed loudly. She said she still doesn't trust him, but she thinks she should thank him for providing jobs. MC put his hand on Hyeon's head and said, no need. It won't make much difference anyway. Hee-young asked again, what? Hee-young asked how long she had been volunteering here. Hee-young answered, about 3 years. Why is he asking? MC asked, how many people she cared for eventually made it out into the big world? Hee-young remained silent in response and only clutched the hem of her dress. Hee-young spread his arms wide and said as he thought, in fact, no one wants to leave here. Doesn't she have the same thought when she looks at them? How pathetic. Do such people even deserve care? Maybe she should think about her own future. What's the point of all this if she can't set even one of them on the right path? And so on. She has such doubts, doesn't she, dear Lady Priestess? MC looked closely at her face and thought he liked that expression. Let her think deeper, doubt her actions. Reproach herself, only then will the light of truth illuminate her. Hee-young said, being a similar person, she admits that she has had similar questions, but she simply couldn't stand by and watch rejected people suffer alone. Regardless of their nature, there was no denying the fact that they were deprived of many social privileges. She just wanted to transform Lindell into a wonderful place where even such poor souls could find happiness. MC shook his finger and said, she's too naive. It's unthinkable to waste her precious talent and time on such trash. He thought he couldn't even imagine how useful she would be as a healer. Hee-young said that if he intended to hinder her, she wouldn't let it go. He thought, what would she do to him? Does she have any fighting skills? Well, he really liked her current expression. Now that he thought about it, why doesn't anything change? What if she really was wrong all this time? What if this man is right? Just by making her doubt, he had already achieved half of what he wanted. And what if he gave her the real world while these weaklings were lounging around? Hee-young laughed to himself and thought, cheap labor. educating Hyung, and even gaining more trust from Hyun-sun. Isn't that the perfect plan? MC imagined a wonderful outcome to the situation and thought he'd killed not 2, but 3 birds with 1 stone, and he'd even get to test his potion on a real target. Good thing he decided to take it with him. Hyun looked puzzled at MC's happy face and remembered his words. Kind people? This is just a vile pretense. They're simply manipulating her. She looked at the poor people and thought, no. She simply lacks faith. Oh Banagor, she prays to guide this pathetic lamb. She wonders when Lindell will blossom. His name is Lee Kyung, an officer of the Guilds of Blue. Along with his lover Hyeon, he arrived in the slums to recruit a new team member, which is what their regressor was trying to achieve. He eventually stumbled upon Sun Hyung, a legendary priestess known as the Saint of the Rejected. He was too infatuated with her stats and didn't even notice how the people from the slums were manipulating her. So he decided to uncover the truth about these people. He hired them to work for him to test his new potion, but when he woke up, 3 days had already passed. Kyung's eyes widened, and he wondered what kind of dream was this? A nightmare. Although he can't boast of a strong body, his intellect is truly amazing. The truth is always hidden between agitation and falsification. Kyung is a scumbag, a plaything of a dark horse. MC got up inside, thinking he didn't get enough sleep again. Is it because of the unfamiliar location? He feels weak. Hyeon also comes to sleep with him every night. There hasn't been a single word from Hyun-sung for the 4th day already. Anyone would have gotten bored by now. He stayed here a little longer because some of the workers were really trying hard. Well, at least he successfully tested his potion, so at least there is some benefit. They will probably start slacking off soon, so it's not a problem. People are not that easy to change. They probably want to go back to that comfortable life. And when will he reveal their true natures to Sun Hyung? Let Hyun-sun just wait. Soon, sister will join their team. After some time, MC approached a development in the Lindell slums, and a leaflet with his face crossed out flew into his face. MC grinned and thought as he planned. How easy it is to predict them, pathetic pigs. He laughed and thought, right? Nothing is impossible in this world. He will become the only ray of light in this kingdom. A real diamond. That should be enough to convince Hyung. The MC was walking towards the slums, where the guys were talking at that moment. A poor guy asked, Kim, what about work? The man replied, he's getting out of here. It's much easier to laze around here and get free food from the priestess than to work for some sissy. The guy laughed and asked, what did he tell them? This place is a real paradise for people like them. Kyung thought, dear slum dwellers, pathetic lambs who always rely on the priestess and their kind-hearted priestess. But now he had serious doubts. These drunks are helping him a lot just by their presence. Sis, she can't just sit and look at them, right? She wants to give them a good scolding, right? The man drank from a bottle and said, just look who it is. It's their sissy, damn him. The poor guy started laughing loudly and shouting, what a sissy! A man must have strong, massive legs. How does he stand on those sticks? They look like dried cucumbers. Is he even a man? That's right, if he's so rich, he should at least go and eat a little. MC clenched his fist and thought how annoying they were. He looked to the side and saw the saint. This trash started clinging to him, although he didn't say a word. She'll be angry, right? Kyung folded his arms and asked, Madam Priestess? He wants to show her something. Would she mind giving him a minute? Hyung turned around and asked what was the matter. MC said it was better for her to see for herself. He walked to the turn and asked her to admire it. Those guys quit their jobs and started bothering him and the women in the area. It's only been 3 days and they've already quit. Hyung screamed, what? Kyung pointed at them and asked, can she see now? This is their true nature. She is kind to them, so they grovel at her. Hyung asked, what? Why? He thought she could pretend not to notice. MC said, all they are good at is harassment and drinking alcohol. Does she still think the higher-ups are to blame for everything? Or are they really pigs? The boys started screaming loudly, dear priestess, this bastard wants to destroy them. Lady priestess, they would never. Beautiful priestess, they are still alive only because of her. She won't fall for the temptations of this vile snake, will she? He's acting like a pathetic sissy. Kyung said, he thinks it's all obvious now. He thought, they are idiots. They are just digging their own graves. What will she say now, sis? Hyung said, it's PTSD. MC thought, right. He realized what she said and his face darkened. His eyes widened and he asked, what? Hyung folded her hands together and said, how terrible. They had been through terrible torment, and now they were trying to dull the pain at least a little with alcohol. MC thought, what kind of nonsense was she talking? Was she drunk too? He said, priestess. Now she was accusing the wrong person. They were harassing. Hyung interrupted him and said, he was the one who first humiliated them, calling them pigs. Isn't that funny? People like him will never understand these feelings until they experience it themselves. MC thought, what? He showed her the paper and said, even a blind person can understand this. She knows the truth. So why is she acting like this? They were talking nonsense in front of her. It is because of people like this that Lindell cannot blossom. They are the real cancer of their society. How can she not understand? He thought, oh my god, he was careless. He forgot the most obvious thing. Hyung looked at the poor and said, no, these are just oppressed people who tried to fight back against him, a man with power in his hands. Of course, their actions can't be completely justified, but it's definitely not his place to judge, since he has privileges. Hyung frowned and thought, he's miscalculated. Her personal convictions are too strong. Why does she divide things so strictly into black and white? By her logic, living in a dilapidated house automatically makes him a good person, but living in a mansion, a villain? MC asked, what about women who were victims of harassment? Since he, as she says, is a man of power, Then what about those of equally low status? Will she shield them in this situation too? Hyung grabbed her head and said, he really has stooped to the level of slander. Each of you present here is a member of a close-knit family, and she knows them well. Maybe you can't tell by looking at them, but they would never offend anyone. Even if she had doubts about her volunteer work, he never doubted these people. So he shouldn't dare slander them. Kyung shouted, how interesting. It seems some people simply can't see the obvious. She sees the world as she wishes to see it, Lady Priestess. So why don't they test her beliefs for veracity? Hyung said no. Why would she do that? If he has enough time and enthusiasm, go ahead. He probably has nothing better to do. After all, her expectations are never met. MC looked after her and thought, is she still stubborn? He thinks it's time to resort to drastic measures. Hyung said if he doesn't intend to stop, she will be forced to ask him to leave this place. MC frowned and thought, the horror. He never thought that convincing her would be so difficult. Suddenly, a bottle flew at his head, and a loud scream rang out. He is a cunning bastard. He dares to snitch on them? So it is because of him that the saint has been looking at them strangely lately. MC thought, the horror. The men started screaming. Does he think he is cool just because he is in a big guild? What else has he said to her? He thought, what should he do now? He has already used up all his potions. He asked them to stop. There is no need to resort to violence. No, stop, he said. The men screamed. Let him say it to his ass. He will die today. Kyung thought, what nonsense. He never thought that he would have to beg these scum. The MC asked them. No, good sirs, please. He thought, of course, there is not an ounce of sincerity in his words. Kyung screamed. He was very sorry that he dared to call them the scum of society. So he begs, let them stop. The poor man clenched his fist and ordered him to be silent. Because of him, their peaceful life was undermined. Let him take responsibility for it. He hit the MC in the face with his fist, and the MC thought, these inhumane idiots. The poor people hit him and laughed loudly. They screamed. The holy priestess herself said that it was only self-defense, so they are in no danger, right? What an idiot. Kyung lay on the ground and asked for help. He thought, damn them. Sun Hyung allows these scum to commit such outrageous acts, simply because his social status is much higher than theirs. The MC shouted loudly, priestess, 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 let her help. Hyung walked away and thought, he deserved it. Sinners should be punished according to their wickedness. Lee Kyung from Guilds of Blue was no exception. The poor people laughed loudly and said, idiot. The priestess won't help him. He thinks this spineless girl would trust an idiot from a big guild like him? Let him just accept his fate as a punching bag. The MC thought, damn it, this hurts so much. Hyeon, Hyunsun, Deoku, let someone help him. It has to be someone kind enough that their priestess would be willing to support. And it would be even better if it was someone who could shed light on the true nature of these losers. It looks like he only has one choice left. The poor people looked at the MC lying on the ground and said, just look at this weakling. Is he even a man? It looks like he doesn't just look like a woman. The guy asked if he thought it could really be a girl. Well, he knows, the type of girl who likes to dress up like guys. The man laughed and said that in that case, it would be a good idea to sell her as a slave. Kyung lay on the ground and thought, a girl dressed as a guy? What nonsense? They must be talking about those who like to dress up. By the way, he was quite good at it. Of course, he himself didn't like it. He only did it when he had no other choice. He even managed to win a competition at the university. Of course, there were idiots who tried to harass her back then too. He made sure to ruin their lives. The harsh reality is that the more trouble they are in, the less chance they have of getting help. He wonders how people like that still exist, whether it's his current world or his home world. He never liked performing like this, but thanks to losers like them, his life is better. Thanks, assholes. The guy asked irritably, is he crazy? Why is he smiling all of a sudden? The man spoke up. It looks like they didn't beat the crap out of him enough. They should have followed through with this so that. The man ordered them to stop. Can't they do better? If they sold him on the black market, he thinks they could make a good profit off of him. He agrees. Someone said he thinks they'll blow all the money on alcohol and gambling anyway. Men, they are hopeless. Okay, they need to drag him in quickly. While they were talking, MC managed to get up and run away. The men noticed this and shouted, what? Where did he go? Did he manage to escape? My god, where did that asshole go? Because of him, they let him go. MC ran and thought, they are assholes. So he knew that his dexterity would save him one day. Poor and helpless cosplayer. He won't even need fancy makeup products. After all, he has an amazing magic box at his disposal. After a while, Kyung sat next to Hyeon and thought, let her help him. He asked Hyeon to wake up. She woke up and asked, Oppa? He asked, did she sleep well? Hyeon answered, yes. And what about him? She looked at him in surprise and screamed, Oppa, what's wrong with his face? She grabbed his face and asked, what happened? MC replied, nothing special, Hyeon. Couldn't she use transformation magic on him? She looked at him puzzled and asked, transformation? He has a time limit. It's possible. But why so suddenly him? Kyung said then. Let her turn him into a beautiful woman, looking as fragile and defenseless as possible. MC thought, since he was going to act, he should do it properly. He will make sure that those idiots get their heads blown off. Hyeon asked sheepishly, what? Why him? Okay, since it's his request, Oppa. But she has never participated in this kind of role-playing game before. MC thought, what the hell is she talking about? He said no, she got it all wrong. Let her just use the spell. Yes, could she make his clothes look like those worn by the local poor? Can she do it? Hyan said, yes, let him wait a second. She raised her hands and said, Almighty, she wishes to turn Appa into a beauty. MC thought he is relying on her genius magic, Jung Hyan. Hyan screamed, Hiya! Suddenly, a bright light appeared in front of MC and he thought, this, the false saint, the terribly dangerous magical girl Lee Gi-yoon. MC said, in the name of justice, he will not forgive them. He thought, this is perfect. And now, Hyan took out a mirror and said, Oppa, this is amazing. He is as handsome as a succubus. Kyung asked, is it really that great? He asked to let him see. He saw a slightly changed version of himself in the reflection and asked, what? But he hasn't changed much. Hyan, he asked to turn him into a beauty. Hyan said lovingly, he is originally beautiful, Oppa. He is so cute. MC thought, well, he supposes at least this body looks quite fragile. He asked, okay, then shall they go, Hyan? She asked puzzledly, what? But where are they going? Kyung said they would watch the priestess teach those idiots a lesson. Hyan screamed happily. That sounds great. Oh no, I mean Kyung Unni. MC chuckled and asked if she could call him Gi-yoon. Hyan happily answered, yes, Gi-yoon. The MC thought that he was using Sun Hyung to teach the scum a lesson, and he was using the scum to lure Sun Hyung over to their side. Two birds with one stone. Let them continue drinking until they passed out. Useless idiots. Let them continue like this. This is the teenage breadwinner Gi-yoon. She cannot accept injustice. Hyung stood under the awning and recalled the MC's words. And what about those who were harassed? Will she turn a blind eye to everything, even when they harass people of the same status? She thought, this can't be. They would never hurt each other. Sometimes she hears them arguing among themselves, but that's normal for people. There is no law preventing them from being upset. At that moment, she heard shouts. Don't let them dare call the priestess a loser. Idiots. Let her shut up, little one. Hyung thought that if she separated them, they would immediately return to their good natures. Therefore, she would not believe that these people were just using her. She trusted them. That's why she still hasn't left this place, and she never will. Suddenly, a loud, piercing scream rang out, catching her attention. 10 minutes ago, the poor people were talking among themselves. Horror. They think that idiot will snitch to his guild? What should they do then? They're in trouble, for sure. They just need to catch him and finish him off before he gets away. The most important thing now is to make sure that the loser priestess doesn't suspect them of anything. Suddenly, a voice was heard from the side. What did they just say? The female MC was standing in front of them. The man asked, what? And who the hell is she? The MC ordered him to repeat. What did they say? They dared to call the lady priestess a loser? At this moment, a loud scream was heard and Hyung asked, what is that? Hyung ran up to her and shouted, priestess, it's urgent. Two local residents had a big fight. A man just attacked a girl. Hyung asked in fear, what did she say? She followed her and thought, this must be a misunderstanding. She's sure of it. This is probably a small misunderstanding. Yes, of course. What if they are targeting people of the same status? Even in such a situation, she intends to shield them. All these people are members of one close-knit family. They are kind and caring to each other. She tried to convince herself of this. She mentally asked God if only this were not true. She was begging. She stopped, and drops of blood splashed on her face. A loud scream was heard. Let her shut up, Hyung thought until she saw with her own eyes. She remembered MC's words that one should not confuse weakness with kindness, priestess. The man was beating the girl and screaming, does she think she is a messenger of justice, fool? Hyung thought until she saw the harsh truth of reality. MC thought, let her witness a scene of pure madness. Nuna, she had never seen anything like this before, right? She made him wait so long. He screamed loudly, help, someone. The man shouted, youth, he'll show her her place. Hyung thought, yes, you dirtbag. Let him spill all his hidden thoughts, as loudly and confidently as possible. Let him behave so vilely that it will shock even Hyung Nuna. Let him say whatever he wants, you idiot. The man shouted. She's a stupid idiot. She's not leaving here alive. Hyung stood behind with her mouth open and couldn't say anything. MC thought, that's it, Nuna. She sees it all for herself, doesn't she? How scumbags oppress the weak before her very eyes. MC begged for help, for help. Hyung rushed forward and shouted, no, stop. Make them all stop this instant. What do they think they're doing? The man pushed her away and Hyung fell to the ground. MC reached out and shouted, no priestess. He thought, oh my god. No matter how terrible the situation is, this is reality. Let her not worry about the price for cleaning her clothes. He will give her a dress much more beautiful. The men saw her and screamed, horror, a priestess? Why them? Horror, he didn't notice how he pushed her. MC thought, she's looking here. He needs to act like he's in agony. Hyung reached out to him and thought she was too stupid. Her own selfishness, it clouded her vision. While she was trying her best to escape from reality, how many more people suffered like this? Hyung thought, wonderful. Hyung, this is simply wonderful. She dreamed of creating a beautiful Lindell where everyone is equal. Lindell and the Sacred Empire. No, this continent is already irreversibly rotten. Only force is a valid argument, and everyone acts for their own gain. There is no way to protect the thousands of people who have fallen victim to this cruel reality. She really wanted to protect them. Hyung held MC's hand in the form of a girl and cried. She spoke. She's really asking. Let her come to her senses. She'll heal her right now. MC thought. He thinks now is the time for his triumphant performance. It's going to be terribly amazing. He spoke. Priestess, she's sorry. He thought. Now he's just a pathetic girl. MC spoke. She couldn't keep silent when they openly started insulting her. That's why he thought, poor Ji-yoon, pathetic and wounded Ji-yoon, like a trembling, defenseless rabbit. Hyung was crying and saying, no need to talk. She'll get better now. She already is. MC thought, this is wonderful. He's sure her tear glands have practically dried up from such a stream. MC sighed and said, priestess, it's all over for her. She's asking to leave before it's too late. He thought, of course, he doesn't want her to leave seriously. He thinks it's time for her to give the desired reaction, right? Hyung looked up at the poor people and said, she is deeply disappointed in them. She cared for them with such love and tenderness, so how could they do something like this? She ordered them to leave this place immediately. MC was overjoyed and thought, this is Nuna's premature recruitment. Nuna, now she will definitely join the guilds of blue. He knew this plan would work perfectly. Now she understands everything, Nuna. These are their true faces. She finally believed his words. Huh? The man asked fearfully. Nuna, what is she saying? She must have misunderstood everything. Hyung replied that she does not want to hear their excuses. Let them get out of the slums now. This place is not meant for their evil souls. She lifted MC's body in her arms and he thought, Nuna, she is amazing. So, what will be her next choice? Let her choose the dark side. She will not go wrong. Let her join his path and choose the dark side. Bitter Nuna. Come on, let her become one right now. Stop, this is not good. Don't heal him. Lee Gi-yoon needs to look as pathetic as possible. Hyun, hurry, let her stop her. Let her make it so that her magic can't penetrate his body. The Great Mage versus the Great Priestess. This is a furious clash. Hyun screamed, what? Her powers, they aren't working? How is this possible? She's in such a terrible state. Why did the sacred magic stop responding? It's all because of her. It's all her fault. It's all because she was afraid of getting burned and always ran from the truth. That man was right. Everything he said was true. And the one who really didn't pay attention to the suffering of the oppressed was her. MC spoke, the priestess. He thought, what did he tell her? Now that she realized everything, let her look at him again. This little move was prepared especially for her. What is she thinking? Blood gushed from his mouth, and Hyung grabbed her face and screamed, God, no. Hyung thought, kind-hearted people have a hard time handling such sights. Not bad though. Maybe next time he should use something similar on Hyun-sung too? He was very lucky that his smart Hyun was nearby all this time. If he had taken that pig with him, such a plan would never have worked. Hyun cried and thought, she so didn't want to use this spell. The men lowered their heads sadly, and MC thought, Nuna, maybe she'll come to her senses already? Those idiots are still standing there. Something is still missing. In a situation like this, she should start beating them with a book or something. He spoke, priestess. Hyung screamed, she can't die. She begs her. Don't die. Hyung thought, he won't die, Nuna. He spoke, she hadn't been here long, but in this short period of time, she had learned a lot. He thought, he should continue to act as if he was in agony. He said she is a very noble woman. From early morning, she went out into the streets to help those in need and clean up trash from the streets. Bottles, dirty handkerchiefs, and she even cooked soup for everyone. She brought it to everyone without exception, regardless of the weather and time of year. Every day, without exception, she shared everything she had. She sacrificed her wealth to help these people. Hyung sighed loudly, and MC continued speaking. Other people also helped. Even some large guilds and clans did not turn their backs on the people in the slums. And she stood at the forefront of everyone, protecting peace in Lindell City. She still remembers that moment when she handed him a loaf of bread with a smile on her lips while she lay exhausted on the ground. He thought, of course, nothing like this happened to him. But in war, any means are good. Kyung said, she really appreciates what she did for them. So please, let her not blame herself for what happened. She truly deserves the utmost respect. Hyung held his hand and said, oh my god, does a stupid person like her have the right to help oppressed people? She wanted to protect the weak. She turned around and asked for help. The man is really badly injured. Anyone, people from the clans or guilds, she begs, let them help her. MC thought, they all left after he arrived here. Hyung said, this can't be true. Why? Why? She hated those who use their power to harm the weak and destroy the world. The poor man chuckled and said, she's a stupid fool. Let her just look at herself. Loser. What? She thinks they're disgusting? MC chuckled and Hyun looked at the poor people with irritation. She had no idea how true that thought was. She screamed loudly, what are they doing? The poor people grabbed MC's hand and screamed. Just recently, she was acting like a saint and taking care of them, and now she's chasing them away from here. Horrible brat. MC thought, come on, let them continue like this. Hyung thought that she was just afraid of being hated by those who loved her. The men started shouting, yes, hypocritical fool. To tell the truth, they didn't like her from the beginning. Who is she to pity and care about them? She's just a disgusting fool, trying to act like a saint. She didn't get enough attention. Let her get her face in order and go serve men in pubs. Hyung could only scream at what she heard. MC thought, Nuna, is she finally waking up? Hyung grabbed her head and thought, if only these people didn't exist at all, since everything turned out this way. MC looked at her rapturously and thought, black tears? He's delighted. Come on, let her embrace the dark side and let it take over her completely. Hyung stood up and ordered them to let this child go right now. Idiots. The men ordered her to shut up. The guy chuckled and said, this fool still hasn't realized the whole situation. He grabbed the knife and asked, okay, in that case, no one will see if I just finish them off here, right? MC looked at it in fear and thought, nightmare. Let her hurry up, Nuna. This concerns him. The knife concerns him. Gi-yoon is about to die, defenseless girl. Gi-yoon can die, priestess. Faster, let her accept the darkness. Of course, he deliberately leaned closer to the knife. He looked at Hyun and mentally ordered her to stand, to calm down. Let her not dare to do anything, okay? Let her control herself. Damn her, Nuna. Let her hurry up already. Suddenly Hyung fell to her knees and he thought, what? What is she doing? Is she praying? Did she seriously start praying at a moment like this? Praying when Ji-yoon could be killed at any moment? The man gripped the handle of the knife and screamed, they stupid idiots will die today, and he'll start with her. Ki-young thought, Gi-yoon is in danger, let her do something already. Suddenly Hyung stood up and, with a wave of her hand, killed the poor guy. MC looked at this in surprise and thought, what? The guys screamed in fear and Hyun happily said, wow. The system window reported that Sun Hyung's player class had been changed. It seems she can't love everyone. She asked, no one will see if she just finishes them off here, right? The system window reported confirming Sun Hyung's player stats. Her class had changed to Dark Priestess. Kyung's eyes widened in surprise and thought, Nuna, what kind of horror is this? This sounds creepy. Punishment. Hyung began to attack the men very quickly, and MC thought, he wants to lure her to the dark side, but not to this extent. Miss Sun, they're actually having a family show here. Could she please not start a bloodbath? That's awful. No need to go so far, Hyung. She's scaring him. The lives of these scum are a separate issue, but what to do with their corpses afterwards? They can't let Guilds of Blue find out about this. Maybe he should ask Hyun to use cleansing magic? Anyway, why does Nuna look so happy? Like this was all she ever wanted. Why is she so happy, Hyun? Has she found a kindred spirit? Seriously, why is he surrounded by so many crazy people? Hyun said in surprise, Oppa. MC looked around in surprise and thought, horror. The disguise is already starting to wear off. Anyhow, the guy fearfully asked the priestess to spare him, but she attacked him and said that he didn't deserve mercy. MC thought, this maniac is about to find out that he deceived her. If she realizes that this show was built by him, he will definitely not live. The horror, the horror, the horror. He is in a terrible situation. He thought, no, his body is returning. Hyun, let her help him. Jung Hyun, let her come to her senses. Damn her. The magic has worn off. Hyung put her foot on the poor man's head and said that they will meet in hell. Detached. At that moment, MC hugged his legs with his hands, and Hyung happily ran up and said, thank God, she's still alive. She widened her eyes in surprise and thought, him? MC thought they haven't seen each other for a long time. Hyung asked, what is going on here? Why is he here? What happened to that injured girl? Him. Was it a lie? Hyung thought she already understood. MC replied, he will not hide it. He just wanted to show her the true face of reality. That's all he wanted. He thought, he supposes, now it's his turn. Come on, Hyung Nuna. They work well together, right? He's even willing to start volunteering with her. He'll also buy her new clothes. She'll forgive him, right? He's just a defenseless puppy caught in the rain. Please? Is that too much to ask? He looked at her furious gaze and thought, this is terrible. He's going to die. He's going to die. He's going to die. He's gonna die. Hyun-sun, Deoku, Hyun, anyone. Suddenly Hyun screamed. She can't. She stood in front of MC and screamed, please don't let her kill her oppa. If she takes him away from her, everything will collapse for her. Hyung thought, Hyun. She grabbed his hand and asked, Oppa, is he okay? MC said, yes. Hyung raised her hand and MC thought, horror, she's coming. He screamed, Hyun, protective magic, hurry. No, don't let her come. He's begging her to listen to him. Hyung directed her mana to the side and MC asked, what? Hyung replied, no need to be afraid. She won't harm them. In fact, it would be only fair to let him laugh in her face, since she can no longer call herself a priestess or a saint. From now on, she's nothing more than a pathetic slaughterer. Hyung thought, wait, this scene? Is this a dating sim? Something like that? He imagined a system window with a consolation event. He needed to console Hyung's dejected Nuna, and thereby increase his attractiveness. Hyung looked at her hands and said, something similar. She feels an immense relief after what she's done. Punishing evil with her own hands. Isn't that fun? She's truly a hypocritical person. Now even God himself will never forgive her. MC thought, Nuna, he asked her not to blame herself. He doesn't think she's done anything wrong. If it weren't for her, no, the innocent girl would have died at their hands. She's a noble person. There was nothing wrong with her actions. Those who are really to blame for what happened. He presented a system window with a choice to answer and he chose, no, the blame lies not with those evil idiots. Relationship points increased. MC thought, Nuna, will this really work on her? How is that even possible? At first glance, she seemed like a very difficult person to him. Kyung said that if from now on she has to take lives to protect others, then he is ready to go through it with her. Always. So please. Hyung looked at him with admiration and thought, this man. MC extended his hand and invited her to join him to create a beautiful lindel together. Hyung Nuna. Hyung extended her hand to him and thought, this man, he was truly sent by God to open her eyes. If it weren't for him, he is merciful. She will gratefully accept his gift and follow this man. She smiled and said, yes, Kyung. Together, they will cleanse this world of evil to protect the weak. She places her hopes on him, her savior, who freed her from the bonds of ignorance. The event has been successfully completed. MC smiled and thought, eye of the soul. The system window reported checking Sun Hyung's player stats and thresholds. Sun Hyung, she is an idealist volunteer, and her class is Dark Priestess. The overview asked, what did he do with the Holy Priestess, you idiot? Kyung laughed joyfully to himself. He considered himself a genius, truly a genius. Perfect coincidences. Simply perfect. Great. How amazing. He got rid of the unnecessary trash and even lured the legendary priestess into their party. Hyung smiled and said that she was looking forward to joining the Guilds of Blue. Hyun smiled and replied, the guys are very kind. She's sure Hunsung and Deoku will like her. The MC thought, Well, there were a few hiccups along the way, but the ending was great. He's sure Hyun-sung will be so happy to see Hee-young. He can't wait to see his happy face. Hyun-sung, isn't he incredibly helpful? Hyun laughed and said, Hee-young, thank her. Hee-young asked again, for what? Hyun replied, for saving Oppa. She felt a little sorry that she couldn't do it herself, but her actions really touched her. The MC turned around and thought, let them just look at them. Hee-young smiled and said she's glad someone else besides Hee-young understands her. This is truly a blessing from the goddess Hyun. The MC thought, is that so? Hyun replied, yes, and it's all thanks to Oppa. The girls grabbed each other's hands and Hyun replied, yes, they will protect Hee-young Oppa. The MC thought, oh my god, they get along too well. It's even scary. Suddenly, Hyun-sung's voice rang out, Hee-young? The MC turned around and saw him. He said, Hyun-sung. He thought, oh my god, how he missed him. He can't imagine what he's been through. Hyun-sung smiled and said, at first he thought he was just imagining things, but it really was him, Hee-young. They were lucky to meet in such a place. He thought he was working in his lab. Did he decide to take a walk with Hyun? The MC cleared his throat and said, well, actually, he thought, just let him control himself. He was able to do this for him. Hyun-sung looked at Hyun in surprise, and the MC thought, he'll get embarrassed if he's too grateful to him. Hyun-sung asked, who is she? MC stared at him, puzzled, and thought, what? Hee-young stepped forward and said, I'm glad to meet you, and her name was Sun Hee-young. She volunteers here. MC thought, what's going on here? Hyun-sung shook her hand and said, yes, I'm glad too. His name was Kim Hyun-sung. Kim Hyun-sung wondered, why is he acting so awkward, Hyun-sung? His reaction was different from the one he showed when he met Hyun. Just don't tell him that the priestess wasn't a member of his team. He saw a little girl behind Hyun-sung and thought, who is this girl? It can't be Soul's Eye. The system window reported, checking Kim Ye-ri's player characteristics and thresholds. Kim Ye-ri is 14 years old, a broken thief by nature, and has the archer class. MC thought, what? The system window reported, a general overview. She could become an outstanding assassin in the future. Her agility and mana are legendary, and all other stats are far superior to Lee Kyung's. She's quite smart for her age. There's no point in hating her. Let him try not to be a bad influence on her. Even though her heart is broken, she's still an innocent child. Kyung read this and thought he'd never seen anyone like this before, except for Hyun-sung, whose stats are also either legendary or heroic. He should have guessed what he was doing, since they were both in the slums, but he hadn't managed to meet him before. I see. So Hyun-sung came specifically for her, unfortunately. So, this time he chose someone else. Kyung imagined loud shouts and an announcement. The legendary priestess Sun Hee-young, she begins her chant. The central position, drenched in blood. Hee-young clasped her hands together and began to chant. A requiem. She pierced, cut them all. The MC thought, this is it, a concert that will make her the 5th member of the team. Impenetrable darkness. This is the result of her fate. Hee-young said that only chaos can put their souls to rest. The MC thought, the dream team has been formed. Now that I think about it, Hee-young Nuna is his ideal type. A cool beauty, just like Kim Hyun-sung. Hyun-sung said, and now they will announce the name of the new team member, who will be recognized as rank 1 and enter the guilds of blue. Is it the legendary priestess Sun Hee-young, or the new shining star Kim Ye-ri? A new member and a member of the guilds of blue this, the MC thought. Hurry up, damn it. Hyun-sung said, Kim Ye-ri. The MC and Hee-young thought, what? A nightmare. The horror Hyun-sung. He even had to pretend to be a girl to lure Hee-young into their team. Idiot. Currently, Kyung thought, does he really not know her? There's no way Hyun-sung hasn't met someone so significant in his first life. No, maybe she was killed by the people from the slums. That's why Hyun-sung hasn't met her. Well, the reason isn't that important for now. Right now, they got 2 winning tickets at once, which means he needs to make friends with this girl. The MC smiled and asked, Hyun-sung? Who is this child? Hyun-sung apologized for not introducing her right away. He accidentally bumped into her in the slums. She said her name was Kim Ye-ri. He thought she might be useful. She has a pretty developed mind and even has a class. Kyung said that she seems to be very shy because he spent so much time in the slums. The MC laughed and said, I see. Well, that's to be expected, since she just managed to get out of there. Hello, Ye-ri? She might know his Kyung Oppa. He looked at her with a displeased face and thought, he supposes it won't be that easy to get close to her. Hee-young and Hyun laughed, and Ye-ri looked at Hyun-sung with admiration. Kyung thought they had to go through a lot, but in the end, everything worked out. It's time for them to return to the guild. Now all that remains is to enjoy the benefits of the regressor's company. The guys and Ye-ri walked ahead and talked. MC said, about clothes for the new guys. Hyun-sung interrupted him and said, he thinks he can handle it much better, Kyung. He leaves this decision to him too. Kyung thought, since his position in the regressor team is the most secure. A few days later, Deoku and Ye-ri were quickly eating food from plates. A plate fell on the table and Ye-ri screamed, Kim Ye-ri won. MC looked at her and thought, it seems they've already gotten along well. Even this pig can be useful sometimes. Hyun-sung asked to listen. He understands that this is unexpected, but they should go on a dungeon raid together. MC asked again. What? He was talking about what they discussed earlier. Hyun-sung replied, yes, he already mentioned this. The dungeon is called the Garden of Terror. The discoverers of the dungeon gave them permission to explore it. MC thought, this is awesome. Hyun-sung said, but there is one problem. It looks like other guilds will be joining them in this raid. So he wanted to ask what they think. MC chuckled and thought, yeah, unwanted guests. He replied, I see. Which guilds exactly will they be? Damn them. He hoped that they would be able to clear the dungeon themselves. Hyun-sung replied, the Red Mercenary Guild, the Wizard Guild, and the Black Swan Guild. Kyung smiled and thought about Hari's subordinate saying that he is ready to give his life to protect Lee Kyung. Since it's Hari, he's happy. That's not bad. MC thought he'd like to see what the Black Swan Guild is like. Even though the reward will have to be split among everyone, they'll still come out on top. This is a good opportunity to strengthen the influence of Guilds of Blue. Hyunsung said that the reward will most likely be divided based on the greatest contribution. MC muttered, the greatest contribution then. So it turns out they don't all have to work together. At that moment, someone was watching them from the stairs. Hyunsung said yes, but his primary goal in this raid isn't items or money, but experience. MC looked at him and thought, he gets it, Hyunsung. He wants them to level up, right? He's relying on him, Hyunsung. Please let him carry their team this time too. After a while, Seho turned around and said, thank you for fulfilling his request, Jongyang. Although it was quite a shame that other guilds got involved, Jongyang replied that there was nothing they could do about it. The dungeon was opened through a group effort, and the Black Swans showed a strong desire to participate in the raid. He already knew. Right, he's the new guy in the Black Swan Guild. Everyone's been talking about him lately. Soho said he'd like to improve his relationship with Team 7. Jongyang said she didn't think he'd be so interested in Team Hyunsung. Does he have any ulterior motives? Seho laughed and replied, no, nothing like that. It seems she's been rereading her stories. He just wants to make sure their guild members get good items. Doesn't she have ulterior motives herself? He knows she has feelings for that guy from Team 7. Jongyang cried out in embarrassment. How is he? She cleared her throat and screamed. Anyway, she was quite impressed. She doesn't think any rookie group has received more attention than this one. Their popularity is on another level. They're even more popular than earthly idols now, although, given their looks, she guesses that's to be expected. Soho remembered MC's words. Do they think Harinuna will let them get away with his death? He thought, he's too talkative. He thinks he's not capable of much on his own. A great option would be to use him to obtain money and resources. Let him just go and earn money for him. On the day of the expedition, people gathered near the gate. The girl asked, are they Lindell reporters? They should draw mostly them. Do they understand? As many black swans as possible. Everyone got distracted and shouted, what? That's the real Hyunsung. He's incredibly hot. And right behind him is Lee Kyung. MC thought, who are all these people? They must be Lindell reporters hired by the Black Swan Guild. He thinks they'll be biased against everyone except Black Swans. Do they seriously have to draw everything because there are no cameras? How sad, but they're pretty fast. The guy waved and said, Hyunsung, welcome. They haven't seen each other since the guild leaders meeting. Kyung looked at him and thought, this guy. He said he was glad to meet them. He was Choi Yoon-gi from the Red Mercenaries Guild. And he must be Kyung. He heard about him from their leader. Yoon-ji said happily, it was a great honor to meet their son-in-law. MC smiled and thought, when did he become a son-in-law? He felt something scary behind him. He didn't think he should turn around. The girl shouted happily, Jung Hyan. What? It's Sun Hyung. MC thought, yeah, they really are big guilds. All their stats are quite impressive. Their equipment is also not bad. The perfect meat shield for their team. The girl folded her arms and asked, he wasn't seriously planning to enter the dungeon, was he? MC looked at her and asked, what? Lee Kyung looked perfect to everyone. Well-groomed hair, perfect skin, clean clothes, no weapons. The girl asked, did he play dumb? Even a fool would understand that he was just a leech who decided to suck out some experience. MC looked at her and thought, what? How did she know? Who was this woman? The system window reported checking Petra Opera's player stats and thresholds. Petra Opera is 29 years old, a calculating strategist of the bandit class. Her title means she loves to command. Kyung thought, she's a calculating strategist and a commando then. He seems to understand what kind of person she is. Now she's deliberately provoking him. Petra tilted her head and asked, well, why did he shut up? Is he angry or something? She chuckled and said, she should have guessed he was so pathetic. He came from the Guilds of Blue, after all. Who even brought a teenager to this raid? MC frowned in irritation and thought, Petra Apra? What kind of name is that? Complete and utter nonsense. Petra said that's why she told Yoon-gi they shouldn't cooperate with the Guilds of Blue. Oh no, the Guilds of Blue had decided to ruin the entire expedition. Kyung thought, people like that irritated him the most. Who did she think she was, trying to play politics here? The system window reported a rare rank dungeon. They entered the Garden of Fear. 24 participants out of a possible 50 confirmed. Everyone screamed. They continue. The rear guard should slowly begin the attack. MC thought, Petra Opera. She's an official of the Black Swan Guild. She has the bandit class and the title of one who loves to command. Since they have the least experience, she's most likely trying to break them and increase her contribution. In that case, the best option would be to play a political game with her. Great. He didn't expect them to be friendly anyway. The creature attacked Deoku and he thought, pig. Yoon-gi extended his hand and asked, Deoku, is he okay? Deoku grabbed his head and said, thank you, brother. MC thought. He let his guard down. Horror. He said his name was Choi Yoon-ji. He was grateful to him. Looks like he can be trusted. A voice sounded behind him. Oh well. She asks to say that she is mistaken. But the people from Guilds of Blue here don't actually belong to any guild? Petra folded her arms and asked, aren't they assassins that someone hired to kill the heads of all the guilds here? If not that, then they are just doing it so that they can bring the situation to this point, right? MC thought, this is terrible. And what kind of idiocy is this? He is sure she doesn't even know the language at the basic level. She is just inserting simple words into her speech. The girl said, they can be heard. Please be quiet. Petra replied, so be it. Does she really think those trolls will listen to them if they are nice to them? MC thought, is she kidding or something? Does she think anyone will listen to her now? Yoon-ji supported Deoku and said, come on, for a newbie this is quite reasonable. Okay, why don't they make a rest? They will set up camp here. Someone asked. Yoon-ji, Why don't they send people from guilds of blue to the rear? He thinks they're too inexperienced. MC thought, yeah, let them laugh while they can. MC looked in their direction, and after a while said, thank you for leading them. Yoonji, he took out a potion and handed it over. Yoonji said, Kyung, this? MC replied, it's a health potion he made himself. It should be better than the potion from the store. He just wanted to express his gratitude. He looked back and thought, the basics of political play are to make allies even before the enemy. He will increase the number of allies before direct confrontation. Even if she speaks the language of facts, it's meaningless if no one will listen. Yoonji happily said, thank you so much for the potion. He really is kind, just like his master said. The master said that back on Earth, he pulled her out of the depths, and that their meeting in this world is like fate. What a wonderful story. MC thought, Hari, what kind of rumors is she spreading? Yoonji screamed, Choi Yoonji. He is the master's savior and his savior. He owes him and will not forget this until his death. Kyung thought, well, since he is the type of person who can be touched by such a story, it's even easier. He laughed and said, it's not necessary, Yoonji. He is the one who should thank him. By the way, did he know? Yoonji asked. Excuse me. MC answered. He doubts whether he should tell. But does he see, Petra? He cleared his throat and said, anyway, it doesn't matter. Yoon screamed. Did something happen? His master entrusted him to protect him. MC thought, bingo. He said, well, if he insists. When she laughed at them, she said something like, does he really think that fool Chahari can protect him here? Yoonji asked, puzzled, what? Really? Kyung burst into tears and said yes. And besides that, she called the Guilds of Blue a bunch of assassins hired by Chahari and accused them of trying to kill everyone here. He thought, his anxious thoughts, sad eyes, and Yoonji looking at him. He wiped away his tears and said, don't let him get the wrong idea. He's sure Petra didn't mean anything bad. Maybe she just blurted it out. It seemed like he shouldn't have said anything. Yoongi got angry and shouted, she dared. Petra dared to ridicule his master? MC thought happily. That's what he thought. Yoonji is very loyal. That's good. Now he's gradually becoming imbued with hatred towards her, right? In the meantime, he will continue to gather allies. Thanks to his display of intelligence, he managed to attract the Mages Guild to his side. After a while, Petra said, why doesn't he stop trying to act friendly? Kyung turned around and said, he doesn't understand what Petra is talking about. She asked, wow, is he serious? Can't he see how he's ruining the entire group? He's slowing them all down. MC said, it was worth telling him directly that they only want the reward that Guilds of Blue will receive. Petra screamed, what is he doing now? Kyung grimaced and said, well, since this is definitely not the case, he doesn't understand why she is so hostile towards Guilds of Blue. Seriously, he doesn't understand. Petra screamed, what? Him? Lee Kyung. Does he think this is funny? Does he even know who she is? She's from the Black Swan. MC thought, she's been caught. He replied, of course he knows. You need to know such things, because she's a greedy fool who is trying to take the reward from ordinary newbies. Petra smirked and said, he finally showed his true colors. And who is behind him? Chahari, right? He's acting like this because she'll have his back? MC thought this was the perfect time to show proof of his words. He said yes. He's not afraid of her at all. Chahari will definitely protect him if anything happens. Petra screamed, what? He really thinks that idiot Chahari, they're in the dungeon. He thinks anyone will know the truth if he dies? Yoongi clenched his fist and thought, what an idiot. Kyung smirked and asked if those words could be considered a threat, Petra? She screamed, what? MC replied, he finally understood why the Black Swan Guild was so eager to participate and sent them of all people. The higher-ups at Black Swan wanted her to die here. He thought, great. Kyung said, she's useless. And yet, she makes a scene wherever she goes. They couldn't stand by and watch her disgrace their guild's name any longer. MC mentally ordered her to hit him. Kyung spoke up, and most importantly, you heard that she used to be part of the management? Was she removed? Petra ordered Lee Kyung not to push things. MC asked, did he hit the nail on the head? How sorry he was for her. Apparently, the assassins she was talking about. In fact, they are her subordinates, ready to stab her in the back as soon as they clear the dungeon. He mentally asked her to hit him. Petra swung her arm and screamed loudly, idiot, let him shut up, MC said. He completely forgot to say, but it's not Chahari who is protecting him. He's okay. He cried and said to forgive him, it's his fault. Hyunsun grabbed Petra's hand and said, no need to apologize, Kyung. Petra's eyes widened in surprise and she cried out, Yoonji asked Kyung, is he okay? What happened? MC thought, the ones protecting him are his dear allies. Loud screams rang out. Petra, you idiot. How dare she mock Master and Kyung? Master Kyung, is he okay? Lee Kyung, how dare she touch him? Kyung, everything is fine. Is he not injured? Kyung thought, that's why you always have to behave well. He tearfully thanked Hyunsung for his help. Hyunsung asked, can you tell me what happened here? MC replied, well, Petra said to stop acting friendly with everyone. Petra screamed, what, him? She turned to the reporters and screamed, yes, that's right, let them paint her. She's a victim. Let them portray it properly. The reporters screamed in admiration. Did they see that? Hyunsung actually protected Kyung? Let their noble lord be praised. Thank you for the gift of a door to a new world. MC thought, he thought so. Those reporters from the Black Swan Guild act differently when receiving orders from Petra compared to when they look at Hyunsung. He doesn't know if there are any of his fans among them, but they're definitely friendly towards the Guilds of Blue, unlike their foolish employer. Should he run a little check? Kyung approached Hyunsung and asked for forgiveness. He's the cause of all the trouble. Hyunsung replied, No need to apologize, Kyung. MC considered showing the warm brotherhood of the Guilds of Blue. He knew for sure from their reactions that this would play into his hands. The journalist underlined a phrase on the paper. Perhaps Lee Kyung is manipulating public opinion. What are his true intentions? Petra screamed. Really? Lindell News. Let them do their job properly. And him, let him get off her already. Hyunsung responded. He had to say it. Kyung did nothing wrong. Even if there was a problem, she had no right to interfere. This was a clear abuse of authority. If there was a problem with a member of his guild, then responsibility lies with him, the team leader. The guy screamed, he's right. She was the one who brought them here. The girl folded her arms and said, they had to wait a little, but Kyung encouraged them. Petra sighed and said, this is incomprehensible. She wouldn't have done this if Guilds of Blue were normal, but how can she stay away when they're clearly just getting in the way? MC frowned and thought, she's trying to justify her actions by saying that her actions are for the good of the squad. How weak is Guilds of Blue in her eyes that she looks down on them so much? Yoongi shouted, are they in the way? She wouldn't have said that if she was even slightly interested in their battles. Hyeon cast a lot of magic. Hyunsung got rid of a lot of monsters, and Hyun was actively healing them. This is the first expedition of Guilds of Blue. Really, I can't keep silent any longer. MC smiled and thought, his dear Yoongi, he's doing great. Hyunsung said, please let her not allow this kind of behavior anymore. If there are problems with their squad, then let her contact him, the team leader. Petra replied, yes. Let them forgive Hyunsung and Kyung. They irritate her terribly. MC thought, a hunchback can be corrected even by the grave. He doesn't think her place is in politics, Petra. The more she talks, the more she's hated. He wishes she would just leave the squad. They began to walk away and talk among themselves. Hyunsung asked everyone for forgiveness. Everyone looked at him questioningly. MC said, Hyunsung, he has nothing to apologize for. It's worth it. Hyunsung replied, they decided to take part in this expedition so that everyone in the guild could gain experience, but he didn't realize that they would be treated worse than stray dogs, with such terrible contempt and humiliation. It's entirely his fault, and he apologizes as the team leader. MC thought, well, it wasn't that bad. Hyunsung reached for his sword and said, however, from now on, everything will be different. Kyung looked at him in surprise and thought, he supposes the hero Hyunsung will start showing his true strength. Then he can't sit idly by either, right? He'll make her pay for forcing him to show his bad side. After a while, a shout rang out. They'll start attacking the second boss. Everyone, get into position. Hyunsung rushed forward, cutting down the monsters. The guys looked at him in surprise, and Petra screamed again. Oh my god, Hyunsung is acting on his own. Roots soon. She turned around and mentally commanded to make mistakes. More mistakes. Yiri drew the arrow and fired it towards the creature. Petra got angry and screamed. Horror, Black Swan, what are they doing? Don't let them surpass you. Let them shoot. MC smirked and thought, he's watching, she's suffering, right? Hyunsung said to use spells when he gives the signal. MC replied, okay, he scared him. He thought, the regressor said, if they do as he says, there will be light. Hyunsung said to give strength to protect, give strength to preserve what is theirs. Fire, wind. Kyung and Hyeon released their mana, and MC thought, is she happy that they combine their spells? How cute. Dioku shouted, over there. Monsters are approaching from everywhere. Hyunsung told Dioku to come here. Please let him distract the small fry near the boss. Yoongi and him too. The guys answered, no problem, Hyun. Yes, Hyunsung. MC thought, this is the Hyunsung he knows. He is a real leader. He makes him feel proud. He knew the regressor would lead them behind him, but everything is going so comfortably that he wants to make himself ramen, sprawl on the couch and watch the spectacle. Petra shouted, what the hell? What are those moves? Is he really a rookie? She feels like this is his second life. MC looked at her and thought, she catches on quickly. That's right, she chose the wrong opponent. They don't look like a typical rookie squad. They most likely wanted to highlight the fact that they were newbies and to report on the news that they successfully completed the expedition despite the slowing idiots. Petra screamed, are they really going to let some newbies overtake them? MC doesn't think this plan is feasible now. At that moment, the journalist adjusted his glasses and said, he's been caught. He wrote in his notebook, Lee Kyung when Petra fails. Is he smiling? He put hashtags, media manipulation. He spoke. Two-faced member of Guilds of Blue, Lee Kyung. Sensational news. There was a shout. Everyone go. The monsters are approaching, the journalist said discontentedly. The horror. Hyunsung was fighting the monsters and said, next, left, then right, 45 degrees, then straight. Dioku asked to slow down. Hyunsung asked him to move forward, and finally, hit. After a while, there was a shout. Okay, they've gathered them all. He's done too, Hyunsung. The creature slammed its mouth shut and someone screamed, just don't tell him. Hyunsung should be careful. It's poisonous. Hyunsung said he'll finish before the creature spits it out. Kyung, Hyeon, MC and Hyeon created a firestorm. A huge stream of fire headed towards the monster, and Kyung thought, that's it. How cool to have Hyunsung and Hyeon behind them. Hyunsung gripped the hilt of his sword and headed towards the creature. He cut the monster, and MC thought, what a sight. But something keeps getting on the adorable Hyunsung's face. It ruins the whole picture. Immediately after the attack, Hyun used purification. MC thought, Nuna. Hyunsung quickly dealt with the creature. It's Guilds of Blue. The guys shouted joyfully, Hyunsung, he really is a genius with a sword. Yuri was also excellent. They were so stupid to think she was too young to fight. Guilds of Blue is amazing. Hyunsung approached Yoongi and said, that's an exaggeration. They were just copying what they did before. Yoongi said happily, how modest. MC thought, he thinks everything is settled. Yoongi said, he doesn't know if this sounds right, but he really thinks that they guys are the future of Guilds of Blue. Kyung thought, Even if Petra makes a scene again, no one will dare to agree that they are just getting in the way. MC stepped on the notebook and thoughtfully picked it up from the floor. Suddenly a voice came from behind. She apologizes, Hyunsung. She doesn't want to ruin the atmosphere, but why did his squad break the formation without coordination? After all, they really panicked. If he is going to act on his own, what should they do? They haven't heard anything about it. He thinks they can do whatever they want, since this is their first expedition. On the contrary, they need to know their place and be careful. This is the basics. Does he understand? Yoongi shouted. Petra, what is she doing? Hyunsung apologized for not telling them in advance, but he didn't think there was that much work to be done in the rear. Petra said so. Although it was still a mistake. Did she really need to file an official complaint with the guild to get him to listen to her? MC thought. Everyone was looking at him, with eyes seeking help. Hyunsung, he's next. He asked Petra. Would she mind if he spoke up? Petra chuckled and asked,